Round one, fight!
No sparrow, does this word not sound like the death bird culling the living dead at dawn? It is the name both ghouls and demons dare not say, for they know it means death for the undead.
What if the fake news canceled the world's most beloved heroes? When a tragic attack ends the lives of precious innocents, our most celebrated heroes find themselves blamed and canceled by the media that once glorified them. Now in hiding, will they be able to trust each other long enough to prove their innocence? Well, they better fight as hard as they can, because if they don't, an even bigger tragedy is coming. And this time, it will cost millions of lives. Truth, Justice, American Way, the 64-page full-color graphic novel. Get yours today, only on Indiegogo.
Barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs?
Welcome, guys. It's all three of us here. It's me, your buddy Gabe team. Wednesday, September 7th. Guys, it's actually hot in California. It's 90. We claim it's hot. Jericho, you're much hotter up there, though, right?
It's 103.
Oh, my goodness.
Right now. 103 is 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah, we had an advisory here in San Diego to conserve energy because it got up to 88 degrees yesterday. So that's where I live. 88 or 90 is like it. The hottest day of the year was today. It was 92. So,
that's out of the norm for you guys.
Yeah, people here be freaking, dude. It's like 63 year round in my house, and all that heat has me thinking. Indeed, how do you like your ribs? Never forget.
Damn.
New England Patriot, multiple Super Bowl winner, Vincent Wilfork. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
And I saw him on TV once wearing a hat that said ribs.
Damn right.
You got to fucking respect a defensive nose tackle wearing a hat that says ribs.
Have you ever seen the footage of him hitting Stevie Johnson, who's a wide receiver, is probably 6'3", 200 maybe?
No.
And Vince Wilfork drops back into coverage, and he just runs full speed into Stevie Johnson. As he catches the ball, Vince Wilfork, who's about, 375 pounds?
Right.
Just
At least.
Mack trucks this fool. There's a still photo of it, and Stevie Johnson is completely parallel with the ground. He is flat out. What would that be? 245, just straight across, parallel with the ground. Vince Wilfork laid the wood to that poor man.
Oh, what a legend!
That's what he's saying with the hat. He's saying, "This is what I'm going to break."
Right.
This is what I'm going to crash. This is what I'm going to pulverize. A
lot of people don't know that he would wear different hats of different body parts he would break.
That's right.
He did.
I didn't know that.
Said,
clavicle.
Right. He had one that said tibia, one that said fibia, humerus. Yeah, he had them all there. He fucking broke the hammer and stirrup inside of somebody's ear once.
I bet he did.
You got to be diligent to do that. So I hope someone believes me. I hope someone actually believes me about that.
I believe everything you say.
Right. So,
I love
Action Jackson. Very, very excited to get into this. But first, just got to check in with my boy Sean Jericho. How's everyone doing? Yeah.
You know what? I'm glad you asked, Gabe. I'm so glad you asked how I'm doing. This is how I'm doing. You don't mind if I show you something, do you? There it is, right there. You see that? What does that say, Sean?
Oh,
snap!
You got to support. And as soon as Truth, Justice, T-Jaw, as soon as T-Jaw exists, I'll be doing the same thing.
All right. Yeah. So the links to buy both of those books, guys, are in the description, and the link to subscribe to Jericho's channel. That's in the description right now.
Thank you.
John, if you'll drop those in there, John, please do. That is great. That is great, Jericho.
Much love, man.
Really appreciate
I'm excited. It's a signed copy. Okay.
Of course, yeah, man.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'm excited, guys. But this might be the perfect action movie. If you were hear me out.
Okay.
We all know the ingredients, especially a good 80s movie. There's muscles. There's lots of gunfire. Loading or reloading is optional. You don't have to.
No.
Some one-liners. Got to have good one-liners. We just saw probably the best one from the movie where he said, because the guy tells him earlier, a few minutes before that, we're going to have ourselves a little barbecue.
Right.
So he responds, barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs? Me and my brother, this was 92% of our conversation for 15 years. How do you like your ribs? We would call each other. That's the voicemail. How do you like your ribs? Hang up. This was impactful.
Funny. Yeah.
This is beautiful, man.
I loved it. I want to keep it lighthearted and fun, but I will, to the social justice warriors out there that want to ruin Marvel and DC and Lord of the Rings and all that shit they're ruining. I am not black. I am Mexican and Libyan. And I identify with Carl Weathers in this movie. I admire him and want to be a hero like him. I don't really give a shit that he's black. He's cool. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. So, like all the forced diversity, I won't get negative, but it just doesn't matter. The guy's cool. He's human, and that's what we relate to. He's a human badass. It really doesn't matter what color he is. It's awesome. And I would have loved to have seen a series of these movies. I guess it didn't do well at the box office or whatever, but I would have loved to seen it. I would love Carl Weathers. He's like on The Mandalorian. What if they revived it? Netflix revived Cobra Kai and all that. What if they revived Action Jackson with Carl Weathers? That would be fun. This is such a fun movie.
It is. It's a lot of fun. And we were talking a little bit before, but there's some heavy hitters in this movie.
Yeah.
Not only is it Carl Weathers, fresh off of Predator. This is like the year after. Craig T. Nelson.
Right.
Sharon Stone.
Sharon
Stone was in this movie.
Right.
Bill Duke. I mean, there are some. I'm surprised it didn't do as well in the box office. It certainly wasn't from lack of support from my household, because I put all the money I could into renting this movie and watching it as often as I could until my parents bought it. This is you guys are witnessing a piece of my childhood.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, my theory about why this movie didn't do well is kind of similar to another movie that I really hadn't heard of, which was or I'd heard of it, but I hadn't ever seen it, largely because of its poster image, which was Black Rain. Action Jackson's poster did not make sense with the movie, if I'm recalling correctly. It really didn't capture the feel of this movie at all. I think that's why people were confused. I blame the poster. That's a big piece of marketing in the 80s.
Yeah.
Is that poster.
Oh, yeah. The poster makes you think this is Black James Bond.
That's right. That makes no sense.
That's not what this movie is at all. It's not Black James Bond. This is gritty street crime, and then funny, but not Marvel Cinematic Universe retarded funny, like actually funny, but just a little, like your salt and food, just a little, just enough funny to make it really
car? Cool. Where's the car in this picture? That's the other thing.
Yeah, he had
the car on the poster
because he had the Impala throughout the movie. He gets in the was it the Halley, hottest, that thing.
Yeah.
But yes, this is very confusing because you only see him in that tuxedo for the last 10 minutes of the movie, maybe. That would have made much more sense, the poster on the left. And you don't see her dressed like that with him. This makes you think that there's some kind of, she's a femme fatale and he's like you said, James Bond, like they're some kind of a team. And they are, but not to this like sophisticated tuxedo level.
No, this is a down and dirty ad hoc solutions to their problems. And the poster on the right, he's a slick James Bond with gadgets and, he's getting the encrypted files. None of that is in this movie.
Nothing's encrypted.
It's I don't know. It's a really fun. There's a super chat. It's a really fun movie. Joseph Fazio for $1.99. I was pissed this didn't get a sequel. You're not alone, brother. You're not alone. Yeah, we all loved it quite a bit.
But how good would that sequel have been? Because this just hit all the marks. This checked all the boxes. It was a home run. Now you're not going to get no Othello, performance in this movie, but he's a good actor. He's a good actor. Wow. He's surrounded by good actors. The music, the score of this movie almost makes the characters scarier because you'll see that there's a group of badass henchmen that are run by Craig T. Nelson or Peter Delaplane. Right. And the music that goes along with these scenes when those guys are there, they're almost these ghost-like scary figures. It just everything just works together. It's almost a human centipede of an action movie. Everything just connects.
I will say though, this one thing is important that for I know people in the chat know this. I know I'm saying something might be obvious, but Carl Weathers is not a great actor. He's a great actor and a movie star, which people don't understand. Like he's a movie star, and I said the same thing when I was talking about Mandalorian. I go, the reason why he works so well in that show is because they brought a movie star into it. And there's very few of those in the world. He has not one huge performance. He has many big performances in huge movies. He's a standout. He's a movie star.
Absolutely. He's Apollo Creed, in case you need to ask somebody.
Yeah.
He's also Dylan, you son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch. Oh,
right?
Man, come on.
Greatest moment.
Right.
Dude, that's race relations right there.
Right.
That needs to be a poster all over the country.
Right, man.
Right
Absolutely.
there. And Vanity, come on, man. She's so damn funny.
I never heard of Vanity until I watched this movie a couple years back. What a beautiful woman. Are you kidding me?
True.
And she's Canadian, eh?
Yeah. Oh, didn't know.
You can hear it. There's a line in the movie where she talks about, it feels like they're setting a bonfire in the back of my bloody head. And then she says something else.
She did say bloody head, and I wonder where bloody came from.
Yeah, she's like, Alex Trebek says sorry. She said some kind of word, and it was sorry. It came up. I was like, oh, that's right. You're Canadian, girl. Right. But she is the hotness equivalent to the young Sharon Stone that was in this movie. Either it don't matter. Like my buddy R.I.P. Like he would say, he's from Arkansas. He would say that girl's finer than frog hair split three ways and sanded. That's how fine. Both of them. If I had to put on a blindfold and pick either Vanity from this movie or Sharon Stone, I would not be disappointed with my choice. Sean, you have a type. We talked about it.
Yes,
you may lean more toward the Sharon Stone, but I don't think anybody would be disappointed.
No, but I would tell you this though. In this case, I don't, and that is the type. That's where the type is tricky because it's It's really in the total look of the girl, and I think that she buries Sharon Stone in this movie. I'm sorry, she does. There's no getting around. I mean, this is the thing about Sharon Stone that's always been kind of like. I liked her. I liked her in when she was with Seagal. There's a bunch of movies that I've enjoyed seeing Sharon Stone in certain senses, but she always leaves me kind of cold. That's why she worked well in Total Recall. You know what I mean? And she played a serial killer in her biggest breakout movie. And I think with Vanity there is a I'll give you a really good example. The weird area of my type, the gal Jenny Summers in Beverly Hills Cop, she works for me. She's got a kind of a great vibe like that, where she's kind of down to earth, lighthearted. I love that aspect of her in this. So yeah, that's where I go on this one.
Yeah, also R.I.P. to Vanity.
I know, man.
Do we know what happened to her?
She had a lot of drug use, so she died of some kind of illness. She was married to a football player, a former Raider at the time, and she had found God and everything. Her last, good chunk of the last part of her life. Yeah. But she died of some kind of illness. It sucked. When I heard about that, I was like, "What, Vanity? Come on, man!"
I think it was the cumulative damage, of the drug use early on. And it was a similar thing with the kid who was the drummer in Foo Fighters. It's like he had been sober for a while, but your heart, you put it through enough of that, and it's going to be tough, man.
Yeah. I mean, you have a drug addiction, and then you put it on a superstar's level. So you're doing metric tons of that shit versus some 9 to 5 or
Kidney
so.
failure. God bless her.
Oh,
dang it.
Terrible.
She was alive and well in this one.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, just a stunning beauty. That was the thing I noticed the first time I saw this.
Immortalized on film, and that's kind of the beautiful thing about movie stars. You're never going to lose John Wayne. John Wayne is immortalized. You're never going to lose any of these actors who are in these great roles and in these great movies, and she is. This is this moment to shine in a great action movie.
Yeah. Now, how will you feel? We'll get going on the movie here in a second. How would you feel about, they can already do it with AI, they're just not. AI, John Wayne is acting again. They got a million photos of his face. They can recreate his face, photorealistic. They can reproduce his voice and just make new Westerns. I don't like that. I don't
not at all. And it's not going to be John Wayne's mind in there. Right. He's going to be run through the filter of a bunch of weird woke producers, and he's going to be this kinder, gentler. Nah, man, give me the raw John Wayne who picked that little boy up and threw his ass in the river. That's what I want. That was
what
you're
going to get
Wayne.
Is, from each according to his abilities, to each according to their needs. It's going to be just Marxist crap pouring out of his mouth.
Yeah, man, give it to me raw. No. Leave him alone. Let him lie.
John says, I think he's saying if this was made by the wokesters at DC Comics or Amazon, she should have smaller boobs and be less attractive. That would be more inclusive. Just so you all know my stance on feminism, the 19th should be repealed, and feminism is for ugly. I mean that. I'm not kidding. I'll never back down from that. I'll tell my wife and my mom that, and my daughter. Women shouldn't vote, and feminism is for ugly women to get men's attention. I won't back down for either statement. So, Tari always, she died of kidney failure. Thank you for $2. Very generous, Tari. Yeah. So, So, yes, we do agree. Woke is Get Woke gets sold to Discovery, DC Comics. So
that's right. Leave this. So whoever did this poster, let them do their thing.
Right. Yeah. So the movie starts off. You have like two union members. They're having a late night meeting, going over some of the books. I don't know if he's hitting on his coworker here.
Seems a bit.
I like this guy's face. I don't know who he is, but I've seen him in movies. I love his boxer's nose. He looks like a city tough guy, and he's a union worker here. And some mysterious figures kick in the windows and are kind of hunting them. They can't find them anywhere, and then they come busting through, and they end up messing these two up. Yeah, and like you said, Jericho, there's no reloading. He's got a Beretta or a Glock here. I didn't really catch it. Beretta. He's unloading that thing. There's no way he has like 30 bullets, but he's never reloading. That is perfection in action movies. I don't want to see reloading unless we're having a little banter on the corner of a wall or something.
I must say I counted, and he shot 23 times. He shot 23 rounds. I don't see anything sticking. I don't see an extended magazine. All I see is a standard magazine. Even if you double stack it, you're looking at what, 17 at the most? This man shot 23 rounds, never reloaded, and I feel sorry for if he had any neighbors because he was shooting walls, all kinds of shit. Anybody who was outside across from the building, they're all dead. But these guys, and right after that, right before this one, where she's some of the guys come through the window that we see, and then some other guys come down from above.
Right.
And she looks up, they come down, and then the blonde guy, the guy all the way on the left, he kicks the shit out of her, and she goes flying through a window, and then like hits her head in slow mo, and she's out of here. I didn't know that a roundhouse could kill a person unless it came from Chuck Norris.
We got that right here. You sent me this. Thank you. We got that moment right here. One of these weird assassin, aren't they called like the Invisibles or something like that? Or they have some name.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, they're called like the Invisible Ghosts or the Invisible, Invisible something. But here's that moment where she gets got.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that, man. Boy. Punching the mother from the Goonies, the therapist from Lethal Weapon, which, by the way, that's what you recognize him from. That guy was in Lethal Weapon 1.
Oh, and she was the therapist.
And she was the therapist in Lethal Weapon.
And he was also in 48 Hours.
That's right. That's right.
Or was it another 48 Hours? I think it was in another 48 Hours.
Yeah, it was another. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was like a crooked cop in that one too. Yeah, this dude, there's a collection of dudes that just have these sweet spots in these 80s movies, and they just got pigeonholed in a good way. And they just always played the shit out of those roles.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I love these guys. I just screenshotted this. I'm going to use this for reference in my comic Beef Law or something. That is such a badass image of these assassins.
I thought about you too, Gabe, the way you talk about the lighting and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Look at the lighting on there. You got
that shit. And after this, they kind of pan out and you see, like, I think there's one or two more of them. Right. Man, it's scary, man. It's like a horror movie. That shit's scary.
It is. It's got the silhouettes and the concept of the horror movie, like Alien is a horror movie. And because the concept in Hollywood screenwriting, it's called Monster in the House. You know what I mean? So that's where you're trapped somewhere with this thing and it's dark and you can't see it. And this opening scene, it's not scary, but it's a little unsettling like that because you don't know where these guys are, where they're coming through the windows, they're coming through the doors, and they're just a little bit like the Terminator, just killing machines. I like this guy. Now, you're a military man. You've used weapons, Jericho. Is that a grenade launcher or some sort of mega shotgun? I think it's a grenade launcher, correct?
Yeah, it's a grenade launcher because that's what he used in that part where it says, how do you like your ribs? And if you look, you can see the giant welds that they use. That's obviously not a gun that exists. They made it for the movie, but it's hella cool because a lot of people get the shit blown out of with that gun. It is awesome.
Oh
yeah, they made great arms in these movies. You know, like you think about what they did with the Auto 9 and RoboCop and what they did with different weapons, man. They made cool stuff for these movies. The armor was just doing some really cool stuff. Love it.
Right. Two cool things right here. Andrew Wilson, great They Live image there, by the way. Shant and I reviewed They Live. Look in the playlist for this show, guys.
Yep.
They Live, one of the best 80s sci-fi action. One of the henchmen in the film is played by David Glenn Easley. He's the one with the long blonde hair, the one all the way on the left there. You see with that rocker haircut. He was the lead singer of the band Giuffria. How do you say that?
Giuffria.
I don't know. They had a hit 1984 song called To the Heart. Thank you, Andrew, for that.
That sounds like an 80s song.
Yeah.
Call to the Heart.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and that part that you played where she gets kicked through the window, the sound, I don't know that that's a guitar riff or something, but that sound that they play when her head hits the ground, you hear it throughout the movie. That's some scary shit, and it made all this shit. It's the glue that held this scene together. It was awesome.
Oh, so 1 second here. Yeah, that sound, when she hits her head there, and you're right. It is funny to see someone get killed from a roundhouse.
I've never seen it before, but thank you for this.
Right, but after 23 rounds from his 9mm, he doesn't kill any of these bad guys. They kind of have this badass face-off moment and then light him up with the grenade launcher, sending him.
Yes.
And it's brutal. They send him out the window, flies out the building on fire, and my daughter didn't get a picture of it. Shout out to my daughter, Minnie. She gets all these photos for us for the show. He lands in the middle of where people are dining.
Right next to somebody's table.
Right next to this lady, this blonde lady starts screaming.
And you could see that was a real person falling out of that building.
Yeah.
Like, they blow him out of the window, and then there's a shot of him falling, and you could tell it's a real person, man. And when he's, I remember that part as a kid being so scared when he was right before they shot him. He's like, "Oh, come on, man, come on, man." It just shows their how callous they are. They just fell on deaf ears. Boom, blew his ass away.
Right.
If we could just get also, I want to point this out, just some love and respect for the stunt guys in this flick.
Man,
because there was a ton of fire on these guys. I mean, these guys, they did some stuff, man. They earned their paycheck, man. God bless them. Holy cow.
And
it was a trip. He fell a few stories too before he went through the roof of that restaurant.
And then the stuntman in the final fight who gets lit on fire with that place where they spray paint cars.
Oh yeah.
You could see there's fire in the guy's, must have been a wig, his long hair, and you could see it in the hair. Terrible. Terrible.
He was singing his hit song as he was on fire too, which was tough to watch.
It's hard to sing "Call to the Heart" when you're engulfed in flames.
Right.
Did it?
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't know he had a second hit song called "Won't Be Burned Again."
That's right.
So,
it didn't do as big as "Call from the Heart."
That's right.
Yeah.
Call to the Heart.
That's why he got into acting. That a lot of people don't know that. So absolutely,
you're just dropping gems all over the place tonight.
Yeah, that hair product, man, just went up.
That's what it was like. Michael Jackson in that Pepsi commercial.
Oh, hey, somebody explain to me, how do jokes get around so fast? Because by the time we hit the playground after that shit happened, there were Michael Jackson jokes all over the place. There was even a song, something. 7-Up, Pepsi Cola burnt him up or some shit like that.
Yeah.
A jingle.
Now he's drinking 7-Up.
Yeah, how the hell does that shit get around so fast? Pre-internet.
I don't know. It just got kids. Listen to me, kids. Before you had the Twitter, memes had to travel organically. They had to travel through school buses. That was the main vector.
Right, Jericho's like, in my day, my brother and I had to get the film reels out to watch Action Jackson.
I went down to the Rancho Bernardo.
You kids don't know what it's like with your 4K.
I went to the Rancho Bernardo Public Library and got the microfiche, and I looked for memes.
You better, I mean, seriously, Jericho, if I ever make it out that way, one, we're going out for ribs, all three of us. But two, even more importantly, if I get to your house and there's not a massive poster, some rare print of Action Jackson on the wall, I'm going to be disappointed.
Thoroughly disappointed. Saying. Don't you worry, man. I took our wedding pictures down to put that thing up.
That's right. Just go. Sorry, honey.
Sorry, babe. You understand.
And
look at this guy's pecs. You understand.
I'll take a little time out. There is a poll in the chat. How do you like your ribs? Beef or pork? Everyone knows me as the man, the genius, the legend behind Beef Law, the comic. Of course, it's beef is the only correct answer. I left both out. That's Sean's answer. I didn't want any wiseacres in my poll. I want this to be. I want pork crushed once and for all. So this is beef versus pork.
Don't judge me, man. But I voted present. No.
Wait.
Oh my god.
And as far as my poll goes, whoa, that's what she said. Like Biden says, vote early, vote often. So and just know if beef is losing, we're gonna stop voting, and at 3 a.m, I'm gonna find thousands of votes for beef.
That's right. That's right.
And then if you question that, I'll say you're insurrectionist or something.
Yeah, we'll kick you off here. We'll ban you from this channel.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's forget who did a stand-up bit on jokes traveling faster and faster. Carlin. I don't know that bit, but Carlin's a freaking genius.
I mean, no bullshit. The jokes were out while the topic was still in the news. I don't know how it happened, but man, kids make jokes travel. And same with John Bobbitt.
Oh god.
My gosh.
I saw In the Jungle, The Mighty Jungle. They remixed it for some John Bobbitt shit. There were, John Bobbitt dick jokes everywhere. How? Oh no, I'm glad it happened.
Is the crowd here too young to know who John Wayne Bobbitt is? In the 90s,
you'll never forget that guy.
His wife Lorena removed his chorizo.
Yep.
And then he became famous for that, guys.
He did pornos after it got reattached. Yeah, he did porno after it got reattached.
Okay, I did not need to know that.
Took it. drove off with it.
Yeah, don't forget
threw
that
it out
part.
the window.
Yeah, had
Which
gravel
to me
in it and
is
shit. Guys, you ever had gravel in your
unacceptable.
penis? No. But
No.
John
Today?
Bobby did because his wife tossed his dick out the window.
Yeah.
That's right.
So guys, the point is
Getting back to
don't date crazy. Don't date
that's
crazy.
right. Do not do it.
All right. Then we
Biff
get
Tannen.
I was gonna say, is this Biff from Back to the
That is
Future?
Biff.
Okay,
That is
I thought it-
Butthead. Sure is.
right. And these two are just 2 patrol officers, and this is what's gonna lead us up to Action Jackson. Here's our little purse thief.
Albert.
They see him.
Mhm.
He tries to snatch a purse. Doesn't go so well. They bring him into the station. And
Oh, wait,
they're-
I have a question
go ahead.
about the person whose purse he snatched. Is that a man or a woman?
It looks like a dude.
It does. Yeah. I thought a little 5 o'clock going on there.
And that was a big woman too. I mean, strong enough. When he went to grab the purse, she didn't let go. He flies up in the air. She brings him down on the concrete and then takes her purse and just starts beating his ass. And then Biff, he's like, well, let's pull over and stop. He's like, no. Best to let it percolate a little. They wanted to get his ass whooped for a while. That was free police brutality back then. So the old lady beats his ass, and then they put him in the car. And while they're taking him to the station, they're telling him all these tales and getting him all scared about action. He's all, well, what's going to happen to me, man? And they're like, well, you might have to do a little session with Action Jackson. He's like, Action Jackson, that's right. And they start telling him about he was made by NASA, and he,
Love that.
you know, some perp was handcuffed to the chair, and they gnawed their own hand off to get away from him.
Right.
And then he's so badass they don't even give him a gun, and they bring him in the station. And he's
They said that he was made by NASA, or they said Bigfoot assaulted his mother, and he is the product of that
Yes.
evil union.
yeah. And then he rips the guy's guts out, and then the guts climbed back up in his body, and they called it a medical miracle.
Right.
And then they get to
Yeah.
the station. He's like, well, where is he? Like, oh, he's probably just cleaning out his cage. They're scaring the shit out of this kid real bad.
Right.
Yep.
So he decides to hightail it, and you sent me another quick video here of him running. So let's see that real quick.
Now listen to this music or this sound.
Mellow out.
So good.
Right.
Man,
That is so funky, that music. So 80s. So good.
yeah. I mean,
So
it just hit home run at every turn. But yeah, Albert was so scared that when he finally came face to face with them, he just, lost consciousness. And all this is kicked off, no pun intended, by this lady of the night and these 2 officers that brought him in.
Mhm.
Oh, that's right. The prostitute
Oh.
gives Biff, she gives him the pata in the huevos.
Man,
That's right.
Yeah.
just check
So,
those testes real quick, man. Yeah, I mean,
Kicking the field goal.
dude, she
You can
just.
see him. You can see him in the back of his throat after that.
No, seriously.
You can see her toe in the back of his throat. She booted the shit out of him. I mean, we all felt that one, man. That was horrible. But when she does that, that's when Albert takes the opportunity to start
Taking
running.
off and to run into our guy, Sergeant Jackson. That's
Mhm.
right.
And he's like, oh, shit. He put 2 and 2 together. This is the guy, this is the animal that they were telling me about. And then he passes out.
Right. So then who's the higher ranker? Bill Dukes is the chief, right?
No, he's a captain.
He's the captain.
Captain. And the other guy's, I think he's a detective or something.
Okay.
And they have a little back and forth. Him and Carl Weathers or Jericho Jackson, they have a little back and forth. He's like, oh, did you hear about that collar I made? He's like, oh, yeah, it takes real good police work to catch a guy with a bloody knife screaming, I did it. And then he goes into the the office with the captain, with Mac, a.k.a. Bill Duke.
Right. So then I don't remember. How does Carl Weathers get his new assignment, though? Why is he getting sent to go look at Delapaine's nonsense?
This is also one of the best lines in the movie. Just a perfect example of the over the top excess of the 80s in this line. So the reason he's a sergeant is because Peter Delaplane, Craig T. Nelson, he had a run-in with Peter Delaplane's son. He describes him as a sexual psychopath, right?
Right.
And so he gets into it with them somehow, and he goes, Bill Duke says, you ripped the boy's arm off. And he goes, so? he had a spare. So he fucked this kid up, somehow removed one of his arms, and that's why he was lieutenant, and he got busted back down to sergeant.
Right.
So his captain, he can't go because he says, I forgot, it's my wife's Parcheesi night. So he can't go to represent the police department at the Man of the Year Awards. So he uses it as a test to see if Carl Weathers has moved past it. So I got to make sure your action Jackson days are far behind you. Then we can see about getting you those lieutenant stripes. So this is an opportunity for him to show he's moved past it, he's moved on, and he's ready to represent the city of Detroit. So that's why he finds himself, face to face with this dickhead. And of course, Craig T. Nelson, Peter Delaplane, is not going to take too kindly to the guy who ripped one of his son's arms off.
Right. Right. So what I wanted to ask about this being set in Detroit, the auto industry and stuff like that. What do you feel like the significance of that was? Was that just, do you think, and we have to guess because we're not talking to the writers, do you feel like that was like a specific thing that this movie needed culturally or whatever? Do you feel like that was just a convenient backdrop? I feel like it's significant, but I'm not getting it. I feel like there's something about Detroit that matters that I'm not getting about this movie.
I think it was, they could have possibly been taking a bite from the Beverly Hills Cop fruit because that's where he was from.
Right.
And, if you can attach yourself to Eddie Murphy, who was the biggest movie star ever at the time, why not? And maybe it could have been cheaper too, to film in Detroit. And in Detroit, it was, at the time in the 80s, it was a thriving city. It did have a thriving auto industry. Detroit was cool. It's not, the turd that we know it to be now.
Right.
But I think it was a mixture of those things. They definitely want to ride those Eddie Murphy coattails a little bit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because you're a Detroiter, Shantha, or you were at least a little bit.
Yeah, I lived there, during the auto collapse, so the folks across the street worked for Uniroyal Tires, and everybody slowly, kind of had to move as things got tougher there. But there was an element when I was watching this, and I couldn't completely put together what they were trying to say, in that regard. But it did seem a little bit when they made the dig at Carter, like they were trying to say that some non-Carter supporting force was trying to take over the Union, was what it sort of seemed like they were saying a little bit. I can't be certain of that. I don't know, if there was some kind of political thing in it, but it was an odd, interesting, but in terms of, you haven't seen a movie before, but that they were knocking off, heads of the Union, and he was trying to replace them. So I don't know if that was just something the writer, maybe the writer was, trying to write something speaking to how maybe the core Union members felt about, the bureaucracy of the unions. Who's to say? It was very strange. I will tell you this: Craig T. Nelson, freaking terrifying in this movie, man.
Yeah,
psychopath.
Holy shit!
And he has like a brown belt in karate. Because when I was watching this, I noticed he didn't look like, you didn't see those usual chunky telegraph moves you see for somebody who's not a real fighter in real life, like in an action movie. Because that scene coming up where he's fighting his trainer.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you could tell that's him throwing these kicks and that's him doing these blocks and stuff. So I looked it up and he has a black belt karate, and actually his wife is a karate master.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, yeah, because you could tell. But man, he was a monster in this movie. He's a kid.
So we're at this gala for like businessmen of Detroit, and I don't know if it's auto focused, but it's union focused, I believe. And Carl Weathers is making the rounds, talking to people, sort of representing the police there.
Well, that particular scene with the old man, I think that was trying to show the intelligence of him, because they're talking about some law or some case law, and he in the scene before this when he was telling him he had to go. He's like, you did this, you went to Harvard Law, you should be this and this in the police department. So I think this is just kind of echoing that and showing that he's not just, muscles, but he's also very intelligent, because he's having a conversation with this, Wilford Brimley looking dude right here.
Yeah.
Diabetes.
That's right.
It's not him, but
it's not him.
Joseph Fazio for $5. Thank you, Joseph. Very generous. dude, Coach was so menacing in this. The karate was ridiculous, but man, he was an evil MFer.
Yeah.
He was.
He plays a true psycho in this. They wrote it well, and then he acted it well. It's that whole show don't tell, and man, he shows that he's diabolical.
Yeah, there's one in particular scene later in the movie where you're just like, damn, Craig T.
Cold-blooded.
Come on, man.
Very.
Yeah, but they plant the seed early, and we'll get to it soon. When he's doing the training with his karate trainer, he gets the upper hand on his own trainer, and then like busts that dude's shoulder or elbow or something. It's like, this is your trainer.
Yeah, he's trying to help him up. He's helping him up, and then he just help him to his car.
We cut to like a yacht or a boat that's out in the harbor or whatever, and there's some more union heads there, some more officials there. They're talking this, that, and the other. This guy's a bigwig. I didn't catch his name. He's only in this scene, and then the assassins, the invisible men, show up again.
Here they
start
come.
taking people out and killing. I believe that's like a harpoon or a dagger through somebody's chest.
It's an arrow because you can see, right there. You can see the head of it in the next clip. You can see the head of the arrow.
Right. That's right.
Because they were on a boat, so the guy from the boat must have shot the arrow through him. But these guys, him and the guy in the little captain's outfit, were telling hilarious jokes to each other, walking along the boat. What do you call a guy with no arms and legs? Those are funny as hell. I love those jokes, man.
I'm sure those never made it to school, Jericho, when you were watching this as a kid. They never got brought into school, right?
Never.
And this guy, a lot of people don't know this. This guy originally tried out to be Tony Soprano.
That's right.
He was that close to getting the role.
Damn it, James Gandolfini.
Right.
By this much.
Come. You can't be asking about my business no more. So
we're watching that too. My wife and I were.
You're going. Have you ever seen it?
We're watching it now. We're at the end of season 1.
Wow.
Is this your first watch?
Yeah.
Oh, do you like it?
No, I like it so far.
Talk to Ethan about it.
When it came out, I couldn't afford HBO then, but now it's streaming, and we're on the end of season 1. I like it's exactly what I wanted. Some Jersey mafia, gabagool,
right?
Every meal is 5,000 calories, lots of red wine and deception. It's great.
Right. Wait till season 2 when he starts bragging about bringing a J.C. Penney to Jersey City. It gets a little weird.
Fucking Mama Luke's, huh? Got J.C. Penney coming here because of me.
I'm the king of God, and it's like, what the hell am I watching?
Oh man.
I do like the way they kill this union boss. They tie a briefcase with a bomb to it. They cuff it to him, which just seemed unnecessary because it was going to blow up in 15 seconds anyway. Like what the handcuff was, I don't know. Anyway,
I just wanted it for the look on his face.
This guy, the guy up there in the blue shirt with the gray blazer. Yeah. One funny part is when those two were telling jokes to each other. One of the jokes is, "What do you call a guy with no arms and legs that sits in the water?" And this guy comes up and goes, "You two assholes! If you don't shut the fuck up."
Right.
Yeah. I want to say that to two people. He said, "You two assholes! If you don't shut the fuck up." Like, man, I like that guy. I like his enthusiasm. But yeah, he had 10 seconds on the clock here, and he opens the door, and he gets up. He's pissed because the other guys don't answer the door, but he doesn't know that one of them has a butterfly knife in the chest, and the other guy has an arrow through his stomach. So he has to get up and open the door. When he does, one of the invisible men gives him like a 2-piece to the mouth. That's why he's all bloody. And then they handcuff the thing to him, and he's yelling, "No!" And then, boom! And see, look at that. That was too much. That was overkill. I love those explosions. We're just splinters the whole building. That shit was awesome.
Right.
You saw that in Roadhouse where they blew up the auto parts store.
Yep.
I mean, it was just balsa wood. Oh, that shit went everywhere, man. I love those explosions.
Right. Okay. So and he's got this gorgeous car. I hope we get a shot of it. It's an Impala, right?
Yeah. And he tells you exactly what it is. When this kid, he tells him, "Hey, don't peel out." He's all, because of course my 60-something Impala should be driven as fast as humanly possible at all times. And the kid goes, "Yeah, I was merely extemporizing." And he tosses in the keys. And I thought to myself, I never noticed this as a kid, but watching it as an adult, I'm like, why wouldn't you tell that kid, "Hey, don't fucking peel out my car. You're like 17. You're going to sideswipe somebody's car and I'm going to be stuck. Plus, you're burning up my tires." Like, who would allow that to happen every time this kid parks his car? Like, gonna tell you one more time, you little punk. Stop peeling out my shit. Anyway, that's the old curmudgeon in me.
It's a beauty. Let's see. I got a good picture of one just like it here.
Oh.
So
yeah.
damn.
67?
That's a 66, but close enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is 66, but yeah.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
nice. Fully restored.
Yeah.
And it goes the way of every action star's fully restored classic car.
Right. I remember the great comedian and podcaster radio host Adam Carolla. I've met him on more than one occasion. I'm a big fan. And I remember him talking about being so poor growing up in the Valley. For those of you who don't know, the Valley, you know the mountain that says Hollywood on it. On the other side of that is hell. And that's the Valley. That's where the Valley is. It's just a box. You're trapped in the Valley. That's where Sony is and all Burbank, Disney, all kinds of stuff is in the Valley. And it's just hotter than shit. It's dirty. It's crowded. And he grew up hot and poor in North Hollywood there. And he said when he finally got some money from Loveline and all that, he finally got a car with air conditioning for the first time in his life ever. He was like 35, 37 years old. And he had the car with air conditioning, I think, for like a day or a week or something. And he's out on his porch on his phone talking to Jimmy Kimmel. And a drunk driver in a truck just hits his car and annihilates his car. And then that person didn't have insurance. So it was good luck getting them to pay you back. You know, you go to court, the judge makes a judgment, but they don't enforce it. They're like, yeah, he should pay you back. So
fingers crossed.
But he said, yeah, he waited his whole life to have air conditioning, and he had it for about a day the first time. So that's got to suck. So anyway, classic cars getting destroyed. Right. Yeah. So Action Jackson's got to do a little bit of action detective work here. Now, I like Robert Davi. He's been canceled by Hollywood because he's a big Trump supporting conservative. He has a brand new movie out he directed called My Son Hunter. Yeah. And it's all about Hunter Biden and the laptop and all that. And I believe he's the director. It just came out like a week or two ago. So
he's another classic 80s character actor.
Right.
Like, this guy was in everything. He was a good guy in this one, but usually he plays some sleazy asshole. But this dude, was he I think he was the villain in License to Kill, that Timothy Dalton Timothy Dalton James Bond movie.
Right.
But yeah, this dude Robert Davi, man, he was in
Goonies as one of the Fratelli brothers, and he was also in Die Hard as one of the Special Agent Johnson. What is it? Which one was it? He goes, I think he was just Agent Johnson, and the other guy was Special Agent Johnson. I can't remember which one was the Special Agent.
He was a dick in that movie.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
And the boy has pipes. He can actually sing too. He can sing opera. Remember, in Goonies, he does a little bit of singing. You know what I mean? But he actually can sing. I've seen it online. I follow him on Twitter just because he's a big Trump supporter. I like to follow guys like that, especially entertainers that have been semi-canceled or whatever.
No, he wasn't the lieutenant or whatever, the captain in The Crow, was he?
I don't know.
No, that was another guy, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that guy also had had some facial scarring, dare I say. But yeah, I mean, he was one of those actors.
Oh yeah, Marco Rodriguez. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. He's one of those actors who's just got a great voice. Obviously, he's a singer too. But he was the thing about in this movie that was interesting is you're right. He did play against type. He played a frightened, paranoid, fearing for his life guy who hadn't slept in days. And it was interesting because I don't think we've gotten to see that out of him, in any other flick. But I mean, he's very skilled. I mean, he delivers.
Yeah, he played that part. He looked like somebody on edge and scared as hell. Yeah, but he played the shit out of that part.
He was also in Predator 2.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. So that's one we'll have to go over too. Predator. We'll have to do Predator 1 and 2 on here, by the way.
And a Lethal Weapon 2. I think that
yes.
That deserves a go-round.
Manuel Noriega. So, I
remember that too. Dude, man, we were just wilding out in the 80s.
Yep.
We had a guy, he was in middle school. He was like a janitor / yard duty guy. And he had the bad scarring like that. And that's what the kids nicknamed him. Kids are so fucking mean sometimes.
You don't say.
They don't even realize how mean they're being. But yeah.
Man, when we were in third grade, we got this new kid to our school named Jeffrey, right?
Right.
But he had a hearing aid, so we called him Jeffrey.
No.
Oh my God. Ruthless.
Do you ever
Dear
think about
heavens.
that, like right when you're going to bed and you're, oh, why did you say that?
But I did. I I reconnected with them. After high school, I was like, hey man, that was But we were third graders. But
Okay.
still, I was like, damn dog, that's
Okay.
Well, that would be the worst thing though, that Jericho, if you were like going. I mean, it was when he was in the third grade, and this was last week. Then it's a problem. What I mean? I drove by the elementary school and said, "Hey,
Jeffrey, hey, can you hear me? Of course you can."
Frowned upon,
No, I would not do that. I don't drive by elementary schools anymore.
That's right.
So, what information does Davi have for Action Jackson? It's a very tense scene. Davi's freaking out. He's putting his gun to his own head, talking to Action Jackson. He has some stuff about the criminals he wants to tell him. And basically, he knows what Craig T. Nelson is up to, rubbing out the union bosses.
Yeah, he's telling them all the guys that have been taken out and what he plans to do. He plans to take out the old guy, George. Looks like he's related to George Burns. At the end, was it Mulrooney or something?
Yeah.
But the old guy,
right,
who he attempts to take out, he tells him, his plan and the structure that he wants to build inside the AWA, Auto Workers Alliance. And so he basically lays the whole thing out for Action Jackson so he could take it, take that information and run with it and go after Peter Delaplane.
Right. He had the secret bouillabaisse recipe.
That's right, he did.
Hey, all of this stems from bouillabaisse.
That's right.
Don't tell nobody. Oh my goodness. So then we get to see this nightclub, and he gets whacked, by the way. Robert Davi, the black guy with the gap in his teeth. He's one of the main assassins for Delaplane. I don't have a picture of him right now. He comes to the door as a UPS worker and shoots Davi right in the heart. It's pretty cold-blooded.
He tells him
the treachery is what makes it even worse than the killing.
And he passes Carl Weathers in the hallway.
Right.
When he's leaving, he passes right by him, and then he has his dolly, and he goes right up to the door, and he goes, Tony Moretti, and he goes, yeah, got a package for you. He comes and signs it. He's all happy. Like, he looks happy, like, oh, shit, somebody sent me a package. And he hands him the clipboard, and he goes, it's COD. Boom, boom, boom. Gives him like 2 or 3 through the clipboard right into his chest, and that's it.
Yeah, the thing about this flick, too, I want to point out that I really liked that I don't see this happening in modern movies as much. All of the villains, all of the henchmen, whatever you've got for side characters, they all have a distinct look to them. You know what I mean? So you see that villain, and they emphasize, like, you notice that he's got a gap in his front teeth, right? So that means when you see him after that, you know who he is. All of the bad guys don't come in the whatever they were. Right. One of them's got the long hair. The other one's got the shorter hair, and you see his face more. The other guy, like, you could tell who they were, so that when every villain gets its comeuppance, you know who it is. You see it in Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, and
you see it in every one of these movies.
I love that. And as artists and designers ourselves, Sean, I'm doing my comic book Beef Law. It is a 80s, 90s action movie. I'm working on a page today, and you'll notice Mohawk guy with the vest. You'll notice bald guy with a goatee. These are some early pencils. I do them on typing paper. I'm going to trace this on the good board. But I gave the Asian guy over here the split down the middle haircut, and I make sure everyone has iconic looks to them so they don't all look the same. And one thing I'm chasing is Street Fighter, the video games.
They do the same thing there, though.
Tells who someone is from far away in my comic. You could see their silhouette or their weird hat or their weird jacket or something about them is iconic. So that's a good catch by you that in this movie, the bad guys have all looks.
They put time into it.
The split down the middle hairstyle, that dude's always a dick.
Yeah,
he's always a punk.
Right.
Can't wait to see what happens to him.
I wasn't going to say it, Jericho, but you said it. There it is.
Well, if I could just take a detour for just a little bit, I'll show you who that guy was based off of in my head. It was the guy at the beginning of Showdown in Little Tokyo who pulls out the switchblade and says, "You got a problem, Paka?" That guy, and he has the
crazy eyes.
Yeah,
he's like the crazy eyes and shit, little tiny dude. Yeah, I mean, whoever has that hairstyle is a piece of shit.
Right, and then the guy he's with is the guy from Ninja Turtles who's bald and has the goatee. So you notice my two guys, the one was bald with a goatee and the other one had the split hair. And when I color it, it's going to be like a mustard suit for one guy,
That's
purple
right.
suit, all that 90s shit, just bring it all.
That guy, the bald guy from Ninja Turtles, he had a great fight scene with Brandon Lee toward the end of that movie because you got two action stars, so there has to be two final fight scenes. So he kind of tells, Kenner, hey, you go ahead, save Tia Carrera. I'm gonna stay back here and fuck this dude up at the at the brewery. But because it wasn't the final fight scene against the bad guy, there was no letdown. That was a good fight scene. Homeboy, I don't know how he was strong enough to pull a pipe off of the wall, but he did, and then starts twirling it around and shit. And he gets down with Brandon Lee, but that was a great fight scene.
Yeah, we'll have to do that movie again with you here. You seem to know a lot about it, and I think it is the 80s, 90s movie I've seen the most. Yeah. I think I've seen it 20-something times. I know that movie chapter and verse.
And another quick question about it. The part where he saves her from doing seppuku or whatever that's called.
Right.
And two things. They don't see that old-ass car up there on the hill watching them. And the second thing, how did Dolph Lundgren not get shot when it took him 20 minutes to flip that car over? Like he's
hold on. You're burying the lead. You're burying the lead. How did he not get shot flipping the car? Hold on. How the fuck did he flip the car?
That's right.
This man picks up a Cadillac.
Dude, an old car. Old car.
Yes.
Yeah. This is some old Detroit Action Jackson muscle kind of like it's a boat, this car. It's huge.
Yeah, it's fucking huge. By himself. And then as they speed away in that convertible Corvair, I think that was with Brandon Lee. Of course, he looks back, one shot to the gas tank.
Right. Yep. I do like that. I do like how vehicles in movies do just explode.
One bullet.
So do people in this movie, though. That's what makes Action Jackson great, man. Everybody in this movie is a fucking Pinto.
They're flammable.
You just get hit, just boom, man.
Everybody's flammable, and I love it.
Yeah, oh, it's beautiful.
Now, I will never miss an opportunity to brag that I got to hang out with Ivan Drago at the Hollywood premiere for Aquaman, and I'm here to tell you, I'm taller than him, so I don't know how he flipped that car over. Now, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'4". I've lost like 20 pounds since my birthday, but I'm a big man. And I don't think I could flip over a Lincoln Continental.
When's the last time you tried, Gabe? When's the last time you tried to flip over a Lincoln Continental?
It was not this Saturday, the one right before.
Oh, so pretty recently. Okay.
Yeah,
you're
very
right.
recently.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can.
But if you'll allow me to brag yet again, here's the famous picture I always show. I am indeed just an inch taller than Ivan Drago. So if I can't flip over that Lincoln Continental, I don't know how he did it. He's a true man. Back to the movie, though. Vanity. Rest in peace. Poor lady died 5-6 years ago. Stone Cold. I'm in my 40s now, so I can say things like this, corny ass things like this. Stone Cold Fox, this woman.
Yep.
Gorgeous woman. Are you kidding me?
She's a hot little dame there.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely beautiful.
I remember finding a Playboy magazine with some buddies of mine, and she was in it. And
wow,
I was like, wowzers. But yeah, she is gorgeous.
Yeah.
What's up, Tammy A? 4,500 pounds. That's light work for Kenner.
So I just got a little work to do because my bench max is like around 350. So
you need to add another zero to that.
I got to multiply it by at least more than 10. So
that's right.
Goodness. But so we go to the nightclub, and this gets one of the great lines out of it here. Jackson's going to the nightclub doing some investigation. Delaplane is there. This is his little muse, his little girlfriend who he has hooked on heroin, and she comes up to him and says something like that she was expecting applause, and he tells her, "You're getting a standing ovation right now." And I was like,
"Yeah." She goes,
"Fucking play! I gotta play."
Yeah.
She's all, "What? No standing ovation? Standing ovation?" He's all, "I'm giving you one." Boom.
Yeah,
right.
I took that line. That's in my pocket. I'm going to use that someday. That is smooth. That line.
He may have been a monster in this movie, but nobody said he wasn't a player. Nobody said that.
That's right.
Because he got 2 dime pieces on his arm. Sharon Stone and Vanity are his chicks. He's got them both.
It reminds me of the movie Chef that has that guy that was the friend of Iron Man. What's his name? Kind of chunky, has the beard and the curly hair. I don't know his name, but he was in the movie Chef, And in that movie, you could tell he wrote this and he did write it and direct it. I always think this is hilarious. His
Jon Favreau?
Jon Favreau. His ex-wife is Sofia Vergara, and his current fuck buddy is Scarlett Johansson. So, you know, you're writing the script and you're like, yeah, in this story, I used to be married to Sofia Vergara. I dropped that to get with the Black Widow. You know what I'm saying? Man. So big ups to Delaplane for getting with Sharon Stone and Vanity.
You know, when he read that script, he was like, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I get to be with both these chicks, sign me up.
Right.
But it was good. Like, he came with it. Craig T. Nelson brought the heat. He also brought the heroin.
Right.
Yes, he did.
For this poor young lady here.
Oh,
Sydney Ash.
Right. Yeah, Sydney Ash is her name in this movie. John has interesting real-life information about the beautiful Vanity. Her mother was of German, Jewish, and Polish Jewish descent. She was born in Germany, while her father was of African-American descent and was born in Wilmington, North Carolina. Wow. What a mix.
Yeah, they ended up in Canada, eh?
Right.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Well,
good
it
genes
was very, she got the best of all those genetics.
Exactly. All of evolution was working its way to her. Right. It was like it peaked with her. That was
right. It. Yeah.
Sydney Ash. She was gorgeous in this movie.
Yeah. Yep. So here's the standing ovation. And then his bodyguard, who's hilarious. He's a big Nation of Islam dude or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
He makes some joke about being Muslim or something. I don't remember.
It goes against my Muslim beliefs.
It goes against my beliefs. Dude, that guy is the definition of that famous of expressions, the brick shit house. That guy, if you don't get hurt because he runs into you, you get hurt because you run into him.
Yeah, that dude's just
it's like bam.
That dude's thick right there. But Craig T. Nelson tells him here, he says, because I think the guy makes some kind of comment because he takes protecting her very seriously.
Yes.
And he goes, who pays your salary? He goes, you do, Mr. Delaplane, and quite generously, I might add. And he goes, yeah, don't forget that. And then he goes, because I think he doesn't want him to go back there because he knows he's going to give her the old main line, and give her some smack. And he don't like to see his girl, all smacked out. So he doesn't like Peter Delaplane too much.
Right. Right. Is this out of order, or does he go?
No, it goes back and forth between the scenes.
So we were here with Davi. He's giving him the info. Then we cut to the standing ovation. Then we cut back. That's why I didn't have a photo. So we already went over what happens here. He's spilling the beans to him. Of course, Delaplane and his criminal goons want to shut this guy up. Yep. And FedEx Man is here. And like you said, Sean, he's got a great visual look to him. They give him his sunglasses. He looks like a real badass, this guy. If I didn't know he was a killer, I would think he was some grizzled old blues player, like a traveling gun bass player for jazz or something like that. You know what I mean?
He definitely doesn't look like he had an 80s hairband hit, which is the main thing.
Nope. But he's a stuntman in real life. I think there were a bunch of real life stuntmen on this movie who played, and he's a decent actor too.
Right. And the scene, we'll get to it with the car chase with Action Jack. That's a great action scene.
Now, wait a minute.
That's a
car chase. Do you mean they're chasing each other in a car, or do you mean Action Jack?
He's chasing a car on foot somehow.
On foot. Let's get it right. Yeah.
Because he did mention his buddy does mention that he was a track star. So keep that in mind.
Right. Yeah, that's hilarious. So he shoots Davi, kills him. Poor Davi goes down here. Then we cut to it seems like in addition to auto work, Craig Nelson is involved in pipe laying. I don't know. That's his other job.
Yes.
So him and Vanity decide that her doing a little bit of heroin is a good idea. I don't want to judge for yourself. No, it's a bad idea. Don't do
nice 19th century stainless steel needle too.
Right.
You couldn't get they didn't have plastic ones back then.
I guess.
Very retro. She was a hipster heroin addict. That's what it was. She liked the retro.
And then our coroner friend here is got Davi. He's on ice. He's dead. Poor guy. He's gone.
R.I.P.
So Jackson is not having this anymore. His buddy's dead. The union guys on the boat are dead. The dude flew out the window and landed on ruined someone's dinner. I wonder what those people were eating at that dinner. Now, here's why. Let's say, I don't know what your favorite restaurant is, Sean. I don't know what your favorite restaurant is, Jericho. You're at your favorite restaurant with your wife. You're having your favorite meal. The appetizer's been good. The soup was amazing. Your steak or whatever is perfect. The bread, the butter, the wine, whatever you're having. This is like the meal of your life. and a flaming dead guy lands next to you, would you be able to eat that dinner again, or would that traumatize you?
No, I would stand up and hold my plate and like step out of the way and finish eating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be eating over his flaming corpse.
If the meal's that good, I'm not stopping.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you? You'd hold your plate and warm it if it was getting a little cold.
I want that shot, Jericho. We are making that video. Like, we'll find a way to comp it in where you're eating, and then right before he falls, you pick up your plate, just turn slightly to the side, and wham!
I mean, why stop? That meal sounds delicious. I'm not stopping. I didn't kill the guy. He didn't land on me, so the show must go on.
Do you have a food that you're grossed out on that you can't eat because you got sick or threw up? I ate in my fat boy days when I was working at Wildstorm. I blew up to 320, and it wasn't muscle. It was not good.
Dang it.
And
was it all lean?
No, it was not. It was a lot. I didn't lift weights back then. Nothing. It was bad. And I would eat like a pig, and I didn't think about it. I still ate like I was in my 20s. I was in my early 30s. This is over 10, 12 years ago. I ate an entire bag of Maui onion potato chips and like some other shit on my lunch break. And I threw it up so hard, I don't ever want to eat a Maui onion chip again. Do you have a food like that you got traumatized and you don't ever want to taste it again?
Yeah. Every Wednesday night until I was 14 years old, we had liver and onions for dinner.
Oh.
And I hate liver.
Oh.
Hate it. I would have liver for dinner on Wednesday night and the other half of it for breakfast on Thursday morning.
Oh.
Because I would never finish it. My dad would put saran wrap over my plate and put it in the fridge. And while everybody else was eating pancakes and waffles or eggs and shit or whatever he was making, I had to finish my liver from the night before.
Nothing like cold liver.
The only thing worse than fresh liver is cold liver that's been in the fridge overnight. And my dad was an excellent cook. He was a chef, so it wasn't the quality. It's just it tasted like a fucking Band-Aid. And I hate the mealy, gritty texture of it. Hated it. So since I was 14 years old, it has never crossed these luscious lips.
Oh. Shanth, what is your...
No, I don't have any food I associate with anything bad, but I do have a movie, oddly, which is I cannot watch Clear and Present Danger. And there's a reason. I was watching Clear and Present Danger when my appendix ruptured.
Oh,
so man. That is like, it's the worst memory to have tied to a flick because I was just like, you're going through the stages of how bad is this? And then you go, oh man, it's moving down to the lower right quadrant. Shit. Like, how it all works.
Oh man.
But yeah, so when I see that movie, I'm like, I could do without.
Well, if there's a movie you could do without, it'd probably be Clear and Present Danger. It wasn't all that. It's one of those, yeah.
All right. John wants to know what my baseline weight is. No one loves talking about keto and diet. That's boring. I'll make this fast. For my 44th birthday, July 24th, about a month ago, I decided I was going to give myself 6-pack abs. That's my present from me to me. I'm down over 20 pounds. I only eat ketogenically. This is all very boring, but I just want to answer your question. I was about 290 when I started. So I'm somewhere like in the 270s, high 260, something like that. But I've kept my muscle. So I eat a lot of protein. I eat a ton of fat. And I cry when I think about tortillas. And I think about beans and all those great Mexican things that make you fat, like corn tortillas and rice. And I just don't eat it. But it's funny. I'll stop the diet stuff in just a second. I've avoided eating carbohydrates for like 7 weeks now. And I kind of don't like them anymore. The thought of eating like a big piece of cake or a big pile of beans, it is kind of gross to me now. So something's changing, and if I like soda, I can't even finish one can of soda. It tastes like pancake syrup. So I don't know. They say your palate changes. Maybe it's psychosomatic. I have no idea, but I'm glad I don't crave that stuff like I used to. So, diet section over. No one wants to hear about my diet. So, anyway, his buddy's dead. He took 2 to the chest from Gap Tooth. And, and then we go and interrupt Delaplane's dinner with his gorgeous wife.
Yes.
That's right.
Vanity is hot when she upstages Sharon Stone.
That's what I was going to say, man. This goes back to that whole conversation where, we talk about the difference between an actor and a star. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when you get a star in a movie, you can't build those. You can't manufacture them. God knows they try, but you can't manufacture them because there's just something about them that is is just different. It's not about you. It's not about perfection. It's about the fortunate arrangement of their different qualities, their different characteristics. Right. Vanity has that. Sharon Stone has her own version of it, but is she, in terms of looks, does she stop traffic? No. Vanity, I mean, it depends on the person, but to me, Vanity is in this movie because she stops traffic. That's right. What it is.
Now, to be fair, I think Vanity is prettier, but Sharon Stone's character is always dour in this movie. She's always miserable. True. She's always miserable because she's with this son of a bitch, psycho, killer, weirdo. Yeah. And one thing that's very attractive about women, once we get past their looks, is that sweetness, that light in their eyes, that glowing, golden, feminine energy of just love and positivity. And the script doesn't allow her to do that. And that's good. She's a good actress, or at least good enough in this, where she is portraying a miserable trophy wife in this movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she plays that well. This is where he takes some black and whites to show Peter Delaplane at his brunch or whatever. And Sharon Stone, she's looking good now.
Right.
Jericho's like, listen, let's have some balance here.
She's she's fine as hell. And there's a part later on where she meets up with Jericho Jackson again. I think she looks even better.
She looks cute in that scene. She intentionally is dressing cute for some reason because she's heading out, I think. So yeah. But here she's just always like making that face all the time.
Yeah, she ain't eating her food or cottage cheese and fresh fruit. Looks like.
Yeah. And this guy, he is in every actor. You know where I always remember him from? I hope I have this right. Rapid Fire with Brandon Lee. Isn't he one of the bad guys?
He fights him towards the end when the factory's on fire.
He's in so many.
He's the shit, man. And Big Trouble in Little China.
Right.
They pulled in all the Asian actors for that.
He's the guy with the cleaver, man. And I will tell you, if you want to have a mind-shattering experience, get the Shout Factory, Big Trouble in Little China Blu-ray. Look at the bonus features. They interview him, and he's like, yeah, man, like when I was in that movie, it's like a total like California surfer dude voice. And you're just like going, because he was the guy who had the meat cleaver, like
he never talked. Like he yelled.
Yeah.
But he never, dude never got a speaking role. I don't even know what his voice sounds like to this day.
Yeah.
I realized because he's in so many movies and he never speaks, I think I subconsciously thought he didn't know English.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Polo Young in Bloodsport, he doesn't really know English. He has like 2 lines in that movie. And I think subconsciously, I just figured the same thing. This guy wasn't from America and didn't speak English, but according to Sean, clearly he's like got a Valley Boy accent or something like that.
Man, it's something special.
I don't even want to look it up. I don't want to see it because I don't
want to hear it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. Don't make the mistake.
Dude, this guy, as far as I'm concerned, he can't even speak. But he was in, if you needed a cold-looking Asian dude to whoop some ass, this was the guy that you got.
It's funny.
From Die Hard.
Some guys, Die Hard is a great thing you brought up. Some guys look more badass when they start to go bald. Bruce Willis, this guy, and Chris Maloney from Law and Order SUV and the Superman movie, their receding hair like makes them look macho and masculine, actually. Some guys look like a mess when they go bald, unfortunately. But this guy's baldness is like part of his fucking badassness.
Dude, he probably he contractually was not allowed to shave his face or mess with his hair because this is him in every movie.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, and the best part ever for me with this dude was when he was in Die Hard and they're taking their position because they know they're about ready to try to breach, the Nakatomi Plaza, right? And he's all set up, he's got his gun and he looks in front of him and there's a freaking candy, thing, and he reaches in, grabs a candy bar, and he's like just nonchalantly chewing this candy bar before they go to work. That's the character of the villains. Like we say things like the computer guy, Theo in Die Hard. He's like, and the quarterback is toast. Like he's making sports references. The other guy is the Southern guy. I was wondering when you were going to call. Like you've got all the different guys. In this flick, it's the same thing. We need a return to the non-NPC villains in these movies. And Craig T. Nelson was at that time, I'm imagining, cast against type for this.
Right.
But he was great in it. He showed his range. His voice.
Yeah, I heard Craig T. Nelson talk about doing stand-up comedy in like Greenwich Village in the 60s when he was like in his 20s. Yeah. And he had a buddy, and the two of them, and I'll never forget the bit he said they did, made me laugh so hard. I didn't see the bit, but the way he described it, I think it would be very funny. Him and his friend go on stage and sit on stools with guitars, and they'd start to tune their guitars. And he said they just tuned them for like 10 minutes straight. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could have seen that.
Like commitment to the bit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's great.
So he's a comedic actor. He's a serious actor. And casting him against Hep, I think, is great. And what you said, Sean, is so insightful that he's not, nowadays he'd be an NPC, a white man who hates black people and blah, 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 and gay people and whatever. He hates everyone, Nazi Trump supporter. But here, he's evil because he's a narcissist, and it's all about him. And this scene is pivotal to me. And then the other one with you know what later to show he is truly evil because
he hates everybody. He's an equal opportunity hater.
Right. You could say he bumped off some union guys. That's bad to have people assassinated, but I get it for criminals. But here he's doing karate training with his trainer, and he gets the upper hand, knocks the guy down, and he reaches to help the guy up, and it's a fake out. Grabs the guy and like breaks his shoulder or something. Yeah. And you're like, you just did that for the fun of it. Like,
why'd you do that?
Right.
James Liu, by the way, is this guy's name. And another, like in this scene, again, like did he talk? He might have talked in Big Trouble in Little China.
He had the best line. Yeah, best line where he goes, you guys speak English? He's like, man, who is this guy? That's the best part, man.
But to juxtapose that, in this one, he just goes, like when he's like, Craig T. Nelson gets him the first time, then he's like, tell him like, come on, let's go. But he says, and he doesn't like even speak English. You don't even know, damn, like, you know, where's this guy from? He must have got this guy like straight from the motherland. That's how serious he is about his training. And then, like you said, Gabe, he's a dick. And ends up hurting the guy in the end.
So that's good. Again, that's good writing. Unlike the SJW, Lord of the Rings, and all the DC Comics nonsense, you plant something and you use logic and storytelling. A plus B is C. It's a concept when we write. Shanta's a writer. I'm a writer. There's a concept in writing called verisimilitude. The story can be about anything, magic, time travel, whatever, but it has to agree with itself internally. And I always tell people like, Jon Snow is fighting a dragon in Game of Thrones. We can all believe that. It's fantastic. But what if Jon Snow got away in a Jeep Grand Cherokee? That's how he escaped. We'd all be like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So when you start seeing all this identity politics and all that stuff, that's why it doesn't feel good to you. You're not a bigot, it turns out. What it is they're not respecting the verisimilitude of the story. They're just cramming identity politics in. And that's why we love this show and we love these movies, because they tend not to do that in this stuff.
Yeah. You know? And, you know, it's interesting. I just shared an image just because I do. This is the thing that gets me. So this is the sketch by the Italian artist. He's a famous Italian poster artist.
Wow.
And he did movies for everything. So this was the sketch for the Action Jackson poster that we saw earlier, right? Where they had, you know, him, and then they had the what do you call it? The him, you know, jumping in that sequence where they've got him, you know, tied up and he's fighting. Pose. But if you look at this poster, like the sketch for this design, where he's got the cigar, he's got, you know, his arm over the girl. To me, the rawness of this is the poster for me. The explosion, all of it. I love this, man. I love the sketch.
Look at the amount.
What a deep cut. That killing is, you know, it's not a major character who's being killed there, but that's a pretty deep cut there for that scene. Yeah.
Right.
And it's all about, it's got the fire, the explosion, the toughness of the dude.
Right.
You know, you're going to get an ass-kicking movie when you see this, and it just captures it so much better than the James Bond poster we got.
Right.
I mean, it's just, this is, a million times better.
What we learn in drawing, if you want to draw comics or storyboards, whatever, the most important thing to learn, to emphasize, to me, in my opinion, is hands and faces. That's the most expressive thing. The faces here are great. And I'm not kidding when I say this. The amount of swagger in Carl Weathers' hand holding that cigar is amazing. That hand, I'm not joking. As someone that draws hands, that hand has swagger in it. You could tell the way he's on that cigar, not afraid to touch a woman. This guy's a badass.
Yeah,
you know
yes.
what I mean?
And it's almost like this is my woman. Back up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, this is mine. Keep it
Right.
moving. She's
Or
fine.
you will end up like that dude right down there. Like that's what I love about it, man.
Yeah, that guy didn't listen. So
yep.
I'll shove PG&E up your ass if you mess with my girl.
Right. That's what's causing the rolling blackouts here in California. So
that's right.
Someone's fucking with vanity.
Did you see
right.
Gavin, our great governor of California, Gavin Newsom, came on like Twitter, social media, whatever, and told us we all got to conserve energy this evening, to pull together whatever it is. And I think, you're the leader. It should start with you. If you're going to put rolling blackouts, shouldn't it be like you first? I always wonder when they take a blackout to somebody's neighborhood, is the governor's mansion still 68 degrees? You know what I mean?
Of course.
Or all the Democrat offices in our Congress and Senate, state Congress, Senate, are those still 68 degrees? Because if they're not, they should be. Turn off the air conditioning there for sure.
No, he's on the hill looking down at the minions, drinking his stem cell tea, laughing at it.
Here's what this dumb fuck did. This is the picture from today. He came on telling us all we can't use air conditioner, you can't charge your Tesla. And it's a heat wave, record heat wave, I guess. And you'll notice what he's wearing in a heat wave. Now you'll notice I'm wearing a t-shirt.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Why is he wearing a long sleeve jacket? You know why? Because where he is 63 degrees.
Yep, nice and cool.
So
take that fucking hat off. Don't try to connect with me on some fucking blue collar level.
I was waiting for you to say that, man.
Take that shit off. This is the equivalent to where you see them during campaign season, and in the ad, there's always the scene where they're on a construction site. They got a denim shirt rolled up to their forearms
hold
and
on.
a hard hat.
It's the rolling up the sleeves is the most cringe, fakest bullshit ever. This guy's dad was the lead counsel for Getty Oil, one of the richest families ever. The Getty family, Standard Oil, I believe, one of the richest corporations like in the last 100 years. His dad was their main lawyer. Yeah. And he talked about growing up poor with a single mom. Bullshit,
get the fuck out of here.
If I run for office, I'm going to tell you this, though. I will roll up my sleeves when I eat both pork and beef ribs. That's how I'm going to connect with the common man. They're going to be like, man, I mean, watching them rib 27, I started feeling sick. You know what I mean? I can't eat ribs anymore.
But he powered through. He got my vote.
For America.
Unless you're Don Johnson, roll your fucking sleeves down.
That's right.
Unless you have a pastel shirt underneath a white cotton blazer, roll your sleeves down, take that hat off your head, and stop trying to blow smoke up my ass. You're not the working man.
Playing.
Get the fuck.
Now, am I the first person to see this?
No, yeah, that's right.
Come on, it's the same fucking guy, right?
It probably is. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You'll have to all excuse me for one moment. It is hot here, and my drink is empty. If you guys could go forward a little bit, we're right here where she overhears the meeting.
Remember go back to see this right with just her.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab.
Yeah, we'll cover this part. This may take us 10 minutes. Go ahead, Jerry.
Don't worry. Right before this part, she's getting out of the shower, and two things happen in that scene. Number one, the saxophone. That's the Lethal Weapon, all that shit. In the 80s action movie, somewhere there's got to be a little saxophone in there. So the saxophone, when she's getting out of the shower, and then she takes a towel, and she doesn't wrap her hair up in it like women do in real life. What she does is she takes a towel and pats her neck, right here, her chest, and the back of her neck, very sexy. And then she puts on her robe. You get a little Sharon Stone titty. No one's mad at that. A Sharon Stone titty in the 80s. I'll take it twice on Sunday. And earlier, when Peter Delaplane comes to the club, you get some vanity titty too. So here she's, getting out of the shower. She's patting herself dry, gets her little, little perfume behind the ears. And then she cracks the door open and hears Delaplane's henchman on the phone talking about some shit that's going to go down. But even as a kid, I remember thinking she opens the door like this wide. Yeah. Like, how is a dude not going to see her when she opens the door 2 feet wide?
That was an excellent play-by-play, Jericho. I have to take exception with one thing. You also get a glimpse of her rear end before when she goes through the door. So this was, and I do have to say I resent it. This was Sharon's play to try to move me in favor of her.
Ooh.
And I have to tell you, well played, but touche. But, yeah, and I remember, I mean, you guys were talking about it, even though, you know, for Gabe, you know, you're not black, you could identify with Action Jackson.
Yeah, that's weird.
I remember watching this movie, and even though I'm not a towel,
yeah,
I really aspired and identified with the towel Sharon Stone was using.
I think John has got this perfectly right.
Let the girls
fight.
Let them fight.
I mean, like I mentioned when you were gone, Gabe. She patted her. It was very sexy the way she kind of just patted her neck dry. I mean, come on, Sharon Stone. Come on.
Yeah, like Miss Parker and Friday. She knew what the hell she was doing.
That's right, man.
Little ass shorts on.
Oh my God, we got to do Friday, guys. You kidding?
Yeah, we have to, man. And this is a cat from Dark
comedy here. We don't do comedy, but that is a classic '90s movie.
That was 87% of our conversation on campus. I was a sophomore in high school when that came out, and all we would say to each other is Friday quotes.
Yes.
I was a senior, and like Showdown Little Tokyo, I think I've seen that movie 20 times. I love When You Gonna Let Me Fuck, Miss Parker?
What'd you say? Oh, nothing. Oh, yeah.
Every time I come in the kitchen.
You in the kitchen, in the goddamn refrigerator. I met John
the
Witherspoon.
pig's feet. We said that all the time.
Yeah, he said all the hog maw, all the collard green, all the pig feet. I met that dude one time, man. I got to work at the radio station. It was my 27th birthday, and none of this was planned. It just happened that way. I walk into the studio, and it's Gabriel Iglesias, Ari Spears from Mad TV, and John Witherspoon. And the stuff on air was funny, but when we went to commercial and the microphones were off and we were talking shit in the studio, that was hilarious. They were all firing on all cylinders. You know, like we mentioned last time, when you're just in the groove and you're drawing something and your mind and your hands are just connecting and it's just flowing and everything is fire. That's what it was with all three of these fucking comedians in there at the same time. I mean, I did the equivalent of 2,000 crunches in the hour that these dudes were on there just telling stories about doing coke with Johnny Carson on Thanksgiving, all these impressions and shit. It was hilarious. But John Witherspoon is an honest to God hilarious dude. Or he was. R.I.P.
Yeah, very funny. The first Friday is a classic. The sequels I'm not fond of. They're whatever.
No need to do those.
Yeah. Just once Chris Tucker was gone, it wasn't the same. You know, I don't know why he didn't come back, but man. So I don't know. But I got a lot of Hollywood stories because my daughter, as you guys know, is a stand-up comedian, and she's been doing it open mic amateur since she was 16. But as of the last 3-4 months, she is now paid, and she just booked another show last night with Vicky Barbalak, who's all over Hollywood and Vegas all the time. She's going to do her show, and I think two more shows she's booked. So I think she has 3 more paid shows coming up. So my daughter's killing it in that stuff. And she lived up in Hollywood for a year right before COVID, worked at the Comedy Store. That is the most famous comedy club in the world on Sunset. That's Richard Pryor did his great one there, Richard Pryor on the Sunset Strip, and Jerry Seinfeld, everyone. So we've toured the Comedy Store because that's Pauly Shore's family owns it. And that was my daughter's comedy teacher, Sandy Shore. She passed away, rest in peace. But so we know the Shores. My daughter loved Sandy. Sandy loved her. And they took us into the secret rooms and the back rooms. And there's a green room in the Comedy Store just for the comics. And in there's a coffee table that is a little piano. And it's all mirrors on every surface.
Wow.
And legend has it, give that thing a whack, about $400 worth of cocaine's going to come off of it.
So, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
The kilo's going to fall out of it.
I'll say this too, man, just on this one photo, because I always think this is a big thing that people miss. Sharon Stone at this point, to me, where she looked her most attractive is when she let herself look the most natural. You know what I mean? The more makeup she put on, I don't think it ever. You know what I'm saying?
Right
Like
there.
I don't think it ever. Yeah, exactly right.
Right
You know
there.
what I'm saying? It just she's just, and that was the thing. The weirdest thing, man. I can't get over it. One of the worst posters for a great movie ever is the poster they went with in the States for Action Jackson.
Right.
Because the movie, the characters were much more natural, much more accessible. And you've got a character, you've got a movie star, but you've got an actor who is that audiences have already connected with. Putting him in that garb is like, it disconnects you. You know, he looks fake. He looks, I don't think anybody connect with, Roger Moore the way they connected with Carl Weathers. I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make a damn bit of sense for this flick.
No, I would like to pick the art director's brain and
right there.
That's it.
That's all they need to do right there.
Yeah, this when we, and again, I'm in a little mood to kind of bag on SJWs as I usually do. If you haven't seen my work on Twitter clowning Mark Brooks, please go to my Twitter. We've been having a lot of fun with our friend Mark Brooks, SJW asshole Marvel Comics cover artist. We've been having a lot of laughs at his expense. But this is why beauty matters in art. This is why verisimilitude matters. You can't just do anything and call art successful. You were an art professor forever, Sean. You know that. You can draw anything. You can be a fraud like Jackson Pollock, but it isn't successful art because it doesn't move anyone. It doesn't convey the right message, whatever. And there are rules to art, whether people like it or not.
Yeah, and Jericho, you were talking about this before about being in the zone, and I think a lot of people, what people don't appreciate is the skill set you have to have when you were doing. I mean, I remember just thinking to myself, how is Jericho driving, talking on his way to work? Like, where's his mind? And he just gets into character and he just goes into this, right? But this is the crazy thing, right? The same thing that's the case with these posters, right? We all have movie posters we look to that are just iconic, burned into our brain. This is a movie that's burned into our brain, but it never got the benefit of a poster that lived up to what the flick was. Right. That one looks like, again, it looks like a spy movie. It clearly they were going for that, but in a weird way, it doesn't work with the title. And just to answer Dead Punk Gage in the chat, Sharon Stone in Total Recall is a little bit of all right. So I'm going to go with Total Recall.
Consider this a divorce.
Yeah.
Consider this a divorce.
Listen, I'm going to say something that I said this to my wife before, and she knows this, so it's out. Our marriage is there's honesty here. But when does, like, I've lived a lot of life. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen a lot of trends come and go. Why the hell is it a woman in 80s workout clothes still works? Suspenders. What the hell was that stuff, man? It still works. What the hell?
That's the important thing. It still works.
Still working.
Welcome, welcome, Jonathan Rossi Ganol. Don't know if I said that right. You said you're new around here, so welcome. We have a lot of fun here talking about 80s and 90s action movies.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun here. There's no faking enthusiasm here. We love this stuff.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, he meets up with Sharon Stone, and what do they talk? Man, I've only seen this movie twice. What in the hell are they talking about? What is this scene? Who can help?
He's asking her, like, have you heard anything, with guys that he's hanging around? Have you heard him talking? And then she goes, yeah, I heard his guy talking about, taking care of something. He mentioned some names and shit like that. Right. And he's like, okay, let's go down to the precinct. And then Gaptooth, he happens to be in the neighborhood in a taxi cab, and he's not going to have that shit. Right. So they get outside, and he's about to smear them along the side of these parked cars.
Dude, that was rough.
Action Jackson, he's too smart for that, grabs her, rolls over the car, saves her life. And then she's laying on the ground. He's on top of her, and he gets up, and she goes, he tells her, I got to catch a cab. And he takes off again. Perfect 80s, 90s movies, action, one-liners. So far we have, so he had a spare. And then now we have, I got to catch a cab. Now, you might be thinking with your normal human brain, I'm going to flag down a cab, right? Is that what you think is going to do? But you forgot that earlier when his buddy Tony was all crazy and shit, he was talking about how Action was a track star.
Right.
This is where his old track days come into play. Now, we've seen in other action movies where the good guy will take an angle. Like I remember watching U.S. Marshals not too long ago. That scene in the cemetery, Wesley Snipes is speeding out, so Tommy Lee Jones has to take an angle to beat him to the exit. Action Jackson don't believe in angles.
Nope.
Action Jackson is going to run behind you. He's going to run behind you until he catches you, even though you're in an automobile powered by a machine. But he's powered by
other questions about Gaptooth, our friend here.
Yeah.
He's an assassin.
He's crazy.
He is.
But why is he also a cab driver? Does Delaplane not pay him enough to be
Action Jackson? First of all, Action Jackson don't take angles needs to be on a shirt. That's all there is to it. I want that, but the one thing you left out that I gotta go back and say is one of my favorite bits of story is before he grabs her and yanks her out of the way and himself out of the way of that oncoming car, she's way through a sentence going, "Why do they call you Action Jack?" And then he shows you. Beautiful.
So again,
and not only does he have to take a job as a cab driver, Delaplane has him working for him while he's working his cab job. Because now you got to go off your route. Action Jackson's at this restaurant. I need you to fuck him up while you're on the clock at your cab job. And he does his best.
A little John Henry versus the Machine here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, there's a technique in comic books. One thing we have in comics that you don't have in movies is the page turn. And in storytelling, there's a neat trick you can do where you can have a quote, you can have a dialogue balloon start at the end of a right side page, right? And it's at the very bottom corner. And then the end of that sentence is on the top left of the next page. And then the image is like like a flash. And I feel a little bit of this right here when Sharon Stone says, "Why do they call you Action?" If this were a comic book, in that panel, they'd be there together. Sharon Stone and Action would be in the final panel of a right-hand page. She'd ask him that, and she'd say, "Why do they call you?" You'd flip it, and the top left, it would say ... Action. And then he'd be jumping on the top of the cab or whatever. So it's a great storytelling device. I love that. So
something you guys might not know about me is you don't know how badly I wanted to run and then jump on top of a moving car because of this movie. He runs, and they show him. Somebody who was in the A-Team television show franchise must have had a hand in this because it shows him jumping. The camera's from underneath. He's like flying through the air and lands on top of this cab.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, just the way they shot it, the scene that's coming up when he shows his acrobatic skills, it's kind of the same thing, a shot from underneath. Like when Mr. T, when B.A. Baracus would grab a guy and throw him, they always film it from underneath where you see him bringing the guy across, and throwing him.
Yep.
The shit was beautiful, man.
Beautiful.
I got the video. I won't play it for the copyright, but I'll click through here a little bit. So they leave where they were talking.
About 3 seconds right there. I can't imagine they'd grab us for that.
I'll play it right here.
Car screech. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me turn the sound on, dude. So they're coming out.
Boom.
Beautiful. And see, that car was really speeding. So you better get this right, Carl.
Yeah, Carl.
You better get this right.
Right. So that is such great rhythm to the storytelling. Why do they call you Action? Boom, 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 boom. And it's like the audience is almost asking it too. No, so you're getting your answer. This is why they call him Action.
Yeah.
And this is a wild scene. He's chasing it on foot. It's just, I'll play a little bit more.
Come on.
That cab never stood a chance.
And it had a head start.
Look at that.
He was talking to Sharon Stone on the ground for a second, and the car was speeding off. He had a head start.
And here's the jump. I'll play a little bit more. Here's the jump. Oh, he's already on. Sorry. But anyway, I'll stop playing it now because I don't want to get, I don't want him to shut us down or anything.
But when he jumped through the air, bruh, this shit was awesome. And then, of course, classic, you're on the roof. Right. So I'm going to, shoot some rounds through there. Even though he doesn't move the gun around, he just shoots in the same spot for like 15 rounds.
Right.
But, you know, whatever. He was driving. He had other things to
Right.
concentrate on.
Yeah.
But,
The action movies were less about being realistic as much as they were just aiming to be tantalizing. Jonathan, yes. The first Mike Barron, the Eisner-winning legendary comic writer, one of my best friends, he says our first goal is to entertain.
Yeah.
So as a storyteller myself, making comics, Sean too, Jericho maybe eventually. I don't know. I think he's interested. The first goal is to entertain. I think you might, John. I think you might.
Maybe from a
writer.
Know, a writer. Yeah. Artistic drawing, no, you don't want me anywhere near that. But writing, yeah. Believe me, I'm listening. I'm picking up little tidbits here.
Right. But absolutely, someone is accusing Jackson of being juiced. Listen, Justin, I don't care. I hope he's juiced.
Oh, you know what? Action Jackson is juiced because when he gets home from the Peter Delaplane Businessman of the Year, he has a glass of cranberry juice. That's the only juice.
Exactly.
That's the only juice he's dealing with. That's all
Didn't you
natural.
hear his origin? His father was a cheetah, and Bigfoot was like, you know what it is? It reminded me of that SNL skit, Bill Brasky. When they go, Bill Brasky bit a log cabin in half. You know, like just making up these crazy stories. But yeah, man, I absolutely love the fun of this. And this is the crazy thing, right? You can't, when I watch action movies, and when I was watching this again today, you're laughing, you're clapping, it's great to be in this. And I think it's sort of funny to kind of, that people are paying money. It's like they're being robbed to have these sullen diatribes, these sullen lectures given to them in the movie theater. I remember, it's funny. I did not like the characterization at all of Black Panther in the movie Black Panther. But in Civil War, I had that glimpse when his father is taken out before they destroyed his father's character in the sequel. And he's chasing the car on foot because one of the characters I drew the most as a kid from How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way was John Buscema's Black Panther because he was in this really awesome pose. I actually use it in my stuff a lot. But that running and chasing down the car and jumping on rooftops gave me glimpses of the 80s. So it can be done. The problem is what happens next, the need for the constant sort of undercutting of it. And in this, he's like, take me on, put the gun aside. You want to kill me? Run me over. I mean, damn.
Dude, he said, don't shoot me, chicken shit. I'm not packing. Come on, chicken shit. Come on. And the dude just drops the gun. He's like, fuck it. Revving the engine. And then, he goes after him. But like I said, they didn't know that he had acrobatic skills too.
Right.
That's right, man.
You have all this insane cartoon action. You're right. He challenges the guy not to shoot him, but to run him over. The guy crashes and flies through the window. But I can't help but think that a little twerking would make this better. God.
Fuck, dude.
You know what I mean? Like, I think if we added that in, some more diversity, some more stuff like that. Can you imagine? They would probably say nowadays that this movie wasn't diverse. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And Vanity, she would have to be back to back with him kicking bad guys' asses too and shit like that.
She'd be better than him and smarter than him.
Yeah, and she wouldn't let him forget it either. You dumb, you stupid man. And when he gets the guy to run him over instead of shoot him, the guy burns rubber, heads towards him. Action Jackson starts running toward the car. And then right when you think Action Jackson's going to get hit, he does a front flip over the car. You see him land in the background behind the car. The guy looks back. When he turns back around, boom, car goes up. Lands in a car dealership, I think. And of course, that slope back Cadillac happened to be right there to make the perfect ramp to flip the car. Thank you, 80s. I love you.
But odd thing about this movie though, if they did it today, no change to Craig T. Nelson's character, interestingly.
I was going to say they would add some racism, but it's in there. You hear it toward the end of the movie.
Isn't that the funny part? They think, and this is an action movie. Their commentary makes this look like Shakespeare. Like there's so much more over the top than this. Yep. But again, you have to erase the past to claim you invented something that already exists. And I loved the aspect of this. This was a great bit here that I really liked the writing on it, which is the note that Action Jackson gets from her. It's ambiguous enough to make you think there was something going on between them, which of course plays into what happens next.
Yep. And when he reads this note, of course, he's wrecked half the city in that chase scene. I remember there was a truck full of propane or acetylene or oxygen tanks.
Yeah.
They crash. Boom. There's an explosion. There's destruction of property. The car flips over and lands on a car dealership, destroys a building. So, of course, you've wrecked the city. The mayor's breathing down my neck. Here comes the yelling police captain. You don't have a good action movie until you have a yelling police captain. So he gets back and then he reads the note, Jackson! And then you look back and the note's floating like this. Like he ran so fast, the note is still floating in the air.
Yeah. I think that's a great thing in the hero's journey. The hero starts off Luke Skywalker. He's not strong, doesn't have the powers yet. Goes through all the trouble, gets the powers, kills Darth Vader, whatever. You have an established character like Action Jackson. He is powerful and like high-level badass. But what I like in these movies is they always bust them down. They take their good world they had, Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, whatever, Steven Seagal, and they're, Casey Ryback is just a cook. And Action Jackson is now sergeant, and he doesn't go out on the street much anymore. And I love that they have to go through a hero's journey again to get their powers back and to get their rank back and all that.
Yeah, well, let me say this too, though, and this is because 100% agree. I will say that nobody comes close to Inspector Todd in Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh man, that's
nobody comes close.
They're all modeled after him.
Yeah, I mean nobody, and I will say this though too is that we may have to do Beverly Hills Cop again.
Why not?
Because that movie. If you like it, Jericho, I think you mentioned you liked it, but I could be wrong, man.
Bring it on, man. That movie. Awesome.
Axel Foley was one of my heroes. I mean, seriously, a serious childhood hero. We double VCR recorded that when we rented it, so we could watch it over and over and over again. I have that movie committed to memory, and even though it doesn't appear till the sequel, one of my lifelong goals is to make enough money to buy a very good one day of the Detroit Lions jacket he has in Beverly Hills Cop 2, because that is an outstanding jacket, man.
Yeah, the black was that felt or whatever? Yeah, and then the white leather sleeves. Inspector Todd in the first one came in the police locker room. He didn't even call him to his office. He came in the police locker room to bitch his ass out.
Yeah. You're damn right, wise ass. The best one ever. When he goes, what does he say? He goes, the deputy chief just chewed my ass off. You can see I don't have any left.
He's all, Inspector Todd, he's all, you got a little bit of ass left.
Don't fuck with me, Foley.
Yeah, and then Paul Reiser.
Not right now.
Paul Reiser, too. This isn't my office. Like, he was a, man, we can do part 1, part 2, whatever you want to do. Beverly Hills Cop was the
part
shit.
1 too. Yeah, it is great, man. Yeah, it's great. And just the part where he goes, God, what was the thing? What is it? Oh, a hoodlum friend, he goes, and whoever took him out wasn't worried about your narrow ass, or else you'd be lying in that meat wagon beside him.
Yeah.
That was some shit. That movie was amazing.
A meat wagon? He's like, is this the man who wrecked the buffet at the Herald Club this morning?
Shit, man.
Now, you might want that Detroit Lions jacket. And I've mentioned this, I think, on this show before. I was at Man Theaters in Rancho Bernardo in the summer of 1989, waiting to see the Batman movie. And then while you were in line, they gave us all these brochures for every piece of Batman merchandise you can imagine. Toys, clothes, tank top, a bicycle. And the one thing that fascinated me as a 10-year-old was this fucking rhinestone Batman jacket.
Oh,
yes.
No,
we talked about that. Yeah.
No,
so if you get your Detroit Lions jacket, I'm getting this thing.
That's right.
It's on. I found one on eBay for $600.
It was a lot. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a woman in a Batman spandex outfit ever anywhere?
You have now.
I'm working on it.
Hey, Barb Rogers, one of the great fans. Thank you for the super sticker of the little dancing fox for $5 Canadian. That is very generous. Thank you very much. But yeah, I'm obsessed with this Batman jacket because as a child I saw it and I thought it was so ugly. Even as a kid, I thought it was so ugly. And I wondered, who has this jacket? Who
Oh man.
Who thought this was a good idea?
Oh
That's right.
man.
Look at this.
Somebody's got it. Somebody's have that jacket, man.
Someone has
and,
this thing.
And that's another movie we should do. The first Batman.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Come on.
1989, man. That was
Come on. He said you wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
Yeah, Nicholson.
Boom.
Man in that. Yeah.
Oh, you ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight? Yeah.
My favorite part in that movie, I will tell you this, guys. Like, we're talking, this is what I love about talking action movies, was when Jack Nicholson's just standing there, and Eckhart, who a lot of people don't know, played Porkins in Star Wars.
Oh.
Okay. So the guy who is playing the corrupt detective, he's like, I brought you a little snack, Eckhart. When Eckhart pulls the gun and Nicholson doesn't even move, his man puts the pistol on her shoulder. Bob, I love that. He goes, you better be sure. I freaking love that.
Dude, Bob.
So good.
Bob was the best, man. Bob, not only was Jack Nicholson badass, but his crew knew their job. Like you said, he didn't even have to do nothing. Bob came over the shoulder like, this is what I do.
Yeah.
If you don't put that thing away, I don't care if you're a cop or not. I'm going to shoot you. Man.
That's right.
That movie was the shit. Did it piss me off when he took out the Batwing? Yes. But that movie was great.
What about the fact that Prince made a song, Bat Dance?
That's right, man.
What in the world? Oh, what
hubba, hubba, hubba. Money, money, money. Who do you trust?
That's right, man.
What a time to be alive.
That movie was.
My friend David Williams, the illustrator of Truth, Justice, American Way. The link is in the description. Go buy it tonight, guys. He told me his favorite artist is Prince. He loves Prince.
Yeah.
David's 53, so he's writing that demo. He would have been a young man in the 80s and 90s. Loved Prince, seen him in concert, and he got a comic book project, I won't say with what company, with Prince.
Wow.
Just over the moon.
Yeah.
And usually when you work with a celebrity, their assistant, their office will call you and then say, Mr. Prince is ready to talk to you, and then they'll transfer it. Well, apparently Prince doesn't do that. He just calls you. So the editor, working with David and Prince on this project, they hadn't got started yet, gets a phone call, says like, hi, this is Prince. I'm calling for editor so-and-so. And the guy's like, would you stop fucking around? I'm waiting for Prince to call. And hangs up.
Oh, my God.
Dick.
Prince calls back like 3 more times, and the guy keeps doing it.
Damn.
And it didn't go well. So good job, editor. So, but he thought one of his buddies was messing with him. So,
but this is another thing. Let's talk about soundtracks for a second, right? Soundtracks. We were talking about the Pointer Sisters and being like the thing in Detroit, the thing in 80s movies. You talk about Prince, who was hired, I think, to do 1 song for the movie, and he wrote a 9-song album because he was Prince, because he was prolific. Yeah, did he challenge David to a game of basketball?
And then pancakes, right?
Yeah, what was it? Shirts versus
Shirts against the blouses. Shoot the J. Shoot it.
That's beautiful.
Shoot the J. Shoot it. Yeah, man, that was classic, man. And then people talk about the suit. He couldn't move his neck. I don't give a damn. That heavy rubber, plastic, whatever that suit was, the boots, everything was cool about that. And the scene toward the end where they're up in the bell tower or the top of that building fighting and shit, and he's taking on his goons with the swords and shit, man. That shit's all over. Other than part 2, I did like Batman Returns. But to be honest, if I could only get 2 of those movies, it's the first 2, and the rest of them I'll wipe my ass with. But those first 2 Batman movies,
it's iconic. It's iconic.
The first is superior because to me of like I do enjoy the first 2, but I will say the first is vastly superior because the late, unfortunately, was lost to medication that did not do good things to people's psychology. But Anton First did the production design on that flick. So he hired the team that designed the Batmobile, the Batwing, the Art Deco costumes, the giant, criminal lair with those paintings, those Art Deco paintings. You look out the window. That movie established Gotham as not being like New York, but really being a character. It was such an important film, man. Such an important film. And, it's the 80s. What didn't the 80s start,
No. Michelle Pfeiffer ruined women for Na playing Catwoman.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Damn, she was something else. Golly, SJWs, can you guys, you made your point. You hate beauty. Can you stop? Can we have beautiful women back in our media, in our entertainment? Sexy women, please. Handsome, competent man. This move right here, top right corner. As a 10 or 11-year-old, I was obsessed with one day getting in a fight and giving the elbow fist like Batman did in that film. I wanted to do that like my entire middle school and high school.
Oh, man.
It's like I got to go pick a fight with someone so I can give them the elbow, then the fist like that. So,
that movie was awesome, man.
Great
movie. That might be one of our up and coming, man. That's a great one. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, the fact that note puts him in the crosshairs without him knowing it, without her knowing it. I have to say this, man. Oh man, we'll get into it. We'll after the scene, but yeah, you really feel for Sharon in that part right there, man. That was some brutal. That was some brutal, uncalled for shit.
Real quick, why does he go back to the club to see Vanity? What's he doing there with her? I don't remember. I just watched this 2 days ago.
Because he knows that she's in his orbit. So he needs to talk to her and find out. Kind of the same thing with Sharon Stone. What does she know? What has she seen?
Can you get me into his party? You know?
Yeah, and then she performs, and then she goes backstage, and they make eye contact, and like he's sitting in the middle, that part right there where he's smiling. He's like sitting in the middle of the club, and she sees him, so she's almost performing for him.
Right.
And then
after her a standing ovation, I bet.
Yes, but an actual. Like with his two legs, not the third one.
Not with his third one.
And so she goes backstage. He follows a couple minutes later, and then that big no neck wall that works for her doesn't let him in. And he gives him the 1, 2, 3, don't do shit. Tries it again, don't do shit. He goes, I bet if I hit you again, you're probably going to take my little body and throw me through that wall. And he goes, I was thinking about it, but it goes against my Muslim beliefs.
Beautiful.
He goes, all right, I'm going to take off. And then he acts like he's going to walk away. Then he turns around, runs into him, takes him through the door. And then you see him hit his head on the corner of a table. He's out. And she's already
destroyed.
high. The table's fucking splinters. Look like had termites in it. And then but she's already high. So she's like, damn, all that. Was my show that good? She's all high and shit. Yeah. He's like, let's get out of here. And then so they take off to his place, and then it bounces between that scene and this one.
This is monstrous. Now, we already said he's killed union leaders. That's mafioso shit. It's bad, but it's like, okay, mafia guys do stuff like that. It doesn't mean he's the worst person on earth. It's terrible. But it's like, in that world, we get it. It's awful, but we get it. But then he breaks his karate instructor's shoulder. That's crazy. Then loose lips sink ships. He knows that Sharon is talking to people she shouldn't, and he shoots his own wife in the gut and kills her.
Not only that, they're having a moment. They're kissing each other.
Yeah.
She feels the gun he has in his waistband, in the back of his waistband. They go at it some more, and he goes, I love you. You see her hand go down again. This time the gun is gone.
Yeah.
And then boom. And because his henchman brings back his gun. He said it's been clean. It's a 357. It's been cleaned and ported. He's all right, I'll try it out in the morning. That's when he sticks it in his back pocket. Then the henchman tells him, oh, by the way, she was talking to Jericho Jackson. He's like, okay, I got to fucking go upstairs and kill my bride for some reason. And then, 357 up against her belly. Boom.
Right.
Out of here. Killed his own wife.
In my own headcanon, I've made up that he also killed his first wife.
Yeah, no, I think they hint at that, don't they?
Yeah, well, because Sharon Stone is too young to be the mother of the guy whose arm Action Jackson ripped off, right? You wouldn't do that to a child. And here she's only 20-something. So there's no way she's the mother of the son of this guy. So
no, I think they mention that, don't they? They say he had a first wife, and she may have died under similar what the hell happened.
So he shot her. He shot her in the stomach. Same gun.
He's not done showing you what a monster he is, and we'll get to that.
Right.
Yeah.
You think this is the pinnacle of his monstership? Nope, not quite.
This man needs killing.
Captain Earl Armbruster. Just because Del Plane had a few family problems, and then Action Jackson says, the man's the son of a sexual psychopath. Man's son is a sexual psychopath. If I had family problems like that, I'd have myself neutered. That was when they were talking in the very beginning when they were
the man's son's a sexual psychopath. If I had problems like that, I'd have myself neutered.
There, you got it. You got
it. and then that's when the captain says, "Hey, I need to make sure your Action Jackson days are far behind you, even though you ripped a citizen's arm off." Okay.
Oh, Justin, have a good night, Justin. Thank you for being here, buddy.
Take care, Justin.
Yes. Peace out.
So here's my thing, right? So now, was that because you're talking about this movie, right? Coming after Predator, right?
Yeah, year after.
So was that a reference to him getting his arm taken off in Predator? That he ripped somebody else's arm off?
That was still shooting on the ground.
Yeah, was that revenge?
Yeah, man, damn nerve endings. Yeah. But and then there's the guy. Yeah, he's standing in front of the door, not going to let him through. Jackson gets through. Side note, she's still hot. And then
I gotta say, man, she could get you to do a lot of stupid things if you were young. I think Plato, the great philosopher, he has a quote, and I'm not even joking, that I think about. It's funny, but it's so true. And men will relate to this. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. But he said in his older age, it was great to be freed from the tyranny of lust. You remember being a young man and chasing booty and some of the dumb things a young Gabe may have done in the name of booty. Man. And this woman could have got my attention if I had been in her social circles.
You imagine if you were like,
good to be freed from the tyranny of lust as you get older, get a little smarter.
Because she's like maybe 30 in this movie.
Maybe.
So could you say between 28 and 30?
Right.
Could you imagine being 20 years old and getting caught in her web?
Oh my gosh.
You'd be man.
She'd have you around that little finger like it was nothing.
Yeah,
you would know if you were coming or going or what the
ignorant
hell.
Shit.
He was a great philosopher, but he, honest to God, never had to contend with ribs. And I don't think I'll get out of that web. I mean, I'm online. I'm like, I can't afford that Detroit Lions, jacket. But then other part of me is like saying, but that ribs hat, that I can get.
That's in my wheelhouse.
That's exactly right. That's the team I'm rooting for.
Right.
And actually, to answer that question, it's both.
Yes, it's
her and Apollonia were Prince's proteges.
Yep.
She was in a group called Vanity Girl 6. And then Apollonia was Apollonia. But yeah, they both come from the Prince tree.
Right.
The Prince coaching tree.
Right. Like Bill Walsh to
Mike
Holmgren to Shanahan.
Belichick. He spawned them all, man.
All the way down.
Yeah, the Prince coaching tree, man. And then so he tells her, my chariot awaits. And next thing you know, he's leather jacket clad. She's playing with his earlobes. So.
Yeah, there's Apollonia. She's fine too. I'm a vanity man, though, if I have to pick. I'll let Apollonia down easy. I'll let her down easy.
Apollonia, then Sheila E. She was another fine one. She was in Crush Groove.
Oh.
Sheila E. I think Prince had a type because all these women look like they're related. Yeah. Sheila E., Vanity, and Apollonia. They all look like they came
grown
from the same
in a lab of perfection. It was like, it was like CERN, like that's pretty much what it is, man.
Yeah, these women are from Petri dishes.
Right. I want to argue with Timmy Mello and tell him he's wrong, but there's no way in hell a 21, 22-year-old me could have handled this lady. She would have me buying shit, doing shit.
Oh,
moving across the country if she said so.
Yeah, you'd have a little, what do you call a ring they put through your septum. She would just fucking click you in right there, and you just follow me everywhere. But the rewards would be amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
occasionally you get the suckle of that nectar. Yeah, it'd be worth it.
Wow.
It'd be worth it.
She just takes one little stroke of the earlobe. You follow her home. That's the way it is, folks.
No questions asked.
You imagine you're out with her, shopping mall, had some lunch. There's some stupid jacket for $800 she wants, and you're like, no. And then she gives you the eyes and maybe rub your ear, and 2 fucking seconds later, you got your MasterCard out at the register.
Okay.
Like some sort of moron.
Yeah. You ever been in a house? I don't know if you guys have stairs in your house, but when I grew up, we had stairs in our house, and there were 2 light switches. There was a light switch at the top of the stairs and the bottom of the stairs. So from downstairs, you could turn the lights off upstairs. That's what would happen. Your downstairs would kill the power upstairs. Now that Crackett's knuckles. All right, boys, I'm in charge.
Your
Now you're in
downstairs
trouble.
is given a standing ovation.
Right.
It's
Let's get into that a little bit. Let's put Downstairs Man on trial.
Yeah.
He's like when you go out to eat and you're ordering all the appetizers and the soup and the steak and the side salad with the extra chicken breast, the dessert, bottles of wine, everything. Then the check comes.
Yeah.
Nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
You look over to where your downstairs friend, a fucking tumbleweed rolls by.
See ya.
That's right.
He's gone.
And he
He's
turned the lights back on upstairs.
He's like,
You hear
listen.
him.
He's
Yep.
like, I did my part. You get us out of this now.
Yep. They go to your downstairs. They go, here's your bill, sir. Hey, give it to that jerk off upstairs.
I just bought a bathtub of bouillabaisse.
Fuck needs 50 pounds. Who bought 50 pounds, 50 gallons of bouillabaisse? You know how many fucking holiday seasons 50 gallons is gonna last me?
Yeah, we're feeding the country.
We got a gallon for each state. Shit. Anyway, how we get there, guys? How did we get there?
Yeah, so he takes her home from the club.
But I don't know. We just saw Vanity and everything went.
But
down.
back at his apartment, the body of one Miss Delaplane is dead, and it looks like they're framing it so it makes it look like Action Jackson killed her. What I thought was so horrible, killing someone is the worst. But did they have to thankfully my daughter cropped this. He took her clothes off and posed her so maybe to imply rape or something too.
Yeah.
So just truly horrible.
Yeah,
Kills his own wife.
Kills.
Think about this. I'm not even joking here. Kills his own wife and then desecrates her dead body by making her naked for the cops and everyone to find.
Yep.
Monster, this guy. Absolute monster.
Yeah. And they put her in, I mean, they did some smart stuff with it too. They put her in this white outfit, when it happens. And so she's got this kind of pure, almost angelic quality. And she's, I believe in you. And yeah, I mean, what, you're just like, you fucking dick. It's just like, he needs killing. And I will tell you something. I don't know what caliber that weapon was, but we'll get there. That was a glorious bit of killing.
357.
Yeah, that's right. Oof. Right. And there you go. Yeah, and then they torch. Yeah, they the cell phone. Man, these people.
No, the answer machine.
The answer machine. Sorry, yeah, that's.
They hooked a bomb to the answer machine when she went over there, picked the phone up. It was supposed to blow up and kill her. Right. Now, this is a scene. It already blows up. He's like, "Let's get out of here." For some reason, he kicks the door open. There's no fire near the door. He could have just opened the door, but
he's Action Jackson. He's got a reputation with him.
And then you hear the whoosh, like his foot was moving so fast through the air that it made a whoosh sound. And then he kicked. Not only did he kick the door open, he kicked it open backwards. He didn't kick it in. He kicked it out. So he blew out the door jamb, all that shit. Just kicked it out in the fucking front yard. We're out of here.
Right. Yep. So they know they're on the run from now the cops and from the mafia assassin guys. So they go to this old friend of Action Jackson. I don't know what his deal is, but he always talks about
former fighter.
Take it easy on the dough.
Right.
Yeah.
And he runs a hotel where they can lay low.
Kid Sable, that's his name.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kid Sable. That comes in at the end too.
Right. Kid Sable. He used to be a fighter.
Finally get some recognition at the end, man.
Come on, Jackson. You know I run a respectable hotel.
Yeah, I love that. I run a respectable hotel, and he's like, room 32. Like, brilliant. I just freaking loved that, man.
The heroin guy. Yeah. So they're going back and forth. She wants to fuck. He don't want to. And she's like, last chance. You want to fuck? He's all, no thanks. Turns off the light. It leaves her all high and dry. I love it.
Right. Mm-hmm. So he was free from the tyranny of lust.
Yeah, he couldn't get up in that.
He was thinking with the big head.
Hey, leave the light on upstairs.
Yeah, he's reading The Art of War. He's seen this before. He knows how to,
Sun Tzu told him this shit was coming.
Yeah, he's slipping these shots. He's just like bobbing and weaving. God bless him.
Right. Yeah, you ever remember that Seinfeld where he's playing his brain against his dong in chess?
Yes.
In his imagination. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that.
His brain clearly won. He fought the temptation to bed vanity. Now, would any normal mortal man have the ability to tell vanity in a hotel room no thanks, and then reach over her and turn the light off? Probably not. But that's not.
Yep.
This movie isn't about a mortal man. This is about Action Jackson who chases down automobiles.
He's got to save his strength. He's got to save his strength for the fight. You know?
Hey, if I get with you, I got the guy downstairs taking on my strength. Then he's done. I got to go back upstairs. I don't got enough to fight Mr. Delaplane.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys. And this is the thing. Carl Weathers is, just to understand Carl Weathers, because it's become such a favorite video clip of ours to show, right? But Arnold Schwarzenegger, right, was famous for only one thing: as an exceptional physical specimen. Yes. So when you see them go, you son of a bitch, and clasp their hands together, and those arms are equal, they're attached to this man right here. People do not understand how big of a star Carl Weathers is. It's just, I mean,
hold on, let me go with it.
Here it is.
And he's a great actor.
He is, and he's an actor.
Dylan, son of a bitch.
Here you go.
Boom! Look at that shit. What's wrong, Dylan? See, I usually push too many pencils.
That's right.
Dude.
Yeah, man.
Trying to get to that moment. There we go.
Yeah. He goes like the distance, and he is the equal of both Schwarzenegger and Stallone.
Yep.
Right.
In freaking Rocky. Like, this is a guy who is a star. So of course,
because in Rocky, he had to be a good actor because Stallone had some chops, and especially the first two.
Yeah, he did.
I would say that the scene where he literally chases down a taxi cab speeding away that had a head start, there is no fucking way that Rocky is going to beat him on the beach.
That's right.
Right.
Yep. Now, no, that's bullshit after seeing Action Jackson.
Right.
You ever chase like a taxi cab anywhere? I tried one time, I couldn't catch him.
Hey, you probably ever chase a car or something like that?
Yeah. And he's like, oh yeah, but I got to give it a 15-minute head start.
If we get to Rocky IV ever, they remastered Rocky IV last year for the 35th anniversary, and he took the robot out. But if we do Rocky IV, we've got to talk about the talking robot in that movie. What in the hell? That was so weird.
What the hell? Yeah, man. I'd be glad to. But there's no way Rocky is going to beat Carl Weathers.
No way.
In a foot race. A car couldn't beat him in a foot race with a head start.
Right.
No way.
Right. So
there's Albert again.
Albert is what?
Albert.
Albert
service here?
Yeah. He works for the guy, and he's the same guy who passed out.
Well, why is Albert so sweaty? Is he living in California under Gavin Newsom where we can't run the fucking air conditioner?
No, man.
By the way, Newsom, when you sent out your little screed, I turned my air conditioner even lower, so eat it.
You prick, yeah. Take that, you prick, yeah. Fucking asshole. Him and his windbreaker, because his AC was blasting.
Right. So anyway, the cops find out where he is. They go to him and Vanity. Him and Vanity jump out the window. His car's been demolished. Why is his car demolished?
Got stripped.
Oh, he got stripped. Right. Just from being
because it was in Detroit.
That's pretty much why. And then they come out of that alley, and he puts the top up on the car, which as a kid I was like, why is he doing that? It's too late now. What, are you protecting what they didn't steal? Right. But that comes back in. And then they walk out of the alley. A guy bumps into him and takes his wallet, and then says another good line out of this movie, which is "fuck a duck."
We use that all the time.
Throws his wallet to the side.
Right.
There you go.
And then in the next scene, they're coming down the stairs. He goes, "Hey, did you steal my wallet?" He's like reaching back. She's like, "What? You think I stole your wallet?" Right. And it happened to be that little ne'er-do-well.
So then they go to like a bad guy hideout to get some more info.
Bad guy bar.
Yeah, and he gets taken to the back. Now, this guy in the Hawaiian shirt, that is the guy.
See, that's the other guy. That's what I was thinking of.
He's escorting Schwarzenegger on the plane in Commando.
Yeah, Commando.
That's what it is.
Schwarzenegger breaks his neck and says, "Oh, my friend, he's dead tired."
He asks for a blanket and a pillow. When she walks away, he acts like he's going to like reach down to his feet, comes back, elbow to the chops, gets him in a headlock. Of course, it's very easy to break a human neck when they're sitting next to you with a bad angle.
Right.
Breaks his neck. He takes the pillow and puts it in under his head, puts a blanket over, and then takes his hat, pulls it down, sleeping cowboy style.
Right.
And then she comes back in and goes, "Excuse me, don't bother my friend. He's dead tired." And then she just leaves him for the rest of the flight until they find him at the end. But that's where I was getting confused in the beginning when I was talking about, no, there's another guy from Predator. Yeah. I was mixed up. He's from Commando with the same Hawaiian, not the same exact, but this guy has a thing for, colorful button-up Hawaiian type shirts.
Right.
Yeah, that was a tragic thing, though. I mean, at Commando, I don't know if you guys stuck around for the end credit scenes where that guy's just going around baggage claim. Dead.
Nobody wanted to take care of him.
Nobody took it. She just loaded him on baggage claim.
Right. And
holy shit, man.
We don't have a picture, but Weathers was looking for another bad guy informant here. And they take him and
Papa
they open
Doc.
a cabinet. Papa Doc.
Yeah.
And must be a Greek guy. And they open the cabinet. Where's Papa Doc? He's in here. And it's like a tiny little jar with his nuts in it. So they must have, these bad guys must have killed Papa Doc and castrated him. And they're about to do it to him here. Now, the guy in the dark blue shirt on the left, he's like the ringleader. He's giving the orders, calling the shots. He has the knife to castrate Carl Weathers here.
Yes.
Why do I recognize him? What else is he from? Because he's another 80s, 90s action.
Joanna Man. He was in Street Fighter. He's another one of those. He's been like sitcoms and shit. He's just one of those been in everything, everywhere 80s actors. But before they get him to this part, and I could totally understand why your daughter didn't want to screen grab the testicles in the jar part. But Papa Doc's balls are in the jar. And then Carl Weathers, he opens it up and he looks at it. He's all, "What's this?" It's Papa Doc. And the guy goes, "It's his balls." And he hits him in the back of the head with a beer bottle. Another thing I learned, a beer bottle can render a 6'3", 250-pound man unconscious. Because it did. It did. It knocked him a Budweiser bottle knocked Action Jackson unconscious in just enough time before he gets his balls cut off.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So these guys, they're all threatening. They're talking crap. I like this guy. He looks like a Junior Seau's cousin or something.
He was in that show Renegade with Lorenzo Lamas.
Right.
That's right. Yep.
They filmed that here in San Diego. USA Network had a studio here over in the industrial where General Dynamics, all kinds of military contractors have like research places out on the east part of San Diego, Kearny Mesa. But right there on Ruffin Road, it's over a big canyon. There was the studios for USA, and they did silk stockings. Yeah, and then Renegade and all that. And there's an awesome a diner there called the Studio Diner that was built by USA Network. And I don't know if it went out of business during COVID, but you go get there and get your pancakes, get your French toast. But it's like a San Diego landmark. It's like a famous place. So that's a little interesting connection to Lorenzo Lamas.
Yeah, that guy was on that show, Renegade.
And I just remembered they were filming that in the 90s, and I was at a high school football game, and this man was sitting in the bleachers watching the game. And I'll never forget, he had a big silver and turquoise earring on. I'll never forget. Yeah, I saw him there. People were like, "Oh, that's that guy from TV or whatever." So, yeah.
Yeah, and he told him, he's all, "Why'd you looking for Papa Doc?" And he has all, "I need you to follow the bouncing ball. Why'd you looking for Papa Doc?" And then, of course, Action Jackson, not to be shaken by this at all, has some smart-ass answer like, "You tell me," or some shit like that. And he's all, "You know the sound a guy makes when he gets his balls cut off?" And he goes, "No." He's all, "You don't? Well, you're going to find out because it's hot dog time." And then this little fucker shows up and tries to stab him in his dick. And then turns into a nice little comedy scene here between because she tells him, she's like, "Hey, you guys messing with my brother?" They're like, "Girl, get your ass out of here." He's like, "Leave him alone. He's special. He thinks he's a preacher and shit. He's more oral than Oral Roberts." And then she tells him like, "Hey, fucking say something." And then he starts. The guys are holding him. He let me go. He's all, "Yes, brother. I'm gonna lay my healing hands upon you." And all this shit. And he's like, "Man, he's fucking crazy." And he tells the guys, "I'm gonna lay my healing hands upon you." A guy who is doing his best Vince Wilfork impersonation because he's wearing denim overalls with no shirt underneath, and the guy's holding a glass. and Carl Weathers grabs his hand and crushes a
Oh.
glass
Oh,
in the dude's hand. Come
Oh.
on. Squeezes the dude's hand, crushes a glass in his hand. You know, his hand's all fucked up.
right.
And then he just starts to whooping everybody's ass. And then the little skinny dude, the guy, from Joanna Man and shit, again, another A-team angle, picks his little ass up and then throws him like into a fucking grandfather clock or something.
Yes.
It was something with glass and wood, throws his ass in there. And then the guy who hit him in the head, the guy from Commando, he's trying to leave. And he goes, "You gonna leave without giving me an amen?" And then next scene, this dude's like flying through a fucking door.
Right.
I mean, that scene was awesome.
Right.
Yeah, and our guy who we just saw in the picture with Vanity, man, our actor there, of course, is from Hard to Kill. And so there's another.
Oh,
Yeah, he goes, "I remember you," and he
Yep.
fucking because he was in the room when he killed his wife. He shot his wife.
That's
Right.
Yep, that's right.
And he
He's the
broke.
dude.
He's in the sand. He broke his wrist, and then at the end of the movie, he sees a scar on his hand. He goes, "I remember you," and it fucks him up again.
Right.
Yeah, he's another dude.
Yep.
You need a henchman. This
how
is your
was this
guy.
movie? How was this movie not a bigger hit and get a sequel? Oh,
Guys, I've only had one argument for it the entire show. The
the
fucking poster.
the fucking poster
Like, it is
sucked.
a failure of the marketing department. And I'm
Mhm.
telling you guys,
What is
is
this?
the thing. That has nothing.
That's
to
not the
do-
movie.
They
with the
might
movie.
as well have showed him making a Subway sandwich. It would be just as relevant.
That is not
What?
the movie. They're not. It's
Hey,
not a
They
two-hander.
could have had him making a bouillabaisse. It would have been
Hey,
more
you might
exciting.
as well have that guy in the fucking Chef Boyardee hat making some bouillabaisse.
If you look at,
Dude.
and it's one of the all-time great posters too, by the way, because of how it works with the title, But the poster for Beverly Hills Cop,
Right.
the
so
first
good.
one, the teaser
Oh, yeah.
that I mean, because there were a couple posters, that they did, later on. But the one where he is sitting on the hood of the car,
It's
Yeah.
on the
so,
hood of
it's
the
so
Mercedes.
badass.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
almost like
it's
he's saying. It's almost
beautiful.
like he's saying, "You know what I'm about to do.
Right.
Yeah.
You know who I am." Yeah, they obviously got a different poster guy for this
Yeah.
movie because and she looks beautiful. Sharon Stone looks beautiful. He looks nice in the tux, but that's not the movie.
And they look beautiful. And by the way, look, go back to that poster for a second, real quick. Let me just see this. Does not look like what Sharon Stone's hair looked like in this flick
No.
either.
Yeah,
That's like a different picture from a
it's like a
different movie.
romance novel cover or some shit. And then the Beverly Hills Cop poster, it's like he's sitting on a Mercedes, kind of like
Look at
obviously dressed up in the hoodie and the jeans and shit. That's not where he comes from. But
Well,
he's
again,
about to
the
stir some shit up.
swagger. There's
Adidas.
fucking swagger in both of
Yep.
these.
Yeah, he's it's basically like, I'm about to come in. He's basically, it's a Western.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm rolling into this town. There's the bad sheriff who's, the art gallery person, and I'm going to come in and clean up this town.
Yeah.
That's what he is. There's a new sheriff in town, and that's what it is. The old lawmen who are there handling things.
Yep.
Action Jackson, though, is this kind of this guy who was the hard-boiled cop, and it's almost like it starts out with the story halfway done, right?
Right.
Because
Mhm.
he's had this other adventure we're hearing about with Craig T. Nelson's character, where that is why he lost what he had before. That's why he's not getting to be Action Jackson. So it's kind of like him discovering this stuff, but at no point in the story is he like he's behind the desk doing paperwork. He's doing all of that stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a
But-
gun.
Yes,
Right.
doesn't have a gun, but at no point does he ever, for any giant chunk of this flick, is he that character in the poster.
Yep.
Not what we understand that character to be. So I will argue it is the poster. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Come on, you know it. Killing is my business, ladies, and business is
And
good.
business.
By the way, guys, that's a movie that would make a woke person turn inside out. And I will say, if we ever break rules and we do a comedy again, we got to do Major Pain. That movie
I said that on a live maybe a few months ago. America needs to see Major Pain.
Yep.
The way he just roasts those kids. He's all when he buries them up to their neck in mud and spraying them with the water hose, and he says, "Uproot yourselves, my little scrotum sacks."
Oh my God!
What?
First of all, I listen, I am somehow still married, God bless her, but I played that clip all the time for my wife. The Killing Is My Business. I played it on my stream yesterday or this morning, come to think of it, because it was 3 or 4 a.m. when I was streaming. But my other favorite thing, and I just would look over at my wife, why the fuck she's still with me, God bless her. I looked over and I said, maybe it's because you need to take your titty out that boy's mouth.
And stop babying him.
That is the greatest line in any movie.
And then she goes, she's all, I don't call it babying, I call it nurturing. And I call it neutering. Dude, that movie, in the beginning where he took his 45 and stuck, he got the bad guy around the neck. They all, you click, 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 click. They all got their guns on him.
Yeah.
And he's all, looks like you can't get out of here now, senor. And he takes his 1911 45 and sticks it up between that ass cheeks. And he says, nope, but I can clean your colon out quicker than one of them bean burritos with extra guacamole sauce.
No, I'm telling you what, the best one ever is, you said you were going to kick me in the face. You calling me a liar? Bam!
Dude, when he told that little 5-year-old kid, he said, hold it, because he had to go pee. He's like, I can't. He said, you better hold it, turd, before I break that little thing off and kick it around on the ground. And then he starts running off crying. He says, you think Charlie cares about your tears? Charlie will cut your throat. I was like, oh my God.
We have a sickly child here.
That's insane.
Sorry.
We're gonna close out this thing. I put the poll up this afternoon.
There it is.
The theme of the night is ribs.
Right.
Yes.
If you want to know how do you like your ribs, it looks like with 87 votes, beef has defeated pork once and for all. Once I click end poll, guys, this is official, by the way.
This is it.
This goes out there global. Okay?
Exactly right.
No
If
change in
you
it.
like pork ribs better than beef ribs, you're wrong. That's just how it is, guys. I don't make I don't make the rules about ribs. That's just how it is.
I'm just,
Go ahead.
I will live in my wrongness. Given a choice, I got to go with the pork rib because
In fact, I had beef ribs for lunch today. Huge ones, like Fred Flintstone. 3 of them.
the nice and tender falling off the bone. It's like roast beef on a bone. I get it. I have respect for the beef rib. What I don't like is that gargantuan vein that comes out of the rib. That shit is gross. I can't handle the beef vein. I can't do it.
The vein ain't good.
But if you take the meat off of there and discard the vein, I'm down. But if we're talking still on the bone, baby backs all day.
Now, I don't make the rib rules, but I do make the beef law in case anybody fucking misunderstood that, you know.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
We need a screen cap of this right now. Sorry. We need a screen cap of this right now. And I need what they were saying and then thought bubbles coming from me going, where can I get ribs right now?
Right.
That is all that I'm thinking right now. Where can a person at 12:30 a.m. get some ribs fast?
Man, I went to visit my brother in Savannah, Georgia, and they had a place there called Sticky Fingers. And they bring the ribs out. They just bring the ribs out with seasoning on them, dry rubbed. And then you get this little basket and it has like 6 or 8 different sauces, vinegar-based, mustard-based, the ketchup, the thick, KC Masterpiece kind of, rich, sweet sauce that a lot of people like. But yeah, you can just mix and match your sauces, try something new. But you paid a flat rate and they just kept those damn ribs coming until you collapsed.
So good.
I know.
And see, when you see this image here from my comic Beef Law, 1990s action movie, this is the power of beef. I do this because I eat beef ribs. This is why it can happen.
This is beef power.
This is the power of beef. Yes,
Sean,
eloquently put, Fred.
You were talking about, there's my brother Dan Lawless in the chat. Hail Dan Lawless, guys. Check out his Instagram.
What up, Dan?
Dan's the man.
And Dan has got gorgeous art. And I was showing earlier, and if you're loving the stream, like and subscribe. Check out Nosfero, Shantan Jetty's amazing pulp action horror comic. Check out Truth, Justice, American Way, and subscribe to Jericho's YouTube channel. We have all that there. And I was showing earlier, working on Beef Law. Here's a little bit of pencils. Here's a little process for you guys. For those of you coming in late, I'll make myself bigger real quick. So David Williams told me to do this, to draw on one side and then flip it over on the light table and draw it again and then straighten out things where like an eye it might be crooked, but you can't catch it the first time. I don't do
Yep.
it as much as I used to now that I've been doing it for a while. But yeah, we've got some crazy bad guys, a lot of fun stuff happening here. And,
Baka.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Baka.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, right? You were just talking about the A-team shots, right? The low-angle camera looking up at the actions, characters go flying above you.
Right.
Like, I think that's the thing that's really interesting. With all the tech that we have, I feel like the camera feels more locked down than it did when it was actually hard to move the camera.
Yeah.
And where you place it, man.
Yeah, I have found that drawing digitally, it deadens things a bit. When you draw, like for me at least, when you draw in pencil, there's just a liveliness to it. And it's probably just from decades of drawing in pencil. But I'll draw on my iPad and lay out things if they're too big. If you're doing like a cityscape on a giant piece of paper, say like an 18 by 24 for a double page spread, you'd have to like make the vanishing points like up on your wall and down on the floor. So I'll do it on here and then print it on the life-size paper. I'll print the guidelines for the vanishing point. But yeah, drawing on paper, I don't know. It unlocks that camera for me at least. I don't know how it works for you.
I think with drawing with pencil, it's like grilling.
Yeah.
Anybody can go buy a propane grill and get the temperature set to the perfect setting and make food. But if you can't grill with charcoal, you can't grill, because charcoal, you got to figure it out. You got to work. Do I got to raise it, lower it, open the vent, close the vent? How many coals do I put in there? So I think if you can't draw with pencil and all you can do is a computer shit, are you a real artist? You know what happens when Cyberdyne system sends that EMP and your shit don't work no more?
Right.
You know, are you still going to be able to handle business with just a pen and paper or a
Jericho,
pencil and paper?
All I heard was the charcoal grill, and I'm telling you, I'm breaking into a grocery store or a convenience store to try to get some ribs tonight. This is the end for me on this show. Like, I'm doing time for rib crime. It's happening tonight.
Episode.
Antoine Dennison has a delicious solution for drawing. Use charcoal pencils.
Oh, there you go.
You satisfy both masters, man. You scratch that rib itch. And I will tell you this. I don't know how. I mean, you sound extremely serious about acquiring ribs tonight.
I am absolutely serious.
I've got 3 monster ones in my fridge that we didn't finish at lunchtime. We cooked a whole big rack, a little bit of liquid smoke, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. And I'm eating keto, remember? So no sugar for me. So I didn't have barbecue sauce. What I did is I took green salsa because yo estoy mexicano. I took 2 avocados, garlic, and a little bit of hot chili and all that. Put the avocados and the chili sauce all in the blender and made a super hot green salsa. And then cotija cheese sprinkled on it. You want to talk about good? Holy shit, that was a good lunch.
I've got a plane to catch.
Send me your address now.
My grandparents had a Mexican restaurant for 50 years. My dad, who is still alive, has been a gourmet chef for 50 years. I learned how to cook growing up. And I always tell everyone, if you like to eat, you should know how to cook. So you're not like microwaving shit and like eating crap all the time. So,
dude, one time I went to my best friend's house and his mom was out of town. And his mom did everything. She cooked, she cleaned, she did the laundry, all that shit. Her husband was useless without her. I go over to this man's house, and in the morning for breakfast, he whips up some eggs in a bowl and then puts them in the microwave. I was like, what? And this is, like I said, my dad was an accomplished chef. So I'm coming from scratch to this shit.
Yeah,
man, I was like, no, I'll eat when we get home. I'm good. No thanks.
Yep,
I want your microwave eggs. No thanks.
I won't say anything because I would never want anyone I know to see this and get their feelings hurt. But we've all been to a friend, a family, someone's house, and they make some dog shit food. Yeah. And you sit there and eat it because it's Thanksgiving or whatever, and you don't want to be rude.
Yeah.
I got caught once when I was 10 years old, though. We went to my stepdad at the time's mother's house, so like step-grandma's house, and I hated lasagna as a child because I hated the way ricotta cheese looked. It looked like a infection. Turns out it's delicious, but as a little kid, I didn't know. So I took this homemade lasagna and threw the whole fucking thing in the trash and then put a napkin on it.
Oh, yeah.
And then later in the car, my mom was like, why did you throw away grandma's lasagna? Her feelings were hurt very badly when she saw that.
Oh.
And I felt so, I was only 10, forgive me.
Yeah, that shit looks gross.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a friend's house one time and cut into the pancakes his mom made for breakfast, and batter came out.
That literally happened to me.
Yeah.
At my friend Robbie's house, and I felt like I irritated the mom. I will never forget. We watched the G.I. Joe cartoon movie. I had spent the night. What a great movie that is, by the way. I love it. I love it because it's insane, that movie. And she made me a pancake, cut it open, batter comes out. She makes me another one, cut it open, batter 3 times. I felt like an asshole for complaining, but I couldn't eat it. It was too gross.
It wasn't even done. I'd be like, lady, move. I'll make my own damn
Don't eat
pancake.
anything else in that house is all I have to say. I hope
Get
she's
out.
not serving pork.
Get
You're going
out.
to the hospital.
Yeah, don't eat no chicken. If it's chicken night, don't go to her house unless you like diarrhea.
John wants to know, I've got a food question, Gabe. How do you know when blue cheese goes bad? I know the answer to this. It will have a different mold on it than the blue mold.
Gross.
It'll be like gray, green, fuzzy mold on top that doesn't look the same.
No,
So,
I don't go beyond cheddar or maybe some Gruyere or something like that. But no, I
Old
don't
Dirty
get
Daddy
too
claims
deep.
I'm a monster, but I'll take that the good one. I'm a monster artist.
Thank you.
I'm a monster lover, a monster weightlifter. Yes. In good ways, yes. So there you go. Wait, no, I claim to be a gentle lover, right, Sean? That was my old
Yeah,
deal.
I know. You're messing with your brand, man. I'm
I
a
thought
monster.
you meant you love monsters.
If you guys could
That's
see
what I
me from the point of view of a bag of Cheetos, you would know I'm a monster when I'm coming for those Cheetos. People.
Right.
I'm telling you, man.
Right.
Wake up covered in Cheeto dust. I'm like, I don't know what happened.
You come at the Cheetos. I've seen Sean do it. It's something. It's not for kids to watch. Sean comes
terrifying.
at a bag of Cheetos the way a man comes at his wife on their wedding night.
Oh,
Exactly.
man.
He comes
That's
in there with intention, purpose, drive, stamina, and
God, what was that
determination.
quote
Yes.
from Seagal? What was that quote? You know why we're gonna eat these Cheetos? Superior state of mind. Like,
Yeah, whatever it takes, that bag will be crushed.
that's
I
right.
respect
March
it.
for death, man. Yeah.
I respect it.
Oh, where in the hell are we on this movie? Oh, the bad guy almost cut his balls off. Vanity gets him out of it.
Yes.
He goes to this crazy ass hairdresser lady.
Who knows everything.
She gives him all this information about the bad guys and what he needs to do, but almost every word starts with a D. It's very interesting. It's all like alliteration. I can't quote it, but when you're listening, it's like she keeps taking every opportunity to start words and sentences with the letter D. I noticed that. It was very bizarre.
Yeah, that's her name. It's
funny.
D.
Right.
Because the old man tells him, go down to blah, 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 ask for D. That's her name. And she is, why did he talk to anybody else? Just go to her. Because she knew the whole damn plan. And he got a little hot towel facial.
I got to say, this movie's very well written, some of the stuff. Again, as a writer myself, I love the concept of that there's a hairdresser named D, and then, the hairdresser, they're just gossiping and talking to clients all day. So she becomes this nexus of information in the underworld, and it's going like against type. You wouldn't think this harmless 40-year-old black woman who cuts hair for a living would know all the dirty secrets of the gangsters, but she does, and that's what makes it funny because it's unexpected. Oh,
she was
super
plugged
chat.
in.
Joseph Fazio, very generous, $2. Anyone see hobo with a shotgun, Rutger Hauer? No, Joseph, but I did see an actual hobo with an actual shotgun in Beverly Hills. Just kidding. I did not see that.
Yeah.
So, right. So
that's it, man. That's how I feel a lot of times.
That's how you feel.
Fuck.
Caption this. Either one of you caption.
Yeah, it is.
What the fuck, man?
I'm telling you, the ribs went from here to over here.
Right. Oh, shit. So,
Billy.
And this is
There's
Billy,
a man.
who you may recognize from Predator.
That's right, man.
As a kid, when I saw this, I didn't understand what he was doing. He slices himself open and seemingly lets the Predator kill him. Did he think he was going to take the Predator? I just don't even get it. I don't know what he was doing.
I think he thought, he was tapping into that whole Native American mojo, and he thought he was going to do something to the Predator. But it didn't work out because like 5 seconds later, you hear him screaming in the jungle, and the Predator.
He also had a really dirty line in this movie that made me uncomfortable because I was only like 11 or 12 when I heard it. And he said something about you got to protect something like you protect your sister's cherry. And I was just like, oh,
ew.
I will tell you though, I think what it was about was that he wanted to he sort of there was a ritualistic quality to it, but I always got the sense that he was thinking of the predator like a wild animal, and he was trying to put the scent of blood in the air kind of quality to it too. Like there was something about that scene, man.
Yeah, because he even said it ain't no man.
Yeah,
so he knew it wasn't a man that they were dealing with. Yeah, I'm sure it was like some, some ritualistic kind of thing, but it didn't work out for him.
Look at this absolute hero in the chat here, GK1. I had a VHS tape with Action Jackson, Missing in Action 2, Empire Strikes Back, and RoboCop on it. Bless my uncle's illegal cable hookup.
That's right.
I want that. That's a great Saturday night.
That needs to be in the Smithsonian somewhere.
It does, though.
That guy had a great uncle.
Wow.
Let me tell you a quick story. Speaking of cable hookups and illegal hookups, my uncle David Duran, rest in peace. He was a lawyer, brilliant man, very quick-witted. Died in 2008. He was very overweight. He was fat most of his life. That's what he kind of died of, diabetes stuff, complications. He was a poker player. He placed 11th in 2006 World Series of Poker. But speaking of illegal TV hookups, he had 1980 satellite TV. And the way that satellite worked is there are different satellites in orbit. And when you point at one, you get those 300 channels. And you point at the other satellite, you get those 300. And the satellite, is 5 feet wide, and it would literally move in the yard. This isn't the 80s, kids. And the thing about satellite TV, at least the stuff he had in the 80s and the very early 90s, is if you were on satellite A, and you're watching ESPN, and then you went to satellite B and you watch the Disney Channel, when you go back to satellite A, it'll be on ESPN. Now, you know where this is going. So we're all in the living room. Nephew's visiting uncle and aunt, and everybody's there. He goes from satellite A to satellite B, and it's on the Playboy channel.
Yes.
This is a good family moment for everybody.
Yes.
Now, I don't live there. I don't control this satellite. And my uncle's sitting there. Playboy channel's on the screen. Everybody's sitting there silently, and he goes, well, I don't know who left it on this, and then just changes the channel. And then in my little, smart aleck 11-year-old brain, I'm like, I do.
That's right.
It was you, man.
So there you go.
The smeller's the feller.
Shout out to Uncle Dave.
Uncle Dave, I don't blame you, man.
Uncle Dave, I loved it. I wish he was still around. The dude was basically the mayor of Vegas. That's why I'm always in Vegas. I love Vegas. I was just there. I'm going back right away. And he lived in Colorado, but he would always go to Vegas because he loved poker and all that and the action. And I was having dinner with my brother and my son, who's 20-something now, so we're all adults. And it was at unlimited steak, Fogo de Chao, one of those Brazilian all-you-can-eat places.
Mm-hmm.
There were 4 chairs, and there were the 3 of us. And we started talking about how amazing it would be if Uncle Dave was here in that 4th chair and just taking us all around. So I say all that to say, Jericho and Sean, I was thinking this earlier, and I'm being totally serious about this. The 2 of you, plus me, we got to meet up in Vegas sometimes, boys.
We do.
Let's do it, man.
Triangulate there and eat as much meat as we can together.
Let's do it.
I think we shall. It's only 4.5 hours from my house, so
a meat trip. Let's do it.
Right. That's right. Anyway, so we're dealing with Billy. He's another heroin weirdo, and Vanity has gone out to get another fix.
That's right.
We rescue Vanity.
Right. He starts confronting this guy, and then they get into a fight, and he stabs him with his own heroin needle in the shoulder.
That was full, by the way.
Oh my!
That thing was full of heroin.
Giving off the creepiest laugh, this guy too.
He's like, "Fuck you!"
Right.
And then look how fat that needle is. That's like some shit. That's like the stuff you give your kids medicine with. That's like 10 mLs of heroin. Because before he goes after him and it sticks into the wall. Then he slams him up against the wall, grabs a needle, sticks it in his shoulder, and pushes the plunger down. And he starts laughing. He goes, ha, 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 fuck you. And he's like, watch the language. And then they tussle around. He tells him again, I warned you about the language. And then throws his ass through a window across to that other building through that window.
Now, when you watch that stunt, the stuntman's shin hits the brick edifice of the window so hard and shakes.
It looks like,
I don't know if his shin broke, the stuntman. It's bad.
I remember.
You see him flying, his whole body weight. He goes through probably a fake glass window, obviously not real glass. And his fucking shin hits that brick lip there. It looks terrible when you see it. Oh,
Yeah,
that makes
maybe
me
the only thing
cringe.
I could think, even as a kid, I noticed that maybe they inserted a shot and that was actually the dummy. Because if it
Hopefully.
wasn't a dummy, that
Mm.
dude's leg broke. The
Yeah.
human
Yes.
leg is not supposed to move like
wait a
that.
minute. None of us have ever acted, and I'm just guessing here. Maybe when you jump into a fucking window, they pad it with fake bricks that look like bricks. It's all padding. Maybe. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope for
hope
his, for the
so.
sake of his shins. Let's hope so, because that shit looked
You
bad.
know
It
who we
looked like it
can
hurt.
ask?
Savage.
You know who we can't ask, who has agreed to come on the show? Todd Xenophante, Van Damme's stunt double for many movies. He will be here in a week or 2 or 3. Okay, he said a couple weeks. I was talking to him on Instagram, and he's a great guy. There's videos on my channel. Todd Xenophante tells his story. Guys, please check those out. He worked in the business forever doing a bunch of Van Damme stunts. And he's going to come on here live and talk about Double Team. Mickey Rourke,
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman,
Can't
how
wait.
Todd ran away from a tiger in real life because the tiger chases him in that movie. And yeah, he was telling me about it. And the animal handlers, like, before they were doing the stunt, telling Todd to go up to the cage and kind of hit the bars, make the tiger mad at you first, you know,
Hell
to really
no.
chase you. And he said he did it. So yeah, Todd's going to be on here. Talk Double Team. That's going to be a lot of fun. So that is a wild movie, to put it nicely.
And if I can just say, I have confirmation that is not a dummy. Dummies have never been that good. That was a legit
No. And
stunt man changing the logistics of his leg.
dude,
Bam.
and Billy's a big dude. So to throw a guy, he's gotta be 275, 280,
Yeah.
Right,
6 foot something, because Carl Weathers is 6'3".
right,
Yeah.
They were damn near eye to eye with each other. If not, Billy was a little bit taller. Matter
right.
of fact, yeah, Billy might be even taller. Look at that.
Yeah.
He's like 6'4", 6'5", and you're gonna throw this dude through 2 windows across an alley? If anybody can do it, Action Jackson.
He wasn't
Yeah,
afraid of the
absolutely.
predator, so he wasn't afraid of that
Yeah,
window.
fuck it. You might as well be.
Yeah.
You weren't gonna be afraid of a mere mortal.
Right, right.
So that shit.
So
And that
then-
Detroit Lions jacket. That's another
Mhm.
retro throwback Detroit Lions jacket.
Right.
I love those jackets, man.
I think that's a starter jacket. Do you remember how fresh starter jackets were in the 90s?
Yes.
We couldn't
I was
afford
in-
one when I was little. I had a single mother most of the time growing up. I always looked at starter hats. For those of you out there that don't know, Starter was the brand in hats and jackets
The.
in the 90s.
Yes.
I was in
You gotta-
6th grade.
Oh,
Remember the commercial with Jazzy Jeff?
right.
Mhm.
DJ Jazzy Jeff? So
Of
first
course.
you spin the hat, then you
Right.
bend the hat. Oh, that S with the star? Oh,
Right.
the only one thing I wanted was a red 49er starter parka jacket. And it was $100 in 1992.
That's
If
a
that
lot.
shit was $100 now, I would buy that jacket in no time. But trying to convince my parents at 12 years old, that shit wasn't going to happen, man. And it did.
Yep.
Right. Now, you guys have no idea, growing up in Southern California,
Starter was the shit.
how many Raiders Raiders. Hey, man, it's the Raiders.
Hey,
That's
fuck you, hey, Raiders, eh?
the fucking Raiders, vato. They're going to
Oh.
win the Super Bowl. You have no idea how many fucking Raiders jackets I would see. And they
Oh.
were starter jackets. It was
I saw a good amount up in Northern California, man. It was
True enough.
pretty disgusting.
right.
I mean, they do got the cool gear, the black and the silver and all that,
Yeah.
all black Raider jacket, but it's not the gear, it's the fans.
I'm going to pull
Yeah,
my
it
head
was a
back
lot
down.
of fucking,
I'm going to go in the vato loco mode for a while. They say.
hey, fucker. Up here, they all say fucker, hey, hey, fucker. Come here,
Hey.
fucker.
Hey,
Fucker.
fool.
Nah, fucker. I swear. Fucker. Nah, fucker.
Hey, this fool thinks he can call me a fucker.
I didn't call you a fucker. I don't mean like that, fucker. I mean like, hey, fucker, not fucker.
shit.
Don't be a fucker.
Oh
okay.
man, that's another stunt, man.
That's
God bless
another-
some people.
After the fight with Billy, Billy goes into the window. Biff and the cop from the beginning, they see them and they're like, "Get down here," whatever.
Yeah,
And
Jackson.
they run up the stairs in the hotel. While they're running up the stairs, Vanity and Carl Weathers jump out the window. Jericho and
man.
Vanity jump out the window and land in the car.
He said you got to learn to leap before you look. Remember when he pulled the top up on
Right,
the car?
right,
I guess he
He
knew
was
what was
thinking.
coming. Foreshadowing.
right. She's getting a face full of booty too, right
Dude,
there. That's
face
not
full
good.
of Jackson cheeks.
Yeah,
I didn't notice that before, but that's
So you want to hang with me? Huh? You want to roll with me, bro?
Fortunate landing. I don't know what
Gonna be a lot of salad tossing, huh? A lot.
Tammy's been calling everything a fucker lately.
Hey, fucker, don't be a fucker.
I gotta grab another
fucker.
stud. I'll be right back, guys.
Go get some ribs, fucker.
I grew up in LA.
Ribs, man.
Raiders shit everywhere until the Niners started winning. Then they were all Niners. Yo, fuck the Raiders. It's the fucking Niners.
Fucking Niners, puro Niners, fucker.
Fucking Jose Montana.
Hey, he's fucking good, eh?
Hey, fucking my cousin knows Jerry Rice.
Nah, fucking Jerry Aros, eh?
You know, I'm half Mexican and I didn't grow up with the culture necessarily. I grew up somewhat, but my wife is way more Mexican. Grew up on an Indian reservation. She's part, I mean, I guess all Mexicans were basically all part Native American too, because that's the combo, Spanish and Native American. But in her family, which is very typical for Mexicans, nobody goes by their name. Everybody is cousin baby, cousin pinky, cousin left eye, cousin, and you don't know anyone's. That's my tia Chela. That's my tia. She really has all these aunties, and I don't know their names. Yeah. There's Auntie Pinky and Auntie this, and do you guys have that in your families where no one uses their real name?
More or less.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, we absolutely do. Yeah, we're all nicknames in this house. This is the way it is.
I didn't grow up that way. My whole family, it was Uncle Dave, Aunt Martha, my brother Abe, my cousin Tim, my cousin John. It was all normal names. My wife's family, no one remembers their real name. They've been called the other name for so long.
Yeah.
I don't recall what my name is.
That's right.
They've called me Baby Joker for so long. I have no idea.
Dude, I went to school with some dudes who had all these nicknames. Like one dude was named Thiefers because he used to steal shit. Fucking Monkey Boy because he looked like a monkey. Brown Boy because he was dark skinned. These weren't mental giants. But one dude, they called him Choker because he'd always fold his arms like this and put one hand on his neck like that, fold his arms. So they call him fucking Choker, Chooch, all kinds of shit, eh? That's just what they called him, man. And then it was Fucker for a while. And then, come on, what, don't do it, kick down, That's what it was too, man. It was crazy, man. But I went to school with all those types in Castroville, California.
GK1, are they called Chewy, Cha-Cha, and Chichi? I have a cousin Chewy. It's a cousin-in-law, a brother-in-law. Yes, Chewy. So so yes, it's all real. It all exists. Beto, everybody. It's all like Beto O'Rourke. Isn't that guy's name actually Francis O'Rourke or something like that?
Yeah, like the most Irish, most painfully Irish name you've heard in your life.
Francis O'Rourke.
Oh, laddie. Let me guess, was your grandfather a copper?
Aye, lass. We're going to take you out of guns, lass. You'll never shoot a gun again, lass.
You'll never shoot again, lass.
Raise a pint to gun control, lass.
Where's me pot of gold? Dude, Francis O'Rourke? He's like an old mobster or some shit. Right. But he's not. He looks like Tony Hawk if he did heroin.
Right. Fuck yeah, my grandma's side is like Mexican, and they did all the nicknames and all that. But her husband, my grandfather, they were Mexicans that said, look at these white people going to college and opening businesses.
Yep.
Maybe. Hold on. This is nuts. Maybe the gangster shit is stupid. Maybe being out of jail. Hold on. Stay with me.
Yeah.
Getting an education, opening a business, and working for yourself. Maybe those white folk are onto something. So I thank goodness our family went that way, the Mexican side of it. And the Mexicans in my hometown, my grandfather's hometown, hated my grandparents. Like, oh, you fuckers think you're too good for us now? Fucking move to the fucking west side of town. So they got ostracized completely from the Mexicans, my family. So,
wow.
I thought you were going to say something.
No, I'm just waiting to get to the part with the ribs in this, man. That's the one-liner I'm waiting for. It's the greatest moment in movie history.
That singular focus now. Really?
Oh,
Right.
yeah, this is where they lure this dude, man.
Yeah, so Vanity
Smart
lures
plan.
this guy. This is another dumbass like criminal. She
Yeah.
uses her feminine wiles to get, again, she could have convinced the
yeah.
young Gabe to do a lot of stupid things too.
And
You
she,
know?
this is the part
Utterly
where she says something with that Canadian accent. You got a hori or sorry or something like that, where you're just like, oh yeah,
Right.
you're Canadian.
So because we're male and she looks like this, she tells him to go to an abandoned smoke factory. Because remember, in action movies, these factories, they only actually make fire and smoke and steam. They don't make any actual tangible products. They just make, can you imagine working an 8-hour shift where you just make fire all day at the factory,
Steam and wind and shit. That's
Right.
all.
It's like, I work in the fire department, but I'm gonna get promoted to the spark department soon.
Right.
Someday you'll see, you'll fucking see.
Right.
Hey, fucker, you think you're gonna work in the sparks?
Right now I'm on fries, but pretty soon.
Right now I'm washing lettuce, but pretty
That's right.
soon I'll be on fries, and then that's when the big bucks start rolling in.
So
God,
it's a setup to catch this guy and figure out what he knows. And but the baddies are always close behind.
Always.
Fly a chopper. Like these guys are serious, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And Gaptooth
is like,
he drives a taxi.
Carnate.
Dude,
He drives a taxi, and now he's a long-range sniper in a helicopter. The man, he's a what they call a 5-tool player in the business.
Yeah, dude, he's a Swiss Army knife thug. He does it all. Long range sniping from the what they call the skids of a helicopter. I do taxi cabs. I pull off assassinations in trees, as you'll see. This dude does it all.
Right.
If I gotta make a ghost squad of assassins, I want Gaptooth to head it up.
If I do start a mercenary team, I am calling this guy up. I don't care how old he is. I'm gonna be like, hey, fucker,
He's gonna say no more, fucker.
Dude, this is the thing about him too, though. He's already been established as having a little bit of a Jason Voorhees quality to him, or a Michael Myers.
Oh
yeah. When you get to that car and he disappeared, you're like going, "Oh shit! Like this guy cannot be stopped."
Right.
Terrifying.
Right. And these assassins that work for Delphin, they're called what? The Invisible Man or the Invisible Killer, or something like that. So when they first kill them, the Union bosses in the first scene coming through the windows, you don't know where they are, where they come in, the window, the door. And you're right, Sean. This guy, he disappears out of that car. Like, how? How did he survive? Yeah. The car went through a building and rolled over and got crushed. He's fine. Here he is on a helicopter.
They're appearing and disappearing in that initial hit. And this is the thing that's really cool about this flick, is that, Carl Weathers is like, Arnold, right? His films are only as good as you can pair him with a villain, that seems like they could take him. So, with Conan, of course, his first appearance, you get freaking James Earl Jones as Thulsa Doom, which is the most Frazetta-looking guy. He is like quoting like old, freaking ancient scriptures of some crazy snake cult that he's head of. That works.
Right.
And then you've got the two Danes. You've got, or what Milius called the Great Danes. You got those giant guys.
Wait a minute. Is one of those guys this guy from the
Sven-Ole Thorsen, and then the other guy was who was the other guy? Sven-Ole Thorsen, and then another guy. I forget what his name was, but they were pretty big bodybuilders. But yeah, look at this, man. This is like freaking practically biblical, man. This is like Samson, tied to the pillars. I mean, this is outstanding.
Right, and we get a great scene that I like that some people think is stupid. When the villain does the exposition to tell you his plan. I like that. I know people think, why would a bad guy do that? The bad guy would do it because it's a movie. That's why. That's why.
Also narcissistic, too. Like, why would Amber Heard know that she's recorded saying, go to court, Johnny, see if they believe you or me? I'm sorry to tell you this, guys, but it's
obviously
real.
A psychopath.
Yeah.
But this double bicep pose, and another classic action movie trope. Since I'm gonna kill you, I might as well tell you the whole entire plan, knowing that I'm not gonna stick around for your actual death. I'm gonna take off and leave you with my henchmen, and you've already proven to be the most badass adversary I've ever had. But I'm gonna leave you with the boys, and I'm going to take off, and I'm going to count on them to kill you dead. So I might as well tell it all to you. Well,
Right. Right.
You're gonna be dead tomorrow, so here's my social security number. It's
Right.
like, fuck, dude,
and
don't
my
do that.
PIN number. Here's all of it.
Antoine
Whoops.
Dennison asks, is right behind Craig T. Nelson to left.
Yes,
Is that
it
you?
is.
It's not, but it
No.
sure looks
It
like.
should be though.
It's just the
Yeah.
news. He wasn't there on
Right.
set. It's just the news.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. So he tells him the whole effing plan here,
Yep.
Mhm.
and I like. It's an action movie trope, absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna gloat
Yeah.
or whatever.
But and also here's like I was saying earlier, he's not done showing you what a piece of shit he is. He
is.
talks about how he killed his first wife. He obviously killed the second one, and how he plans to kill his son. It's going to be
Right.
some unfortunate, violence in prison happens all the time. He's going to take out his own son.
And it's a
Right.
play on what he was saying before, like where you think Carl Weathers is getting in his head going, he's probably going to get raped in prison. This guy's like going, I see you and I raise you. He's going to get murdered in
Yeah,
prison.
and I'll
I'm
see
the
to
guy
it.
who's going to kill him. Fucking hell, man, this guy. He needs killing.
Dude,
Like, damn.
he just don't give a
And-
damn about nobody.
Mm-mm.
One thing about this movie that I think is fascinating, it shows that it's really like well put together,
Yeah.
is the stakes in this movie are not that high for the world. The stakes are high for the people
Yeah.
involved, life and death.
Yeah.
But this guy's making a power play to mafioso take over an auto union. Those aren't
Yeah.
super high stakes for United States, global security, whatever. But it doesn't ever feel like small stakes. That's really interesting to me. It's really interesting that this problem, as local as it may be, it still feels huge. And is it because Delaplane's so evil? I don't know what it is, but it still feels big.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I would say it's not a big deal for the city.
Right.
I would think that if Peter Delaplane went through with his plan to the end, I don't think it would have an effect on Detroit.
Right.
But like you said, it seems big enough. This guy's he's a menace. It doesn't matter what his ultimate plan is. He's a menace. He's a psycho. He will kill anybody, and somebody has to take him out. And who better?
And let's be real. Is there a higher? God, Teflon Ron, how dare you? It's like, steaks, beef law. We're
That's
talking about how high the stakes are. Listen, this is the thing for me though too. Is there a higher stake than somebody coming for the people you care about?
No.
You know what I mean? And that's what makes it brilliant, which people forget that sometimes, which is if someone's like going, hey, listen, there's this, crisis that's going to destroy the world. All we got to do is instead we're going to switch it out and kill your kids. I mean, it's like that. Those things are equal in that. That's something that is very powerful for a parent. You see this guy and he's like going, think about this. He's just met this girl. He knows that she is like headed down a bad path, but she started helping him. But he's saying, I'm going to fucking kill her like I killed these two other women. But first, I mean, you just are like, you piece of shit. You're bad for the earth.
Yeah.
You got to go.
You got to go, man. You're a menace. You're a menace to society.
Yes.
You're just fucking and killing, and we can't have that, man. And then comes one of my favorite scenes, which sets up the line that Shant is waiting for.
Oh, I'm waiting for it, man.
Where he says, we're going to have ourselves a little barbecue. And he starts this like industrial blowtorch. And man, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
To, basically blowtorch somebody into pieces.
That's going to liquefy
it's getting bad. But then again, another action movie trope. He has him dead to rights, back against the wall. There's nothing he can do. And then somebody comes to his rescue just long enough to get me out of these chains in this sick ass double bicep pose.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, let's look at this. Now, I'm making this up. You have a black man in chains, white villain here, and a race is never addressed in this movie. It never comes up in this movie. They don't talk about racial.
A little bit.
But here it does.
Yes.
But he does give him a racial insight. Y'all look alike anyway.
Yeah, because he says Gap Tooth, hey, listen up, Bucker. Because Gap Tooth is going to take his shirt, pull off the murder, and he says, there'll be a million witnesses because to most of my guests, you all look alike anyway. Look at this. Carl Weathers looks like an action figure.
Right.
This dude is chiseled like a He-Man action figure. This dude he has there's something around his six-pack. He has a six-pack, and then there's muscles around the six-pack.
His obliques are shining.
what a sane movie poster artist does when they're looking at this movie and trying to figure out what to use for the image, and you got it in the Italian poster. They did a sort of reference to it, but I would have had this front and center. Your villain and your hero. That is exactly where they got the idea.
And that's no exaggeration. Normally, you'd see like in a
yes,
in a comic book or something. There's some kind of exaggeration to the muscles. Like nobody's that buff, but this dude is that buff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I only have one criticism of the poster pose at the bottom. I need his foot over that face, like he just kicked that guy. As a comic book artist, I would have his big bottom of his boot right up there, going up into Vanity's arm. It's a tiny criticism, but that's what I would have done.
You need to. I think you need to take this freaking poster, Gabe, and get rid of that type. We can get new type on it, clean it up, remaster that, man. We need to get that Action Jackson.
And what if here's a crazy idea? What if this is the sequel? What if the first Action Jackson was what they're talking about when
you're right,
got his arm ripped off? Because wouldn't that be this will make a great sequel? Because Peter Delaplane dies in this one, kind of ties everything up. But the first movie was Action Jackson dealing with his son,
right?
And then it ends with him being demoted and all this shit.
And when he ripped the kid's arm off, he says, "Lend me a hand, won't you?"
Yeah, you need a hand.
Damn.
Because he said you ripped that boy's arm off, so he had a spare. Coldest shit ever, man.
Right. So they're gonna burn his face off.
Yes.
Big boy Muslim man comes in and shoots him with spray paint. This is like an auto body place. I don't know if you can see the glory of 1986, the Pontiac Fiero in the background.
That's the Halley factory.
Right.
Yeah.
It's at the Halley factory.
It's a fake brand for the movie. They didn't want to pay Pontiac.
And just imagine. Go ahead, Sean.
No. But I'm saying the one thing that I really think I'm saying this in sincerity that could have made that scene better is if this guy, this bodyguard who comes to the rescue and saves him after that fight had some amazing Eastern fortune cookie saying, "When a man and you go to war, you must go." It was this guy was filled with philosophy. That's what made him so cool. You don't see that these days.
Yeah, he was going to medical school.
Yes.
No, you see Iron Man turn to Captain Marvel and go, "Looks like you're gonna need a hand."
Thank God I'm here to save you, boys.
Fucking Thor turning to Quicksilver like, that looks like it hurts. What is with the fucking one-liners in the Marvel movies? They're the worst cringe.
They're terrible.
How do you like your ribs?
Dude, that's the best one ever.
It's like, I thought you said you knew these guys. It's just
that condescending upspeak.
Right.
You said you knew these guys? But this part right here, just imagine for a second in real life, if someone sprayed you 6 inches from your face with an automotive spray gun.
Right.
Your eyes are finished. You have no more eyeballs. Your eyes are covered in enamel.
I worked at Home Depot and I learned a little bit about sprayers. This would be a HVLP, high volume, low pressure. You were gonna get a lot of fucking paint in your eyes with this thing.
Yeah.
Your eyeballs are finished. Automotive paint? This ain't latex house paint.
No.
This is automotive chemical based paint. Your face is finished. And then
that goes up your nose. By the way, if you were breathing when this shit happened, it coats your lungs like oven fucking coating. You're done. There's no oxygen going through. Dead in a minute.
And then he knocks his ass into some kind of electrical panel that just
he finishes the deal anyway.
He sets him ablaze, man.
No stuntmen were killed during the making of Action Jackson.
All stuntmen were killed in the making of Action Jackson. The first movie where all the stuntmen died.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Fuck.
So Action and Big Boy, they take out a few of these guys. They light one guy on fire. It's epic. I don't have a picture of it. He gets covered in, I think, paint, and then he gets set on fire or gasoline or something.
He has a gas can.
Right.
Jericho, I think, kicks this dude in the balls, gets a hold of this industrial strength fucking blowtorch, which I didn't know threw flames 20 feet. Because when he tells them we're going to have ourselves a little barbecue, the little blonde guy, he runs off and gets a 5-gallon can of gasoline. When he comes back around the corner waiting for the barbecue, Jackson has control of this and shoots a flame at his gas can and blows up in like 3 seconds.
Right.
And then he is just writhing around, spinning around, just on fire.
And then he kills this other guy by just kicking him into a control panel.
Yes. Well, those obviously.
I feel like, when I was 18 and 19, I worked at a Hewlett-Packard assembly line here in San Diego, and I was the safety and ESD inspector. So I would say if you just touch a control panel and it bursts into flames, their inspector was not doing his job. This is not a safe working environment. OSHA should have been involved. No. This was avoidable, this death.
You guys are misreading this. The equipment didn't burst into flames. This guy burst into flames, okay? When you kick somebody in an 80s action movie, they're filled with gas.
Yeah, there's kerosene. There's kerosene in your foot.
Right.
And when you kick them, the kerosene goes all over them. And then all you have to do is brush up against a faulty panel like this.
Right.
And you get barbecued.
A lot of people don't know that. Back in the old days, in the 80s, to keep warm, people keep kerosene on them just in case there was like a lamp they could light or something. I know I used to have kerosene all the time, pockets in my shoes, everywhere. So, yeah, you didn't want to get kicked. You definitely didn't want to get kicked.
These little bladders full of
Will
kerosene.
has it in the chat. It's a kill troll panel.
You know what I would say about the control panel if I was going to kick him? I'd say, see if you could start this for me, and then just kick him right in.
And then you can hear like the electricity, that electricity sound.
Oh yeah,
just fucking this poor dude up.
Yeah, that's the way Bolo Young went in Double Impact, the exact same way.
I think a lot of people got kicked into control panels in the 80s and died via electricity.
Kill troll panels.
They were everywhere.
They said
we're gonna make a movie where the villain is a control panel and killing everybody.
Well, they did say between 1983 and 1987 that was the leading cause of death was control panels.
Control panels.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Everybody was it was an epidemic. People wouldn't go outside because they didn't, they were scared their kids to have the curfews, before sundown because
like
somebody
Land Shark. They'd ring the doorbell.
My mom wouldn't let me go to my best friend's house because his dad had a control panel for a while.
That's right.
No, there's no way. I'd be a fool to send you over there. Can't do that. Can't send you in harm's way.
So now we're at the gala where the big union head is going to give a speech.
Wait a minute. We can't skip the "How do you like your ribs?"
Sean
is waiting for this.
It's all living
Sean
for
is about the climax when we say this scene.
I know exactly what the hell.
So,
I've got 2 reasons for you, and then they cut. That's what this is pulling up.
That's it.
Right. So the guy with the blowtorch, he was also the one with the grenade launcher in the beginning.
Yes.
And when he had the blowtorch, we said we were going to have a barbecue.
Yes.
So then, hold on. I got it on video. I got it right here.
The music from Deliverance played.
Hold on.
We're going to have ourselves a barbecue, boy.
Barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs?
Ooh, gone. Cut to ribs. Those look like beef ribs, by the way.
Let's see that one more time. So they chase Huey Lewis. They chase Huey Lewis up to the roof.
No, he's chasing them. He has his grenade launcher. Action Jackson and the big Muslim dude are running. He's shooting, blowing shit up. They go to it. There's an exit, and they split. So there's one on each side. And then, don't forget, before he jumped down and sprayed that guy in the face, he said, "Hi, I'm Mr. Ed." And then he jumps down and sprays.
That was weird.
Very weird. So then they run out, split. Action Jackson goes one way. Big Muslim dude goes the other way. So when he comes out, the Action Jackson steps out. He's focused on him. Big Muslim guy, boom, knocks his ass down. That's why you're looking basically up at his crotch because he's been knocked down.
Right.
Yep.
And then he gets up. Action Jackson has the grenade launcher, and the rest is history.
God bless it.
So Huey Lewis, he's got the lyrics of his own song in his head. This is it.
And, I want a new drug. This is what happens when he travels without the news. He loses his power and he gets fucked up.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. So this is just Huey Lewis, not the news.
Not the news. Sorry.
The news is Huey's gone.
Right. Carl Weathers tells him, "I've got news for you."
Yeah.
Barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs?
Dude! Is that a flame? Was that a flame grenade? How did that happen?
Yeah.
And I love the crossfade to actual ribs on a grill.
I know.
That is too good.
Great.
More genius editing in this movie. One more time, just for effect.
There you go.
Barbecue, huh?
Barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs?
Did you catch that? He did a little. Hold on. He did a little barbecue, huh?
It's
He
all
did like a little with his mouth. Watch it. Yeah. Watch. How do you like your ribs? Like he's like really getting in there. Watch this.
Because it wouldn't have blown up the same if he didn't give that emphasis. He knew what he was doing.
Watch his mouth really close on the second sentence.
Barbecue, huh? How do you like your ribs?
Did you see that little curl? You see that?
That was just the nuance of his acting skills, just little things in there, little nuggets.
He knows what he's
to
doing.
enjoy.
Wait, Willem says he flexed. Let's watch it again. Let's
did.
see if he like flexes his chest and shoulders. I bet he does.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, pause it. Got to put it back on screen. Make it a little bit. No, it's just that size. Okay. Let's see. Does he flex on it?
Goes.
Yep.
He's a flex and a snarl.
How do you like your ribs?
Now, Jericho,
how do you like your ribs?
You are a military man, Jericho.
Yes.
Have you ever fired a grenade launcher?
No, I've thrown one.
Okay.
I never fired a grenade launcher.
The kill radius on a grenade, I am assuming it's more than 9 feet 7 inches. How they were standing on this roof.
Yeah.
If they were standing that close to that, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be casualties. That dude, he definitely would have got the worst of it. But the concussion from that shit, you're probably going to have some blood coming out of your ears. It'll probably slam you up against the wall. Yeah, it's going to be all bad. You're not going to be unscathed with clever one-liners as it blows up. But if you're Action Jackson, that blast will just go around you. It won't
That's
even come
why
out,
he did. That's why he did that little snarl. It protected him from the concussion wave.
Him and the big guy. He had to look out for him too.
Right.
Yeah.
Out of fear that concussion will go around Carl Weathers.
Oh wow. Bearwolf 13 says he's done it in the Marine Corps. He shot a grenade launcher. Holy cats.
I mean, I've seen a lot of
combat.
guns and held and shot some guns, and it's every young boy's dream. I remember being on our ship, and I went down after work. I had some buddies that were GMs, gunners mates, and so they have all the small arms. Small arms, 50 cals, M60s, M14s, 9mm, all that shit. Yeah. And they had one of the armories, and they opened it up, and it was just like gun porn out of a movie. They had all these M60s lined up, these 50 cals, 20, 39mm, all the ammunition. I mean, every red-blooded American male's dream as a child was right there.
Wow. I've shot a SAW 249 in Vegas. Because in Vegas, you could basically shoot anything if you have the money. Yeah. And the SAW 249 is the squad assault weapon. If you've ever seen Rambo holding the gun with the big chain of bullets on it, that is your SAW. That thing is a thing of beauty. Yeah. It'll make you stand at full attention, that thing.
Yeah, you'll have a standing ovation.
That's right.
That. And
what's funny? I went from 0 to 100. I never fired a gun in my life, and that was the gun I shot first. Was a SAW.
Every man should shoot that. Every man should shoot a fully automatic weapon. It does something to you. To know that you're holding that kind of destructive power in your hands. I went to Vegas also, and I can't remember the name of the place, but there were these different packages you could buy. So I bought the SEAL Team 5 package where it had a semi-automatic Benelli shotgun, MP5, M4, and then my buddy, because we were there for my birthday, he paid for me to shoot a fully automatic AK-47 Draco. Yeah. Holy shit, guys. A full auto AK-47.
Wow.
Every man needs to experience that. It is awesome.
I found it. Hold on. I think I found it. Let's see if there's I'm going to just push play. Okay. That's me in the movie. This is like 12 years ago. This is a SAW, squad assault weapon in Vegas. Watch how fast this thing is. This cost me like $80.
Right, full auto. Yeah.
Telling you.
That was awesome.
I love
That
that.
was my son going, that was awesome.
Every man needs to experience that. It is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot of
Love
fun.
it.
But yeah, that's the first gun I ever used. Now I'm a gun owner. I own different weapons, but yeah, that was really fun. So, but
Those
okay,
quick though. Those full automatic. Those rounds go quick, don't they?
yeah, that was I think $60 for like, but that when ammo was much cheaper in 2009.
Yeah.
Because I think it was like $60 for like 60 rounds. I don't
Wow.
think you can get to 5.56 or 2.23. You can't get it for $1 a round anymore. I paid I bought some recently because I like going to Vegas and shoot. They have a great range north of the city, the Clark County Shooting Complex. It's owned by the government in Nevada, so they don't charge a lot, and they don't charge a lot for ammo there. And it's outdoors. It's really fun. So we go shooting out there when we go to Vegas. But what did I pay out there? I think for 20 rounds in a box, I think it was like $25 or it was over $1 a round. It was a lot of money per shot. So I don't know. Ammo's expensive. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well worth it though.
Yeah.
Well worth it. That shit's a lot of fun.
Teflon Ron, he's exactly right. My wife shot an AK at that thing. My kids shot 9mm and they shot rifles too. And they had a pink Hello Kitty AK for women, and my wife shot it. One of the brass flew out of there, went in my safety glasses, and was like burning the side of my head. That stuff's hot. When it doesn't hurt when it comes out. It's not coming out hard, but it's hot. Oh my gosh, that's hot stuff. So.
Yeah, when I was taking the front sight course last year, the person next to me, they shot their gun, and the shell went down the back of my shirt. I went to grab it, and it went down even further. Was in the crack of my ass.
Oh.
You know, tender. Very tender.
I had a mystery. I have a Glock 17, and I have some other stuff. And my Glock started jamming all the time. And I put a mag release button, an aftermarket one, and this and that. Mm-hmm. Couldn't figure this mystery out for a year. Kept jamming. And I know how to shoot. I know how to hold the gun. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? And then I went to the gun store. They took the gun apart and they looked at it. And you know why my gun is jamming for a year? Because during COVID, you couldn't find ammo. And when you found ammo, it was people that got it from like Turkmenistan. And it's like 30-year-old ammo. It's shitty ammo. Yeah. So I have a bunch of crappy ammo because it was the only thing you could get a hold of during COVID. So anyway, that's the gun update for the show.
Well, here are my two related stories to Southern living outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee. So when I was a kid, started about 11 or 12, I went to my first parties where there were people drinking. And my thing that people loved, my little claim to fame, is that I would open beer bottles with my teeth.
No, my dad would do that.
It destroys your fucking... I mean, it's horrendous, right? Now, the guy who went up to me, and we'd all occasionally dip, but there was this guy named Lawrence Richardson who would chew and dip. We all called him Lonnie. And when we went out shooting to this kid's house, David Mason's house, when we went out shooting, the thing that was so funny about it to me was, or terrifying to think about now, is that when I got hold of the 9mm, we were shooting at a tree out in the middle of this farm. Lonnie's mouth was so done from all the dip that he had, this kid was like 15 or 16. God knows what was going on in there. He was catching casings in his mouth when they came out of the gun.
No.
The most unsupervised shit you've ever seen in your life. We should all be dead. There you go.
Oh,
jeez.
I got one more gun story, then we'll finish the movie because we're right at the end scene here. My dad bought me like a Daisy pellet gun when I was like 12. My dad has 4 acres of farmland in Colorado, cows, sheep, chickens, turkeys. He has all kinds of animals from time to time. And he has magpies that come around his farm and they eat stuff and they're pests. So I was up on a thing and I saw one in a tree and I shot it and it fell to the ground. And I ran over to see it, it was dead. And it wasn't dead. I had only winged it. And it's like bleeding and shaking and flapping its wings.
Finish it.
And I'm looking at it like, just terrified because it's suffering. I shoot it again. It doesn't die. It just espouses more. I have to fucking shoot this bird. I had to shoot this fucking bird like 4 fucking times to kill it.
Like a bird.
And I never shot a bird again at my dad's house. I felt horrified.
The bird looks up at you and is like, "What the fuck, man?"
Is that all you fucking got, kid? Eh?
Birds.
All you brought was a fucking daisy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, who killed? No.
It was
it's a
terrible.
badass
And,
little
you
bird,
know,
man.
and I'm used to, like, I don't eat fish, but I've been fishing with my dad and chopped them up. My dad is Muslim. I'm Christian, but he's Muslim. And on more than one occasion at his big farm, we've slaughtered sheep for like religious and party. And when I was 12, I did it. Like you bring the sheep out, you face Mecca, literally you face the east like the sheep. You hold it on like basically a rope around the neck. My dad says some prayer and then gives me this giant knife. And I just cut the lamb's neck. And that didn't faze me or scare me because it was all whatever, religion, tradition, ceremony. But this poor bird just flapping and blood and like, I felt so bad. It was just the worst.
Yeah, we grew up on 10 acres. We had hogs and chickens and geese and goats and all this shit. And eventually some of them would make it to the dinner table. And my dad had this this pot, like this 5-gallon. It's almost like a bouillabaisse pot.
This William, this is a quote from the bird as he lay there defying me.
Hey, marinate me in bouillabaisse sauce, bitch.
So
it's not so easy, is it, Gabe?
He had like this, this cauldron. We'd fill it with water, build a fire under it as it was boiling, shoot whatever bird, take it, dip it in the water, peel the feathers and shit like that.
Yeah.
And and then for the hogs, so we had this guy come in. His name was One Shot Willie. That was the name of his business. Yeah. And he'd come in and put a 22 behind the ear, he'd drag it down, and he'd gut him and skin him, and then take him to this butcher shop to be, parted out and everything. But yeah, that was just, that was a circle of life.
Right.
When you got property like that, shit died.
Right. And I do think everyone, if you eat meat and all that, you should kill and butcher something legally, of course, and humanely. But I think and I come from a food family. I told you guys, my grandparents had a Mexican restaurant for 50 years. My dad's been a gourmet chef forever. And I think if you catch your own fish or you kill your own chicken or something, at least once in your life, there's an appreciation and a real honesty to that. Where you see like these lamb chops, they don't come from the back of Vaughn's. This is an animal's ribs. Like that's what this is. And you got to respect it. And, and just, I don't know. I think you gain an appreciation when you have to butcher something yourself. So I want to know more about this.
Farm once for a day. So
Say it again.
I said I worked in an industrial chicken farm in downtown Chattanooga, Tennessee, called Seaboard Farms for one day. And let me tell you something, that's got to count.
All right.
Yeah, you probably saw 1,500 dead chickens in one day.
I saw a conveyor belt with chickens getting their feet clipped to something as they were.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, everybody wants some chicken wings, but don't want to kill that damn thing.
I have pet chickens. I have 4 chickens, hens. They lay eggs, and they're pets though. We eat the eggs, but we're not going to eat the chickens.
You don't have the conveyor belt? No.
Yeah, we gotta get you a conveyor belt, man.
We have to keep track of when my chickens have reign of the yard and when my dog, because he's a basset hound, they're hunters.
Yeah.
And my daughter let the dog out like a week after we got him, and she's all, "Oh no!" And I run out the back door, and he is chasing the littlest one, we nicknamed Red. And he corners her in the corner of my yard, and I'm like, "Gene, no!" And he looks at me. I'm not making this up. My little dog, he's a little basset hound. He looks at me, and he was licking his lips.
Yeah, he's like, "This is what I'm here for."
Like 4 feet away from the chicken. I'm like, "No." So I mean, I didn't get too mad at him. It's not his fault. That's his job.
He's like, "Yeah, you fucking lucky, Red."
I love this guy's face.
He's all, "I'll be back."
Caption, this is, by the way, you need to caption this. This is the bird right here looking at Gabe.
Huh?
This guy's face makes me think of that bird.
Right.
It was like,
please,
hey, what the fuck?
You're lucky, Red.
So back to the program. They blow that dude up on the roof. They ask him how he likes his ribs. We get to the gala. It's outdoors. They're going to murder this guy because he's a bigwig union guy. Yep. And then that'll give Delaplane all the leverage and power.
George Burns. They're going to murder George Burns.
Whatever the F Delaplane's exact plan is here, because he's already rich and he already has a lot of control anyway. I guess this will give him total control.
Yeah,
or something.
power.
Penny.
Right.
Well, he's gonna put somebody else in that position, because remember when he had Action Jackson tied up, he's like, oh, so you want to be in control? He's like, no, I'm a kingmaker, not a king.
Right.
So he wants to put somebody in power that he can control.
Right. And he's got Gaptooth in the tree wearing Action Jackson's trademark red shirt from Predator.
Because they all look alike.
Right.
They all look alike to them. This lady, I was scandalized. There was no one there to park my car. That's what she says to him. I was like, scandalized. And then he's like, oh shit, something's up. Go check it out. Fucking Jackson's here because he took out the valet or whatever.
Right. Oof. So then they take this dude out of the tree. They tear out there's a bunch of like Christmas lights and the Action guy, they get him. Oh, and then the fucking guy, that knife.
Another butterfly knife. Dude, he's dead center. He's 10x with that damn butterfly knife.
Right. So this stuff, it all pops off. It erupts into chaos. There's fighting. It's crazy. And we get to one of the craziest action set pieces you've ever seen to end the movie.
Yep.
It is.
Our great Asian guy, he gets got. That's
he gets fucked up by Kid Sable first. Kid Sable shows him the footwork. He's confused, punches him, knocks him against there. He pulls his gun, and then that cop, the other cop who was in the office with Jackson in the beginning, is there, and he goes, "You're Kid Sable, right? You better believe it, buddy."
Right.
Such a good movie, man. Seriously.
Oh, and then Homeboy was about to get Albert with the butterfly knife too. After he threw it in the dude's chest, then Big Muslim guy comes up behind him and makes him stick his own knife in his chest, and he tells Albert, "I hope this teaches you crime doesn't pay." See, what a good message. What a good message in this movie. Crime does not
Albert's like,
pay.
I've learned being around you people is going to get me fucking killed. Like, seriously. Albert's like on the straight and narrow beyond these, like, how
I learned. Beyond, this is the real Beyond Scared Straight.
Right out of Donkey Kong, you have Vanity upstairs.
Yes.
Crying for Mario to come up against Donkey Kong and save her.
Jackson.
It's so good. He gets in the Fiero, which in the movie they're calling a Haley or something. It's a brand new
Haley
car
from Delaplane.
He drives this car into the house.
Yes.
This is a big ass house.
Up the stairs.
Yes.
Around
How do you make that turn?
Around the hallway and into a bedroom. It's insane.
This is victim number one. This is victim number one with the Hallie. He's the butler who she saw talking on the phone and who told her about him that ended up getting, Sharon Stone killed. Right. And then he comes in, or he's like in the house. He drives up, he turns around, tries to shoot at Jackson through the windshield. That doesn't work. Jackson smashes his ass up against the wall. And he kind of like, you could hear the car going, like he was almost crushing him. Like he was pressing on the gas, like crushing this dude against the wall. And then he spits up all the blood. And Jackson goes, "You lose." He backs up and goes upstairs. Holy
you almost
shit.
never see that sequence. You never see what happens in movies typically. You see the guy get smashed and then the person pulls the car out, but you don't go and see this dude
close up.
He gets fucking wrecked.
Just spitting up all his insides.
They cut it from the movie. They cut it from the movie, but he also asked this guy, "How do you like your ribs? Broken, broken, shattered."
Too late. He's like, He's like, if you take a light bulb and put it in a bag and break it up, that's how I like my ribs.
And then he gave him this one. He gave him the little snarl,
Yeah, well, dude, that guy's tasting his own ribs right now.
Oh, he's tasting everything. He's tasting it all. Dude, you could hear it he grinds the car into this dude. Fucks him up.
Guys, there's a Pontiac Fiero on the second floor of this house.
Yes.
He drove it up the stairs, killed a butler with it.
Yep.
He drove into the room with my grandfather, Uncle Dave's father, my grandfather, Tim Duran, he had a Pontiac Fiero he bought in 1986. It was gold. I loved it. I was in second grade. And I asked my grandpa if I could have it when I turned 16. And he said yes. When I was a senior in high school, I was 17. I didn't get the car yet, but I thought I would get it when I graduated. My brother was using it while he was in college. Got T-boned in an intersection by illegal immigrant Mexicans with no car insurance.
Damn it.
The car was a total loss. My poor brother has a scar on his forehead where the rearview mirror sliced him. But my brother was fine. He didn't get injured. But my car, I waited 10 years, and my poor brother got it smashed into smithereens. How did he drive this car up the stairs and through a wall and didn't mess it up? I don't know. Poor Abe.
Who built this house? And they just wanted a better life, man. They just come in here for a better life. That's all.
Did you see? This is in the DVD extras, Delaplane is talking to the designer of the home. He's like, I need these hallways to be wide enough to fit a sports coupe.
Exactly.
Not a full size. Something like a Spider, something convertible, maybe.
I want to see him at the factory, right? Going, I like the Halley, but how does it handle on stairs? How does it handle inside?
Hey, just hypothetically speaking, if I'm driving this car down my fucking hallway, how much room do I have?
And who did he get to build those stairs? Those are steel reinforced rebar fucking stairs. Because they didn't crack, they didn't break, they didn't bend.
He go through them?
Right.
He fucking drove
Let's
stairs.
Let's say hypothetically, there's bouillabaisse downstairs. I don't feel like walking none. I feel like driving, going out for dinner. How quickly can this get me down the stairs?
Yeah. You've got 700 people to feed. You've got a 4-gallon pot. You've got to make
how
9 million pounds of
fucking gallons of bouillabaisse can I fit in the trunk of this car?
You tell me. I got one fucking question for you. All right, jerk off. How many gallons of fucking bouillabaisse can I fit in the trunk? Hey,
So that's a legitimate question, man. And obviously he fit enough because he bought it. This dude, not only did it, and when it drives through the entrances, when it drove through the entrance of the house, and when it drove through the entrance of his bedroom, eventually, it did not scrape the sides. It did not touch the structure. It just went through the door. These are the widest fucking doorways in home building history. Dude, he just drove a car into his bedroom with enough room to drive across the room and park the car.
Yes.
Wow. Tammy, about 3 gallons in the Fiero. Tammy said, with a callback of the upstairs, downstairs, this is what you use to turn off the lights upstairs. So, yeah. Hey, how much room is in that back seat? You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Turns out the Fiero ain't got no back seat.
That's right.
It literally doesn't. So
I know.
Yeah.
As long as you got the trunk, man, for the bouillabaisse. That's all.
That's right. Oh man, what a sick bastard.
So
they're about to dope her up again.
He's gonna kill his son. He's killed his 2 wives. He beat the shit out of his karate instructor. He's assassinated his business partner / rivals. This is an absolute menace. This man.
This guy's family tree is a funnel.
He's gonna shoot her up. Psychopath. Hey, I'm gonna shoot you up with some bouillabaisse right here. It's the good stuff.
You ain't never had nothing like this here, Toots.
Man. So yeah, then he's gonna blow her brains out right in front of action, and then he dips back into the. Come on, man, don't shoot me. Let's handle this like men. Don't be a bitch.
Right.
Because he has his gun trained on him too, and then it's on and popping now. Now it's time to fight.
Right, back and forth, a lot of kicking, spinning, punching,
and it almost has a Rocky kind of the music. You hear a lot of horns in there. Right. Has a very Rocky sound to that action scene, especially after he gets the upper hand. Right here, where he says, "Now you piss me off." Right, the scene before that, when he's leaning up against the car like that, when he's getting up, Delaplane gives him his patented elbow, which sends him through the window. Right into the car, and then he gives him another one, about right between the shoulder blades, and he pushes off. He's like, "Now you piss me off," and then dun, 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 and there comes that Rocky sounding, heavy horn. The good guy's got the upper hand music, and then he starts to whooping on him. He throws a kick, gives Peter Delaplane an elbow in his thigh. How you like that shit, Peter Delaplane? And then kind of throws him. Goes to get his gun. Delaplane reaches for his gun. They both turn around. Boom, boom.
Oh, my gosh. And that's a great picture by my daughter there.
That's the best picture right there.
Look at that. The squib, that's those things they use in Hollywood for the fake blood. The squib, you could see the mist blowing up right there. That is great.
And he just, boom, just blows this fool apart.
And look at, and I do think great acting by, what's his name here? The eyes. Like he's still alive. It's going to take, 10, 30 seconds to die. and he just and his jowls are all wiggling and everything.
Yeah,
all in slow-mo.
when
And
he
there's this blood streak down the wall as he slides down.
When he hits the wall in slow motion, he hits his head pretty hard.
Right.
Now you could see he just totally was going for it, but you see his head go boom against that wall, and then he slides down the wall, and then of course we get the best line from Biff.
Yeah.
Right here. Oh no, right there she goes.
Well, then he runs up like, "How did he miss you?" And he's like, "He did it." And he shows that he got shot.
Okay? He's like, "I don't know. I've been shot." And he pulls it over. Of course, you know it's through and through. It's always a through and through.
Yep.
And then Bill Dukes asks, he's all, what's going on? And he goes, "This is one dead piece of shit car builder." Turns around and looks at him like, what the fuck?
And that's his whole character. He's Biff. He's very one note, but it's great. He always says something stupid. And everyone looks at him like, "What the fuck you just say?"
That's about as smart as a screen door on a battleship. It's a screen door on a submarine, you fucking moron. This is the thing I love about it too, which is, and I will say this, I miss this from the 80s. The first of all, the acting when he gets shot is real, as a lot of these actors will tell you. When someone points a gun at you, pulls the trigger, and a squib goes off, which gives you the sensation of being hit, and you can see blood going everywhere. It's fucking terrifying. That squib was enormous.
Dude.
And
look at that shit.
That was like, that's what we need in action movies. We need just that boom.
Dude, that shit was awesome. And then he goes, this is one dead piece of shit car builder. Yep. And he goes, "I'm going to need that report on my desk in the morning, Lieutenant." Or he goes, "I'm going to need that report on my desk in the morning." In the morning? Yes, Lieutenant.
Right. So he gets his rank back.
Gets his rank back at the end. And then she's like, "Hey, you think you could be with the junkie?" Right. Or he goes,
ex-junkie.
Ex-junkie. She's all, "Cold turkey." He's all, "Can you have you on Thanksgiving or some shit?" She's like, "You can have me now." And then boom, Pointer Sisters.
And that's the Pointer Sisters lyrics right there.
And that, guys, is Action Jackson. Oh my God.
Well done. Love it.
One more time, just for the hell of it.
Hell yeah.
Carl Weathers is the
Barbecue, man. How do you like your ribs?
See ya.
I love the little snarl so much. I love it. Let me find it. Hold on.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, even there, yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Right there, look.
Yeah. It's hard to get it, but
yeah, it's beautiful, though. Yeah,
it's just everything. That scene where they had him in the double bicep pose.
Right.
Like, "Hey, Carl, how can we just show all of it off at one time?" He's like, "Well, I've been working on the double bicep. Let me see what you mean." They were just like, "Oh yeah."
There's so much that's unrealistic. Those chains couldn't hold him.
Right. No,
he'd be like, "Shit, get more chains." Carl broke the next
cut. Damn it, more chains.
Fucking Samson right there, man.
The chain budget.
Hercules shit.
The chain budget was half of the damn budget right there. Was just chains.
Honestly,
I read that I saw that in the DVD extras. It was the chain budget and the baby oil budget for Carl's muscels. That was over half the budget for this movie.
And then another automotive paint.
Well, and then 23% of the budget they said was the reinforcement for the stairs for the Fiero to drive up it.
So. And the bedroom where it sat for the last 10 minutes of the movie and didn't crash through the floor.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Do you know how much it costs to pave those stairs with asphalt?
Right.
Just reinforced.
William L3 says something I wholeheartedly agree with. Yeah. I'm a weightlifter. I've been lifting weights since I was a kid. I got away from it in my 20s. I got back into it. I did it today. I do it 4 times a week. I think Carl is natty. I think he's all natural. He doesn't have any of that telltale gyno. Yeah. Like if you're on steroids, you'll get big puffy nipples sometimes, and then you'll get that big steroid gut too sometimes. I think that he has just great genetics. I don't think he's a steroid guy.
Yeah, he played in the NFL too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For the Raiders, I think it's somebody else.
He played for the fucking Raiders.
Fucking Raiders, fucker.
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, Carl Weathers is awesome. I don't know if those jeans could get much tighter, but
dude,
this dude's swole. He looks like a fucking action figure.
Wait a minute, is he like?
Figure.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say this. No, this is what we're seeing is a marketing missed opportunity. But this is the great thing about where we are in entertainment. You know, remember the olden days, like, you know, probably like around the 80s or 70s when the entertainment of the day was shit. There was this revival in theaters of playing old movies. You're actually seeing it right now to stay in business, having like classic movies play. It's time for us to sort of, you know, promote these movies and have a renaissance of rediscovering these films. And that means we can do things like grab the Italian poster for it, you know, really promote the shit out of this. More people should be watching Action Jackson. More people should be seeing this movie. It's a great
what? You just stumbled on something without realizing it. This show's doing better. We're getting a lot of views. This is going to grow. We got something great here. The three of us, great energy, great chemistry together. We get this thing big enough. We have a meetup with fans. They come to it in person. We're there, and we watch one of these fucking movies with YouTube fans.
Oh my God, yeah.
How great. We rent a theater, and then we get one of these old 90s movies and watch it with our fans. That would be so much fun.
That's a great idea. But who can do this? Who isn't just a straight action star now with this kind of physique, the muscles? Who can do this? I don't know that there's an action star. I mean, you got Statham, The Rock, but these guys are older. But who's a young dude?
Yeah,
who's just
the acting pedigree too. Like he had the ability in throughout his entire acting career. I don't think I've seen him give a bad performance. That's the thing that really gets me about this stuff, man. I mean, he's a great actor too, but I think it was we just had you know, actors who was it? I think it was Henry Cavill was saying this about working out, and I was really impressed by this. He goes, when you look at those movies in the 80s, the actors, the action stars of the day, it was in their job description to be in shape.
Yeah.
Their job description to be in top form. And he was talking about how he works out because he says, it is my job to be in peak physical condition. You see him in Mission Impossible. He tries to give himself a different build in that. And he talks about like how he really works this stuff out. Carl Weathers is one of those people who took the craft of acting, being prepared, delivering his line, promoting the movie, everything else, and the physique because he knew that's what you were paying for. And what the fuck did they do? They put him in a suit. They put him in a suit on the poster, not even a short sleeve shirt like he wears most of this movie. It is criminal. That poster is horrific.
They should have put him even in that red shirt.
That's the one. That's the Italian.
They should have put him in that red shirt for sure. I don't know what they were. He was maybe 10 minutes of the movie. He's in that tuxedo, and it's at the very beginning with the Man of the Year, and at the very end, the meat of it, he's wearing those tight ass jeans and that red shirt, and he's going all over Detroit whooping people's ass, and she's in tow. This will make you think, you know, they're a team. She was in tow, except for that scene where she helped him not get his balls cut off, you know, and he helped her by luring that guy, but he was clearly leading this expedition. She was in tow. She was filling in where she could, but he was clearly a badass in this relationship. And he had a tender side. He wanted to see her get cleaned up. He's like, if you don't stick with me, you'll be dead inside of 20 minutes. Get off of this shit. He wouldn't even bang her in the beginning. He wouldn't even bang her until she cleaned up her act.
Right. Yep. On the right, he looks like a Party City James Bond costume.
Yep.
And on the left, he's Marlon Brando and Humphrey Bogart, and he just masculine swagger on the left.
Yeah, he's got the on the waterfront kind of. When you said Brando, I was thinking you're right, man. He's got that like
just that cigar. That cigar is so badass.
Yeah.
It's so badass.
That's just more masculinity. That cigar is just another layer of masculinity.
Such ease and confidence, you know, and he's touching the woman with confidence. It's fantastic.
And she looks like I'm safe.
This is my man.
You know what I mean, this is my man. I don't got shit to worry about. Right. I've seen him whip a pool hall full of people. I don't have shit to worry about. But on the right, if that's the Action Jackson you want to give me, then give me that. Could Carl Weathers pull off a Bondy kind of, you know, suave dude? Fuck yeah, he could. But that's not what you gave me. You gave me Action Jackson, which was good, but not on that cover, man.
We got to find the poster designer and chew him out that did this.
I
got a funny story about that.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I lived in Greeley, Colorado. There are a bunch of one-way streets there, and I hate one-way streets, whatever. And I said jokingly, if I ever find out who designed these one-way streets, I'm going to kick his ass.
Yeah.
I worked at Home Depot when I was in college. And you know me, I'm not shy. I like people, and I really like old people because I love my grandparents. I was helping an old man with lumber or something one day. He's a real old, little old guy. And I was talking to him, this and that, and here's your nails, and these are the screws you need. And we get to talking about our lives, and, I knew your grandparents. Their Mexican restaurant was great. And I said, you've been in Greeley a while? He's like, I was in the war. And then after that, I came back, and I was a civil engineer. I designed a lot of this town. And I was like, I finally meet him, and he's a World War II hero. Yeah. Then I'm not fucking lying. He pulls a card out of his wallet and shows it to me, and he's an official Pearl Harbor survivor. And he's telling me he was on the Arizona or the Kentucky or whatever, and the Japanese are flying in and lighting him up, and he jumped into a locker and shut it. And the bullets made little cracks in the door, but they didn't come quite through, and the light was coming through on his face. And I'm like, I hated you before I knew you. Now I love you. Now you're one of the greatest Americans of all time.
You stick to your word, Gabe. You should have started kicking that old man's ass.
You know what Frankie Nelson would have done? He would have gone, I'm going to kill you after I kill my kid and 2 wives. Fucking monster.
Next time you run into that old man again, you kick his fucking ass, Gabe. All right? It's like you said.
No, it was a funny thing to actually meet someone like that.
Yeah, I think we need what we need for this movie, and there's so many people who do great work, but I do think if it's possible to find, because I was actually spent a lot of time on stream, like when we were talking, I was trying to find, because I know the artist's name who did that poster, but I would love to get a clean with no type on it, high resolution of that painting. For all I know, I'm not even kidding, I wouldn't even doubt that Carl Weathers owns it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it strikes me as the kind of thing that the actor would want to buy. Right. But it's I would love to get a scan of that, because that poster that they made, the Italians made, is infinitely better for this flick, man. It's infinitely better. I mean, if I was doing it, to be honest, I'd take the lower part of that poster and I would go with a wide shot for it. Like, the top is perfect, but I think you could maybe get a little bit of Detroit. I'd get the car in there if I could. Some of those really great things. And I think you could do a really great new poster for this. I would have done a couple. None of them would have been the poster starring Sharon Stone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
She wasn't that big of a.
She wasn't that big
of a character, and I think it looks like they're also catering to 2 different audiences. You have more of that machismo in Italy, the cigar, the woman, the tits, some kicking ass. And I think and obviously it was a mistake, but maybe with the American audience, they wanted something, a little more suave, or I don't know, man. It just, we should have got the poster.
I found a weird French.
That one's weird. Yeah.
Damn, that is.
This is French. It says Il arrive. That means he's coming at the top. And then
look at Sharon.
Horribly mutilated Sharon Stone.
And why her put Vanity down there?
This must have been later. This must have been a release years later when Sharon Stone was more famous.
She looks like a pile of chicken cutlets, man.
Yeah.
That's what is happening there.
Now, this is a terrible poster. It's a well-illustrated terrible poster. The painting is nice at the top. I think it's a painting.
Yeah.
But it doesn't tell me anything about what this movie's about.
It doesn't look like Carl Weathers.
He's a construction worker.
Yeah.
It looks like he's a construction worker who used to be a slave, because he still has the chains on his wrist. And his forearms too, striated or whatever you want to call it. Just,
This is what you're seeing right here, guys, is the difference between somebody who knows how to freaking paint and somebody who can paint, with all due respect to the other artist. Look at, oh my God.
Where the fuck did they get? That's not even in the movie.
Yeah.
He wearing no white sneaker.
Yeah, it looks like Carl Weathers' guest appearance on the Cosby Show. What the fuck is that pose?
That looks like they took a picture from a Sports Illustrated, shoot that he did, or some Nike ad or something where he's active in his fucking tennis shoes. And then that fucked up picture of Sharon Stone. The rest of it, I mean, do something else with this center part and throw her out of there. And that's a pretty decent picture. You got Vanity, you got Craig T in there, but that's a weird That looks like a magazine ad where he's advertising like jeans.
I don't know what language this is. I thought it was maybe Italian or French, but there's some writing at the top. This is Dynamite Jackson. I don't know what the hell this is.
I don't either.
This is fascinating, this stuff.
Dude, that looks like a sitcom. Like that, with Craig T. Nelson looks like he's playing the role of Mr. Belvedere.
This is actually
he's the foreign, the British help.
He's the butler.
As an illustrator and designer, this is terrible, this one. Why is Sharon Stone like this little dinky thing? You got like this weird tangent where Vanity's foot is touching his shin.
Oh.
Then that parallelogram with Coach Hayden, whatever his name was, Delaplane. None of this makes sense.
Nope. And like it looks like Sharon Stone's foot's like gonna go up his ass or something.
It looks like he shit her out or something.
Le poo Jackson.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That is
Dynamite Jackson.
That makes the original one we didn't like look way better.
Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, you don't think you can fall out of the basement until you see that one, right?
Right.
Hell, man. I would.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Those look fucking awful.
Yeah.
Fucking awful.
It's kind of fun to like find this stuff though. This is horrible.
I guess we should be thankful for what we have.
Right.
Look at the credits. This is another thing you got to give the. When I'm looking at all these, I got to give the Italians credit. Carl Weathers, Craig T. Nelson, Vanity, Sharon Stone. This one, Carl Weathers, Action Jackson. Gotta love that, man.
Yeah.
Like it's like
theirs looks like a movie poster.
Yes.
You know, with the credits and shit on the bottom. Yeah, basically, lesson learned, or outsource it to the Italians, please.
That's right. Wow.
Was it a cartoon?
I think this is a ripoff, like on Etsy or something. I don't think this is official.
Yeah, let's see. That's too busy. That has everybody in it.
And then when I was looking for Action Jackson stuff this last week, there must have been a movie in Bollywood because there was a lot of Indian. Now, Sean, you are of Indian heritage.
Yeah.
Can you say I'm Action Jackson, and can you also say how do barbecue? How do you like your ribs with a thick Indian accent?
Thick.
Oh my gosh, let me think here. Let me try to get there.
As thick as molasses, baby.
That's right. Hello, I'm Action Jackson, and then of course there would be, how do you like your ribs?
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
It doesn't. I'm not feeling it. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing. And plus, you know, there's not a lot of this in India. You know, the pursed lips stuff.
Dude, those Bollywood movies are off the fucking charts.
We will do a Bollywood movie at some point. I guarantee you. Like, we'll do an action movie that's absurd.
Bruh.
It's a sequel. It's called Doom 2. And if you wanted to know how much American culture has impacted India, like when I went to India when I was a kid, you know, way, way back, I remember like there were everybody was in traditional clothing. The last time I went to India, and this is again way back in the 90s, man. It was like 3,000 degrees out, and I saw an Indian kid walk past me in a black leather jacket. And I went, "What are you doing?" And then when you watch the opening dance sequence from a movie like Doom 2, you're just like going, your grandmother would have had a heart attack had she lived to see this. These girls are in like short shorts, midriff, and like.
Just the fact that you said the opening dance sequence. Mm-hmm. You don't see those in American action movies.
You do not.
Zero dance sequence unless it's Van Damme and Kickboxer.
Right.
But there's some movie, and I can't remember the name. The title is just too complicated for me to remember. But this dude is in the jungle, and he's just ripped up Indian dude. And there's some kind of trap that they had a tiger in, and the tiger broke it. So he has to grab these two ropes and pull them together to keep holding onto the tiger. And if he lets them go, the tiger gets free. So the more he holds the ropes closer together, the farther away it pulls the tiger from him. So there's a part where he's grabbed one and the other one's getting away. He grabs it. He pulls it together. As he's pulling it together, it's pulling this 500-pound tiger back. And the tiger swipes at him and gets him on his pets. But it doesn't faze him. He keeps, it is the craziest shit. And the one you sent me, was that Action Jackson with the dude on like a subway?
Yeah, man.
Bro, he sliced it. The sword was a nice touch. He was hacking fucking everybody up. And then dude turns around and he's right in his face. It had a little comedy to it, but it was just over the top.
People are saying
action.
It's called RRR and it's on Netflix. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's where it was. Bruh, that shit was crazy. He's holding an angry tiger back.
How are we? This is the thing too, right? That not around the world. There's a lot.
Wait a minute, I found it. Sorry,
you got it. Oh shit!
Yeah,
there he is holding the rope.
He has to hook those things together. He has to put those two hooks together to hold the tiger so he can get away. And I mean, look at that, just face to face with an angry beast.
Yep.
That shit, and it scratches him in the chest, but he's all right. He can't focus on that. 4
you gotta walk that shit off, man, when you're fighting the tiger.
That tiger just scratched down to his heart. And he didn't even didn't fade.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing too about this stuff, right? I was talking about this on the stream that Dan and I were doing the other night, or morning, I should say. As it is here, like 2 a.m., man, we're doing it. But it's as when you look at this shit, man, and you see this stuff, there was this idea of what pulp characters were, and it's really simple. 3 key ingredients: mystery, danger, and sexiness is what Jim Franco said. We say this all the time. That is what your poster design job is, in a sense. Mm-hmm. That's what your movie design, job is. All of that sort of stuff. And I look at this stuff and I just go, yeah, man. It's like, why have we completely neutered our movies? You know what I mean? Why are we at the point where there's no sex? Here's how comics died, to put it that way. First thing they did is they got rid of sexiness. They got rid of that. That had to be ruled out. Then the next thing they did was they got rid of what was it? The very next one, it was danger. They got rid of mystery, or what's the mystery? Every character said, "This is me. This is my whole life. I'm this pronouns. I'm everything." Like there was no more mystery in these characters. But the last thing they got rid of, which is weird, is danger. Every character, no matter how out of shape they are, weird looking they are, they can survive anything. They're never really at risk. So there's no stakes. And I look at these movies, and you even look at the Marvel movies, right? There's really not that many stakes in the Marvel movies. Everybody's going to come out okay. Even when they die, it's going to be, like an honorable death. It's not like you're going to see anybody get, I don't know, their arm is going to hit the ground still firing an Uzi. You know what I mean? That shit's not going to happen like it does in Predator. And then you look at Action Jackson, and you think to yourself, or you look at Vanity in this, and you really think about this. You go, Vanity could very well die because this motherfucker has killed every chick he's ever been around.
She's gonna die.
Yeah, she is.
He's gonna kill her.
Yeah,
that's his mission that he lays out. When he thinks he has Carl Weathers dead to rights. It's something I've wanted to say out loud for a long time about Marvel movies. More specifically, Spider-Man.
Yes.
Since when has Spider-Man been that fucking strong? Didn't he hold together the Titanic in one of the last movies?
Yes.
He stopped that train from going.
Yeah.
Look, man, I know he's a superhero. I know he's strong and shit. He's fast and he's jumping around kicking people's ass. But since when has he become every superhero in one?
Yeah.
Like, you guys don't have Superman. He's not Superman. He's Spider-Man.
No.
Yeah, since when is he holding a fairy together?
Yes.
Just here's how as far as I can see this. So I dreamed of working for Jim Lee and DC Comics since I was 12. And God bless me, I lived my dream. Jim Lee hired me when I was 29. I worked at Wildstorm, and it was still just a comic book company, And at the end of 2010 or whatever, they announced DC Entertainment, and they said, we're closing San Diego, we're closing New York, everything is moving to Burbank, Hollywood. We're going to focus on TV and movies. And I was sitting, we had a big area where we would color comics. That's where I would sit. And when we had a meeting, all 30 of us would go into that area. It was a big area called the Pit. It was a big black room with black tables, you need darkness when you color. You need the lights down pretty dim. And they wheeled out a TV like middle school, and there was a satellite feed of Jim Lee, Diane Nelson, Dan DiDio. And they were telling us the new plan for the company, and that I could go freelance or I could go work in LA as a production artist or some shit. I remember sitting there thinking, we're doing comics now, and it wasn't woke yet. It was 2010. And I thought, is going to change things huge. But I'm not going to pretend I knew how, but I knew it was going to change things because Hollywood is just, you know what I mean? We all know what it is.
Mhm.
And if you told me then what it is now, I wouldn't have fucking believed you.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
But the people who got their hands on these comics, they don't love drawing. At the end of the day, what Shant and I both love the most is to illustrate. I like storytelling. You have to have some sort of story you're telling, but I just love drawing. That's it. That's where it starts and ends for me. And the people making these movies and fucking up Spider-Man and fucking up, they don't love this stuff the way we do. This is a part of Shant's personality and mine too. God made me this way. He put this in me, that there's something about my brain and Shant and people like us and drawing. It is so, I'm overjoyed when I draw. I feel so happy. I feel like I'm in my purpose as a human being. And the people making the movies, they could give a rat turd about that. They don't care about that.
You know what it is though? It's they do everything by, and this is, and it was painful for me, man, to watch the same thing happen in academia. When the academia has always been fucking red, to paraphrase Razor Fist. There's always been a communist streak to it, Marxist streak, ever since the 60s, ever since basically academia gave in to the freaking people, literally, again, taking hostages, you know, at Columbia and all these other colleges, various colleges where all that shit was going on. So this is an echo of that. That's nothing new. The fact of the erosion of any kind of academic freedom and all that other shit, and it never used to censor speech. It would let every person say whatever they wanted to say, more or less. It was a thing. At a certain point, when words became violence and all that bullshit eroded it, it fucking destroyed it. But here's the thing that they didn't count on, and while we have it, we have to make use of it, is these lines of communication we have direct to the audience. What we need is advocates. Like, I will tell you this, with tons of respect to every artist in Comicsgate, every creator who is trying to create non-woke stuff, right? The fact of the matter is, it is the work of someone like Jordan Peterson and people who step up and actually start to articulate what we've lost and what's going on. It's having voices, because artists hear that. They need to hear things like that to generate these ideas and work. So, you know, while I could say that the biggest influence for me on Comicsgate was seeing a particular artist work, I'd be lying. It was a respect for the artist's work, but it was also what they were saying that inspired me to do what I'm doing right now. And that, Jericho, that's where I think it's sort of funny. You're in an interesting place. You know, you are, I doubt that you have ever diminished your evangelism for Action Jackson. The difference is you have now a bigger voice to talk about all of this kind of stuff, because you've earned that. You're articulate, you're funny, you know how to talk about this kind of shit. And unfortunately, they're not. They have a lot. This is the thing people don't understand about language, man. Like when you hear Razor Fist or you talk or anybody like that who knows how to, like, you know, how to describe and define things well. They have they use words that say nothing. It's just word salad. When I listen to you and you're talking about things like this and you're breaking down the story, yes, you know the scripts, you know these movies backwards and forwards, but you're able to give people energy about it. And that was one of my gifts when I was teaching. I would put things in a way, like it's the way I was articulate, and the way I would describe things is I would go right to the heart of it. Do you know what I mean? I would cut through all the bullshit, and I would say things like best examples I could give. I think I said this one last week about the attitude that if you draw a sexy nude female figure and that's what you want to do in your work, that people say that means you hate women, right? I told you guys my answer to that, right?
If your house was covered with nude men, we wouldn't think you hated men.
But I watch arguments sometimes, and just as someone who is a student of the game, I grew up in a family where the sky wasn't blue, because the older people would argue you in circles. Like, they would just be like, this isn't the case. But I was watching Joe Rogan debate that guy, and I watch people do this all the time as arguments. You know, all the time as arguments, and people don't see the thing. And this is not, I don't mean this to get into a heavy political topic, but this is what I mean about actually being articulate in debate and getting an insight. It's going, when I heard that guy, it sounded like a great line, and it was a great line. He shut Joe Rogan down in that way with that
his debate. If it was a battle, that guy won. But he goes, if this thing happened to my daughter, right, and you throw it in face, and I go, so what you're saying is if this thing happens to your daughter, the solution to it is to kill your grandchild. That's the move people don't know how to make. I've never heard anybody say that. Now, that is something that if you are committed to winning a debate, you do. So what I always say to people is what I said to my students in college, in a liberal environment, I would say, you know, a student was showing a sketchbook and he had these figure drawings of women and he was attempting to draw sexy women, but like everybody, they were shit. The world was not in danger of him objectifying, or I should say, object theory doesn't count towards this, sexualizing women, because these were some rough drawings, let's be clear. But he was like all nervous about it for a second. I said, hey, you know you can't pray your straight away either. And the fucking room was like dead silent. And I go, nobody's like, I want to go to war with people in these arguments in this fucking culture war with people who know how to get to the point. Razor Fist, articulate as shit. He just destroys people's arguments and chops them up. He goes, you know why I know that Joe McCarthy wasn't responsible for all of those congressional hearings? Because he was a senator and he wasn't in the fucking the House of Representatives, like he was in the fucking Senate. So the House on an American Activities Committee, the reason why he wasn't on the House on American Activities Committee was because he was a fucking senator and he wasn't even in office during that shit. Like, he gets to the fucking point. And we can do that with action, man. We can do this with action movies. We can say, you know what you're missing? Ladies, you're missing men. That's why nothing seems to fix it all. Fuck.
Yeah, it's so obvious. And I keep waiting because, you know, comedians and artists, other types of artists, they've always been on kind of the opposite of the mainstream. They've been on the fringe. They've been the taboo. You shouldn't be listening to that. You can't, you know, you shouldn't be listening to that stuff. That's bad music. Elvis is gyrating his hips and, you know, running over rap CDs with a steamroller. But now it seems like the artists, the entertainers are part of it. They're pushing the same bullshit mainstream nonsense. Where are the rebels? Where are the musical rebels, the comedian rebels and shit? You know, we finally have some rebels in the in the art community, but where are the other artists, the other types of artists? Where are they going against this bullshit and championing what should be the counterculture, counter to this bullshit that we're being, you know, waterboarded with? So when is that going to happen?
People right here, man. That's what I love about it, man. There's 3 people right here people can look to, man. You know? Oh, you're muted, Gabe.
I was like, damn, is he yelling at his family?
Oh, no. I touched. I cannot mute it. If you touch it.
Yeah, and when you showed that clip of She-Hulk twerking, that was...
So let's look at this. The Poison Ivy villain character from Batman. She's a very sexy woman. She's very sexy, and she uses her plant pheromone powers. It's comic book science. It's bullshit. To seduce men and then rob them, kill them, whatever crime. But this is what the people at DC Comics have coming out in stores today. So she's fat. She has fat. Look at her dumpy ass there.
Oh my God.
That's not Uma Thurman.
Now, I won't shit on the artist. This is well drawn, ugly woman. So the artist is a good artist. This is just the editor.
Who's drawing this?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't know who drew it. They drew it well. I think I do think it is well drawn and well colored. But what the editors are making them do with this political agenda of fat Poison Ivy. Now, and I tweeted a response to this. I said, me and Carlos de Anda did it better. This is my work from 2010. So we did a little bit better. Right.
Much better.
And someone tried to argue with me in the comments, and why does it matter how she looks or this, that? And I told them, because beauty matters in art.
It's the visual media.
Right.
What
Beauty
the fuck
matters.
is wrong with these people? Listen, guys, it's like, I'm not, like, these people are narcissists of the first order. I'm not confused as to why there's not a movie of me chained in a fucking factory with my shirt off. Because people would pay money to not see that shit. We could torture people on a black site by making them look at that shit. That is not what the fucking public wants.
So you're trying to bring in customers, and you're going to offer them this, or you're going to offer them this.
Yeah, which what straight man? Which one is he gonna pick? Even if you're not straight,
Well, and
even if you
here's
had
the thing.
to dabble, for 24 hours in being straight, which one are you gonna pick?
All right.
If you're a gay woman, raise your standards. That's what I'm gonna say too.
And
if that other woman does it for you, fucking raise your standards. Get some cardio in.
I would say this though about the less attractive, unattractive fat one. You should draw characters like that in the story when it's appropriate. But they take a character like this, who her whole thing is her heterosexual sexuality and allure for men. That's what the character is. And your boy Zach, I don't know if you know who he is, Jericho. Everyone, a lot of comics gay people do.
Yeah.
He said today on a post, this would be like making the Flash slow. Like, could you make, if you made a new character, like you made up a new, this is like a brand new character with a different, fine, that's okay.
Yeah.
Make a fat one, this use whatever. But to take a character who the whole point of her is to be sexy and then like just feed her a bunch of empanadas for 3 months and call it good. Like you're losing money as a company. But I would tell DC Comics, please don't ever stop. Please keep doing this because this sells my comic book. This sells Truth, Justice, American Way. This sells Beef Law. This sells Nosfero. So please keep doing this. And again, it is well drawn. The artist, this is a good artist and great coloring, I think. But it's bad subject matter from the writer / editor / who's ever in charge over there at Warner Brothers.
Yeah, it's. I said this to someone the other day that the situation we're in with Marvel and DC right now, as people in CG Comicsgate who are going head to head trying to make non-political or apolitical entertainment that's just good. It's the equivalent of having to fight Mike Tyson in his prime, and before you get in the ring, Mike's like, before we have this fight, I'm going to thaw my legs off, and you're like, oh, great, Mike, because I was going to die. And I mean, just from the cardio, like you weren't even going to land a shot. You had me bounce around the ring for 3 minutes and I'd be dead, but if you're going to absolutely make this fight, tip it in my favor when you've got Superman, Batman, all of these characters that are household names. Thank you for fucking them up so that we could come in here because you know what? You don't deserve them anyway. You don't deserve them.
Dude, you're so right. Multi-billion-dollar companies that own Batman and Superman. How are we supposed to compete? Thank goodness they're woke.
Yes,
they got all the money to advertise. They can hire any artist they want, writers, everything. They got us outgunned.
Yep.
Oh, thank goodness they're woke idiots.
Yeah.
And that'd be like remember that movie Barbed Wire with Pamela Anderson?
I worked on those comics. I did.
That would be like making her this frumpy, like thick ass chick like they did with Poison Ivy. Her whole thing is her sexuality.
Right.
Yeah.
The big old titties, the small waist. That's her whole appeal. It's her sexuality. You can't take that away and then tell me that's the same thing.
Yeah,
no, it's not. My eyes aren't broken. You know what the fuck to do here. We know what's attractive in these situations. What are you doing? Who are you fooling?
So in 2015, we relaunched the Barbed Wire comic at Dark Horse Comics. I love Patrick Oliff, the penciler, Tom Nguyen, the inker. Friends of mine, I colored this.
Yeah.
Masterfully illustrated.
Jeez.
But look at how they made us make Barb look.
Oh my God.
What?
So look, now that is a fucking amazing drawing, amazing pencil, amazing ink, amazing color. But we flattened her tits out. We put a bulletproof vest to really flatten her out.
No, you put a binder on her. Yeah.
Right. This is what we did. This is what the writers and the editors. Because Patrick Oliff, the penciler, 30 years in this business. He's a genius penciler.
Yeah.
Tom Nguyen, a friend of mine, a personal friend, he's an inker, almost 30 years in the business, a great inker, and me, a great colorist. This is what they had us do. I got told I was working on Barbed Wire. I'm like, nice. I thought it was going to be boobies and everything.
Yeah, that titty game.
She barely has boobs.
Ugh.
And then, shocker of all shockers, it didn't sell and it didn't keep going, this book.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Why mess with what what works? You know what men want to see? That's who's reading these damn comics.
And again, does every woman in comics have to have outsized tits? Of course not. But Barbed Wire does. It would be like, hey, have you seen the new Arnold movie? And he's got like 7th grade arms and he can't aim a gun and he's just a buffoon and he's afraid of everything. And it's like, Well, why did you get Arnold then? That's not what he does. So
keep it up, guys. So keep it up. Keep cranking out the bullshit.
Yeah, man. It's what's that? I remember. God, what is I forget the trainer's name, man. But one of my favorite trainers, he was training welterweight, who had a tough time, and he was trying to Virgil Hunter. That's who he is. Actually, he's a California guy. Right. But Virgil Hunter was talking, and he said, he goes, I hate seeing a boxer run track like that. That's not the business he's in. He's not a track star. He's a boxer. He's got to slow it down. He's got to do things. And he just looked at the camera and goes, don't hook a racehorse up to a plow. And that is one of my favorite fucking things in the world. And that is what they're doing. When you take barbed wire and you turn her into that, you're hooking a racehorse up to a plow. Right. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yep. Right. And what a waste of our talents, the three of us that made that art. You saw how beautiful the art was.
Yeah, beautiful art.
But we're smashing her chest with a bulletproof vest. It's barbed wire.
Yeah.
I love this. We should have made her fat. We should have made her fat and called her carved wire. I didn't know this. Turok is a Native American dinosaur hunter. It's a comic from like the 50s. They relaunched it in the 90s. And I guess they've relaunched it again, according to Werewolf. And they made Turok black. So there you go. So I don't know.
Why not just create a whole new character and jam all this woke shit inside of them?
I'll tell you this though too. That actually, it depends on how they do it. Yes, I mean, because let's be honest, like I'm a massive, Bart Sears, Andy Smith fan. Love their stuff. Like when I was coming up, and I love Turok, and I love the character. But when you think about it, like Turok is. Think about what Conan looked like before, Frazetta got a hold of him. I think you could do an interesting thing with it because it's still the ludicrous, holy shit. Sorry, the ludicrous nature, when you called that up, it just got me. The ludicrous nature of essentially this character fighting dinosaurs. But you're right, give it another name, give the character something more interesting, right? But it's at the same time, like, I think it's as long as the character he becomes, like when I saw Sam Jackson as Nick Fury, perfect example. Nobody had any problem with that until the Brie Larson film. But anyway, nobody had any problem with Sam Jackson's Nick Fury because he captured the idea of Nick Fury. Do you know what I mean? Like if you know Nick Fury, he works in that role, right? He works in that role. Now, when I think about, certain characters, it's different, but it would be like if Nick Fury was suddenly this giant overweight guy who had 2 eye patches, concealing it. Really, like that's what they're doing. It's breaking the freaking, the aura of the character. I mean, Dean Cain, who you've had on your show, there were people who were, like he's half Japanese, if I'm not mistaken, and there were people who were, making, some people, a few people were making comments about it. But once you saw Dean Cain on Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman, he embodied Superman. Right. You can push these things. You can move them. Right. But what they're doing with Poison Ivy there is spite. It's spite aesthetics. That's all it is, man.
Right. And like this thing here, I feel sorry for this black lady acting in the show. She's an actress trying to make it in Hollywood. I would have said yes to the job too. But Lord of the Rings, it's ancient European history. And the reason why this is so racist, this is racist against her. This is saying black people are only valid if we put them in white stories because Africa doesn't have any legends or any folklore or any stories we could turn into movies and shows. We got to put black people in white shit to make them valid. Like Sundiata is a black fairy folk tale. I love that story. Will Eisner adapted it. It's a great story. But there's obviously so many cultures, so many stories. They have their own versions of knights and dragons and trolls and like, why do you have to stick them in this stuff to validate them? I think that's actually racist against them, saying their own culture is not sophisticated enough. Make them like white people, then they're valid.
Yeah.
Am I wrong on that? Am I reading that wrong, or what do you think?
It's a failure of creativity, man. Like, let's all like bring it back down. Like, the
tokenism.
It's like I love Tomb of Dracula. I remember when I found out that was Todd McFarlane's huge influence was Gene Colan's artwork, which explains Spawn, explains all the stuff he does, right? And you look at that stuff.
when Blade first appeared in that, he's wearing a, because he made his first appearance in the Tomb of Dracula. He's wearing, it's the time period. He's wearing this yellow shirt, big collar. He still has the sunglasses and everything like that. But he's the Daywalker. All that stuff is there. That stuff is great. But when you had a movie star again, like Wesley Snipes, step into the role of Blade, that to me, that first Blade movie is a perfect fucking movie to me.
Mm-hmm.
It is a perfect movie. It took this character no one had heard of and made him a massive icon. So here's where I have a problem with these things. First of all, if Wesley Snipes is still drawing breath, he should play Blade, or else don't touch it. To me, it's like Robert Downey and Iron Man. When I heard they were going to cast Mahershala Ali and not have Wesley Snipes involved in it, it really bothered the shit out of me. Because Blade is not just like a guy you put on the costume. Snipes, with his history in martial arts, with his history as an action star, and with incredible acting ability, made that version of Blade, and it didn't look like they were trying to do something with Blade. It looked like they were trying to cast an actor to play Wesley Snipes playing Blade, and that's fucking you don't have any ideas at that point. Then you have no new ideas if that's what you're gonna do, and steal his work.
Right, and I think he just turned 60. He's in great shape. I mean,
he just did Expendables 3. He was just in Expendables 3. Not too long ago. He still got it. Hell yeah, Wesley Snipes could play Blade. That'd be great, kind of pick it up, 25 years later or whatever it's been.
Yeah.
Like, he could totally play that shit. They don't
He's
need to
younger
put
than
somebody else
Eastwood in Unforgiven, isn't he? Like,
Right.
I think you could do a Unforgiven fucking, like, a Blade, that was the idea for Blade 3, by the way, which was an idea that Snipes wanted to do. That's why they caused all that shit in his life. Because he was a producer on that. He had the right to certain control, and the studio fucked with it. And that's why he was so, awful on set. It's because he was trying to exercise his rights as the person who created that fucking franchise. And they kept pushing his character out to try to relaunch somebody who probably had less power, less influence on the story, so that they could turn it into something complete. They wanted Ryan Reynolds to be the star. They wanted to phase him out. It was horrible and doesn't count, man.
That's more of that liberal racism against brown people like us when we don't sit, heal, and come the way they tell us to. Yeah. It's like when the Black Panther came out, like, oh, the first black hero. It's like, excuse me. There would not be the X-Men and then Spider-Man and then all the great superhero movies if there wasn't Blade. And Batman 1989.
That's why X-Men existed. All those movies.
Those legitimized superhero movies. It's like, oh, this is real entertainment.
Blade was
but it was Blade that did it. So and they give that guy no credit. He didn't exist, and he didn't exist because our liberal savior can't pat themselves on the back for anointing him Blade. You know what I mean? They want to tell, oh, Jericho, I'll tell you how to save your life. I'm your white liberal savior, Sean. I'll save you guys. And it's all about this. It's all the pat on the back for themselves. And it's so racist. It's so crazy.
But what I say to them is I'm my own white liberal. No, that doesn't work. Never mind. My point is, that when you look at Wesley Snipes, man, this is the thing. He wanted to pitch the pitch he had for Blade 3, and it was a really interesting story, is that there are very few human beings left. The vampires have won. They've taken over. And it was like going to be a heavier, almost like a Western kind of story where it's like, he's like, Pale Rider. He's this guy who's like, him against this world of vampires. In a lot of ways, almost like a nod to I Am Legend, which influenced the book that influenced Night of the Living Dead.
Right.
That George Romero essentially took that idea. And I think, gosh, you could do that. He would be, because he's like a heroic Dracula. A Dracula hero. I love that character is one of his version of the character. Snipes' version, obviously, respect to Tomb of Dracula, the artists and creators, is such a special character. And it's painful that they put, Carl Weathers on ice, as an actor, and then Jon Favreau, who's got to be conservative, let's be real. Jon Favreau, who brings in Gina Carano and Carl Weathers. You see, Carl Weathers hasn't missed a step as a movie star. He stepped into that and it was like, oh, Carl Weathers
for some people, and I'm like going, yeah, no shit. You know, he's an amazing actor. So give us some good, like, we've got to start telling people what films we need to see. Yeah, that's totally right. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, that's
I
what
would love to see another comic book I'm doing with David, who's also illustrated Truth Justice.
Dave's awesome.
Is Bass Reeves, and he is a real life character. He's a real man, a black freed slave who's like the #1 bounty hunter in the West. He arrested over 3,000 people and never killed anyone. He had to end up arresting his own son. A great guy with an amazing story, and he's who the Lone Ranger is really based on. I would love to see Wesley Snipes play this guy.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Kevin Grievous, the man that created Underworld, he's one of the big Lycans, one of the big werewolves in the movie, Kevin Grievous.
Yeah, Rays. He plays Rays.
He's the writer of this.
Yeah.
So I would, man, I could see Wesley Snipes in this, though, kicking some ass.
I didn't know Kevin wasn't an actor when I saw Underworld. And this is no word of a lie, man. And it is, if you ever have a chance to tell Kevin this, pass this along for me, because I'm a big fan of his in that movie. I watched that movie, and when I forget the British actor who plays the main werewolf guy was on screen, you're introduced first to Kevin's character in the subways when they go and they attack, because they're getting followed by those vampires, right? And I remember saying, I looked over at my wife and I go, why the hell do they have this scrawny British guy being the main werewolf? This other dude is such a better actor. He's like, sorry for this role. He's the right casting. And then I found out he was the guy who created the story. And he isn't even like, wasn't really, in there for just the acting. Although, does he have an acting background? To be like,
I don't know.
I know him. Just from those. Yeah. That's how I know him.
Damn. But yeah, he was the best werewolf. He's one of my favorite werewolf characters of any of those stories.
Well, great boys. It's been 4.5 hours. Somehow.
Damn.
Next week, Stone Cold with Brian Bosworth.
Can't wait.
Have you guys seen it?
Not in
ages.
Long time.
Prepare.
I
think it's going to be a very silly episode. Prepare to laugh your face off.
That's right.
Is distilled. This is like if the regular action we watch is like premium vodka, this is moonshine. This is hooch from the back of your grandfather's barn.
This is old school Robitussin.
Right.
With a little bit of Copenhagen dip in your mouth.
Right.
This is made in a trash bag somewhere.
Right.
I'm ready.
Okay. Wednesday, September 13th, 7 p.m. Pacific. Double Impact, triple threat with Gabe Jericho and Gabe Shantha Jericho. Sorry. And we'll be doing Stone Cold with Brian Bosworth. All right. We'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much for being here.